is the payoff. This is the payoff. The This is the payoff.
All right, then. Good morning and welcome to the International Wasser Ski Club here in Vienna in Austria, and this is the third and final day of action here at the European U21 Championships. My name is Tony Leifen, and we're seeing an initial shot of this beautiful facility located right outside Niederösterreich, which is Lower Austria for those of you that are not quite up on the German language. And just a few kilometers towards the west, we move out of that canton, that region, into the main Viennese city center. And we're seeing a few of our competitors getting ready for the women's slalom final, and that is going to be our first event to take to the water. The weather conditions a little bit on the cool side, it will have to be said, and certainly the wind isn't making life especially easy for the competitors going forward. But there is your schedule for today. We got the women's slalom final, we got the men's slalom final to come afterwards, then we have the women's jump final. And then our grand finale will consist of men's tricks and women's tricks. So, in a few minutes, we should have the official scores of the tricking event, but it won't be published quite yet, to give our team captains and skiers the equal opportunity to look at the trick sheets and make any kind of changes that they feel is necessary to reflect the performance that they had on the water yesterday. Our schedule you see there up on the screen. They go again. We've got women's slalom final, men's slalom final, then women's jump final, then we go on to the tricking finals. So plenty of action here today on the third and last day of competition here at the European U21s. So, as you can probably tell through the microphone, it is a little windy. It is a little cool, as you could probably tell by my attire. But yeah, it's going to be a challenge, but it's a challenge that we'll get through together as we get ready for the women's slalom final. We'll be back in a few minutes, so enough time for you to grab your favorite chair and grab your favorite beverage. Because, yes, we are going to throw down for one final day of competition in the U21 Europeans, coming to you live from IWWF International Wiener Ski Wasser Ski Club. And we'll be back right after this. All right, welcome back to continuing coverage of the 2025 IWWF E&A European Championships for the U21s. Tony Lightfoot right here again, bringing you coverage from the start of Day 3 event all the way through to the end. And there is your running order. Nina Roscher will be our lead-off skier for Austria. Then we'll see Ledina Wolfersberg of Switzerland, Claudia Komentova of Czechia, then Tuva-Lisa Runnefors of Sweden. Sofia Hosdevia will be our fifth person off the dock, followed by Lisa Gusenbauer, then Dora Varga, then Vittoria Siracco, Liana Berner, Julie Fay, Melody Morel, and our number one skier going into this final from Belgium, Ina Scholler. All right, our first skier getting ready is Nina Roscher, right by the dock side, getting a little bit of encouragement there from Austrian team coach Carla Baschek. And we see a few of our sponsors in the background, and we're incredibly grateful to those sponsors for supporting this competition. Local governmental agencies such as the sports division of Niederösterreich, which is the region of Lower Austria. We were in Oberösterreich a few days ago, which is Upper Austria, and they have seven other different cantons that span the entire nation of Austria, and a good few of them very staunch supporters of tournament water skiing. The athletes supported by those cantons have typically medaled very highly in recent years. And looks like our towboat is going to point out towards the course and maybe do a pass up and down by way of a simulation run. Nina Roscher and Ledina Wolfersberg and indeed Claudia Komentova all making it through via a multiple-way runoff. And the challenge here is just trying to stay warm against the biting wind that's blowing down the lake. But it's a challenge that's going to be consistent for all the skiers here at the European U21 Slalom Championship for the women for 2025. So everyone's in place. Our camera folks are in place. We've got a drone that's currently airborne right now. Will no doubt be presenting us with a few differing shots going forwards. All right, a towboat is at the opposite end of the lake. Lake orients north and south. And there you see Becky Lathrop at the helm of that Nautique towboat. One of our three drivers for this competition. The The other two being Franz Oberleitner and Jorgi Gussenbauer. All right, then, as we continue to roll forwards, just a little bit of news to kind of tell you about regarding the trick scores. The trick scores will be released at approximately 8:30, which is 30 minutes from now. And at that time, the coaches, the skiers that have immediate business with those trick scores will have the opportunity to use that half hour beyond 8:30 this morning to review the trick scores and make any kind of alterations they deem necessary. And then after that 30-minute review period, if nothing has changed, then those trick scores will become official. But the slalom event is our major concern right here and now. We got Nina Roscher leading off for Austria, a team member right now, and part of the Austrian team, which is currently leading in the team overall classifications right now, ahead of some strong skiing from Italia and Ukraine. But a lot can change in the team overall classifications, and that change could start in just a few moments, because Nina Roscher is in the water right now. Part of that four-way runoff that sent three competitors through to the final out of the four competitors that contested. Molly Lee was the one on the outside looking in. Nina Roscher, the last one in by way of her score in that runoff. So currently lying in 12th and looking for a little bit more than where she is right now. So opening run. So Judy Fay right there along the shore side, getting limbered up and ready to go. She will be slaloming towards the end of the list. So going through her stretches and her mental preparation to go alongside. So the lower seas, from what I understand, although it is a little windy out there on the course, and you obviously can't see too much of the effects of the wind because the water is almost dead calm. But we understand that the wind will pick up moment to moment as we continue to work our way towards the end of the slalom competition in the women's category. Then after that, then we'll have the men's, and then we'll go into the women's jump, and then the men's and women's trick finals. Okay, Nina Roscher, 14.25 meters. Oh, a little off balance there into number 2. Let's see if she can make up that deficit here. All over the place on 14.25 meters, but just about gets enough to make it round number 6, and she'll probably be the first to admit that pass was not one of her better ones on that line length. But there you go. That is Nina Roscher getting ready for 13 meters, and we'll see what she has in store for us going forwards. So looking a little bit loose there on a couple of those turns, and trying her best to stay on top of the water, but at the same time losing a bit of distance down course with each turn, especially those on the left side. So Nina Rocha, her personal best is 1.5 on 12 meters, and has recently come back onto scene, having spent an entire season out due to a foot injury. So welcome her back into top level tournament action. Nina Rocha getting a little bit pitted off on number 2, but there we go, 13 meters. She's still continuing to roll here, staying just about early enough to get round number 5, but unfortunately unable to make it an entirely complete play on that run. So it's going to be 5. It's going to be 4.5. 4 1/2 for Nina Rocha. And that is going to be our lead-off score as we see a few of our camera folks along the shore side. There is Dima Thompson. And sister there is Seema Thompson, who we saw earlier on in this competition, unfortunately not a part of the women's slalom final, but breaking over at the waist from number 4, actually from number 2 into number 3. And things, despite that, not looking too bad. She got a better position and a better stack into number 5. But then things just complicated themselves very, very quickly. And that is Nina Rocha with her score of 4.5 on 13 meters to set the bar early at this women's slalom final at the European U21s, coming to you live from IWWC, Internationale Wiener Wasserski Club. All right, moving on. Our next competitor coming to us from Switzerland will be Ladina Wolfersberg. Struggling a little bit to catch the handle, but let's see if that is the only struggle that she will have today. So Ladina Wolfersberg getting ready to go. 16 meters is going to be our opening pass. All right, here we go. Ladina Wolfersberg setting her boat speed up. 55K, 16 meters. Good hook up there on the first half of the course. And nicely done on the opening pass there for Ladina Wolfersberg, coming to us out of Switzerland. So from an Austrian to a Swiss competitor, just like that. Ladina Wolfersberg. So what can I tell you about Ladina Wolfersberg? Obviously, she'll get plenty of support for her efforts out there on the water. I'm sure that Kiersey, her elder sister, and one of her elder siblings, in fact, the entire family is probably watching right now on a big screen. And if they are, take a photo and send it to the watch party. Yep, the watch party on TWBC. There you go, there's the URL at the bottom. waterskibroadcasting.com/wash party. We'll see if the Wolfersberg family would be so obliging enough to do that for us this morning. Personal best, 1 on 12 meters. There you go. Ladina Wolfersberg getting in a little bit deep here on 14.2. Oh, and getting in real deep off number 5 into number 6. Whoa. Oh. There she goes. Whoa, what happened there? We'll double check that, but she let go of the rope and probably knowing full well that she missed the exit gates. Not looking too bad for the first half of the run. But then it started to all come apart here at round number 5. All the way on the back of the ski, trying to make the turn. Ooh. That was close, you know, a lot closer than she probably would acknowledge it being. Or she might not have gotten around number 6, but there you go, definitely in the inside of that inner gate buoy. So that is going to be a score of 6 with no continuation. Okay, so 5 at 14, 5 buoys at 14.25 meters. So potential positioning there for Nina Rocha, who's currently in the lead. She moves at least 1 place higher. And the skier about to take to the water is our highest finisher out of the runoff situation yesterday. So therefore, starting in 10th place, this is Cloudy Komentova. Okay, so looks like the score's been amended there for Ladina Wolfersberg, but it's still a disappointing end to her campaign. It's 5.5, 5 1/2 on 14 for Ladina Wolfersberg. Cloudy Komentova. Sun's starting to poke out a little bit through the haze here. Hopefully that sun will continue to shine here and maybe make the event here a little bit brighter. All right, so Cloudy Komentova from Czechia. Okay, so not a bad opening run. Less than 10 seconds to go on the 0 off weight timer. But the wind is starting to pick up something vicious here at the moment, and as the ground and the area attempt to warm up, its interaction with the cold sky is definitely a little bit violent at the moment. Wind gusting up in all kinds of directions here. Here we go. This is Cloudy Komentova. This is 14.25 meters. Hopefully it doesn't affect her too much out in the water. And just trying to keep her composure and get through 14 and let the chips fall where they may. 30 meters coming up next for Cloudy Komentova. Okay, not looking bad at all. Getting swung out from one side to the next. Personal best of 3.5 on 12 meters. Was one of the skiers invited to ski at the Junior Masters water ski tournament this past May at Callaway Gardens, and excelled in the girls tricking competition. But here we are at the Euro Under 21s, and thanking you once again for your support and continued participation in our live webcast throughout the season. Euro U21s continue on with our third skier out in the women's slalom final, Cloudy Komentova. Looking good, looking in good shape here so far. Laying it down off number 3 and 4, and making that pass look relatively straightforward. So there we go, Cloudy Komentova all over the 30-meter run, and now has a chance to try and up her game a little bit here. She's already taken the lead by the sheer fact that she'd run 13 meters. And now let's see if she can push it a little bit further down course on 12 meters. If she can get more than 3.5 on this next run, it would be a personal best for 1, and it will be a big shot in the arm to her chances of maybe medaling in this event. Cloudy Komentova. Here we go, Cloudy Komentova. In decent shape here for 12 meters, but managing to get outside number 2, but unfortunately not able to get anything more than that. But it is it equals her best score from earlier on in the competition. The 2 buoys on 12 meters that put her into the runoff situation. So 2 on 12 meters for Cloudy Komentova. Now let's have a look at this gate shot. Not really committing to allowing that ski to arc out anything more than what she produced right there, and therefore that resulted in poor angle out of number 1, and unable to be in full attack mode coming into number 2. And that slack in the line at the tail end of the turn didn't help matters either, so it's going to be a 2 buoy count on 12 meters for Cloudy Komentova. All right, working our way to our next competitor from Sweden. It's Tuva-Lisa Runoff. Just trying to navigate her way around 16 meters. Trying to do her best here to steer the ship steady through troubled waters, as it were. So there we go. That is a Tuva-Lisa Runoff, a skier that's appeared in the Junior World Championship Slalom Final as recently as last season. All right, so Tuvalisa are getting through the opening pass of 16 and now getting ready for 14.25 meters as we see our crowd of folks there from Sweden, including Leo Cederqvist, who's a member of our camera crew on TWBC when he's not competing. Tuvalisa Rona 4 on the water at this time. Oh, and getting in a little bit deep there around number 5, and unfortunately losing a balance and composure at the same time. So it is going to be 4 and a half there for her on 14.25 meters. Meaning that Claudia Komentova, having taken the lead as our previous skier, still continues to hold the lead with 2 on 12 meters. And Tuvalisa Runoff with 4.5 on 14.25 meters. And just overloaded there into number 4 and just really struggled with this pass continuing on. And down she goes, and at the same time, her chances of taking the European title evaporate alongside it. So there we go, Tuvalisa Runoff. All right, next competitor up, Sofia Hodstevia. All right, then. So our skier who's short in stature but very powerful elsewhere, this is Sofia Hodstevia, who competed in the recent European Open Championships in Salmsey. All right, then. So Sofia Hodstevia started in on, I believe, 16 meters, actually 14.25 meters, certainly reflecting a skier of her immense talent out there on the water, Sofia Hodstevia. So Tuvalisa Runoff walking down the path there after her performance of 4.5 on 14 meters. But here we go, Sofia Hodstevia getting through that 14.25 meter pass as her opener. Here she comes on 13. Trying to control her the tail end of the turn, preventing that ski from overshooting. And there you go. She gets the job done. Sofia Hodstevia, 14 and 13, and now has a chance to attack the next line length, which is going to be 12 meters. And currently, the lead is on that line length. Personal best of 3.5 on 12 meters. And all of their personal best, it would appear, were produced in this current season. Sofia Hotstevia. So far as the overall is concerned in the women's competition, is currently in a very, very good position at this time. The best position, obviously, the first overall, and is a good 40 or so points ahead of Maria Popova from Ukraine, and currently in third place in the women's overall after the elimination round series. Martine Morel currently in third. So now, here we go. Lead is 2. If she can score more than 3, then that would also help her with the overall. There's number 3. Here she goes for number 4. She's still there. She's still battling hard and collapsing into buoy number 5. But she's done 2 things with that score. She's taken the lead. Yep, she's definitely taken the lead with that. It's either going to be 4.25 or 4.5. But at the same time, she's increased her stranglehold on the women's overall competition. Sofia Hotstevia with an increased total compared to her previous round of slalom. So Sofia Hotstevia getting a little bit crouched in through the entrance gates into buoy number 1. It is 4.5 there, 4.5 on 12. That's a buoy and a half more than what she produced yesterday. And it could be enough to send her onto the podium if things work out in her general direction. Sofia Hotstevia was very close to running 12 meters, but just needed that good approach from number 4 into number 5 to really facilitate that. So, at this time, Sofia Hotstevia with 4.5 on 12 meters and just high-siding that handle off of number 4 and arrived into number 5 extremely late, but still able to get the maximum out of that buoy without going the full way of scoring 5. So Sofia Hotstevia, 4.5 on 12 meters. Couple of our crew there. We got Kelvin Kelm and Connor Pesic coming to us from the Lone Star State of Texas. I'm sure it's slightly warmer over there right now than it is here, even at night. All right, moving right along. Next competitor coming to us out of Austria. It is Lisa Gussenbauer. Okay, so electing to go on 14 meters, the exact same strategy implemented by Sofia Hotstevia. There we go. Lisa Gussenbauer just trying to stay ahead of the course here and trying not to do anything that would entail that the back of the ski are washing out and potentially putting an end to her effort right at this early juncture. But it is 14.25 meters. She gets the job done there. And 13 meters comes up next, and the wind is starting to pick up a little bit here, which is going to be a cause for concern going forwards for the remaining half of our list. We're on a skier number 6 right now, and skiers 7, 8, 9, 10, and 11 and 12 getting ready to go. So Sofia Hotstevia currently having the lead right now with a score of 4.5 on 12. But will that be enough to send her onto the podium? And could it be enough to even take the win here? We'll find out and see in the fullness of time. There is your schedule on the left-hand side of the screen. The slalom finals, the women's jump final, and then the tricking finals. We had the men's jump final yesterday afternoon, and Tim Field prevailed in that one, ahead of Vincent Ahama and ahead of Florian Parf on the podium in the men's jump competition. And Lisa Gusenbauer, a little bit bumpy out there coming into her 2-4 side, but things aren't looking too bad for her going forwards. That is Lisa Gusenbauer. So handle up a little bit high on number 3, but managing to keep the ski moving, and that's the important thing, to keep on moving under such trying circumstances. Personal best is half on 11.25 meters. We're seeing the team captain, the team manager for the white flag under which Sofia Hotstevia skis under at this time. 4.5 is our lead on 12 meters. Lisa Gusenbauer for her part trying to get as far down the course here. Number 4. And it's a tie for the lead, and it's 4.5 on 12 meters for Lisa Gusenbauer. Now here's where it gets complicated, folks. 4.5 on 12 meters in the final, 3 on 12 meters in the elimination round. The same two set scores as Sofia Hotstevia. All right, then. So as we continue on, Lisa Gusenbauer, 4.5 on 12 meters now. Exactly the same set of scores as Sofia Hotstevia, but if it comes down to a tied podium position, then they would share a medal for any position other than the gold. So there could be a two-way tie for second, and each would share the silver medal, and thus no bronze medal would be awarded, or they could potentially share the bronze medal. But if it comes down to a runoff for the win, then that will take place. But it's early doors yet. We're only halfway through the women's slalom final, so a lot of moving parts, a lot of things that could potentially change and be in the offering here. But there we go. There's the two-way tie for the lead, and it is a perfect tie when you factor in the elimination round scores of 3 for each competitor. 4.5 on 12 meters for Lisa Gusenbauer and Sofia Hotstevia. So as we move along, our next competitor up is going to be Dora Varga. All right, moving forwards. Dora Varga, as our regional 81 train works its way to Marschegg in Austria, out of Wien Hauptbahnhof. 14.25 meters for Dora Varga, coming to us out of Hungary. And the Hungarians are starting to put together some good performers, especially in the youth divisions. So maybe we look forward to seeing them compete in the World Championships. Well, maybe not in these World Championships, but sometime in the future. As we see Jeremy there on the tower cam, and down there at the end of the lake on our dockside camera is Dima Thompson. The other remaining crew is our drone pilot, Connor Pesic, Kelvin Kelm, who operates the boat cam remotely, and with the ones and the twos, we got Vincent Stadelbauer. Good solid opening pass there for Dora. So looks like many of our female skiers, at least the last three, including Dora Varga, each deciding to go in on 14.25 meters. They're all skilled enough to be able to do that. And they're looking to try and play a little bit of wind strategy here to put 12 meters in on pass number 3, which is going to be a headwind. The wind blowing a little bit from the north. And the competitors having to sustain quite a bit of that wind with the body. It isn't immediately apparent by looking at the water and determining if there's that much wind to work against. But trust me, there is definitely some swirling wind, with much of it prevailing from the north. So still out in the lead, a two-way tie for the lead existing between Lisa Gusenbauer and Sofia Hotsdevia, each on 4.5. And we'll know within about the next 3 or so skiers whether that score potentially is enough for the share of a podium medal. So as we continue on, Dora Varga from Hungary. Let's see Lisa Gusenbauer swimming into the shore, expressing some rather spicy language. Good thing it's in German, though. Dora Varga on 12 meters. Look at her go. She's round number 4. She's inside number 5. So between Sofia Hotsdevia and Lisa Gusenbauer, each of them guaranteed at least a higher position as a result of that score from Dora Varga. But will that higher position be on the podium or not? We'll find out and see. But Dora Varga getting 4 on 12 meters, which... So it looks like we have a rejected boat path now. In this instance, she has 2 options here. So she has a protected 2 so far as her score is concerned, but she has the opportunity to rerun this pass with an upper score of 4 to the best of my knowledge here. But a lot of that is being discussed right now. And the wind is playing havoc right now. I mean, just that occasional gust could be enough to send the boat path a little bit askew. All right there, so Lisa Gusenbauer still in a tied lead with Sofia Hotstevia with 4.5 on 12 meters. She may not like that score, and there you go, being rather expressive with her lack of being able to run at 12 meters. But it's 4.5, but it is still the lead. So. She's keeping her equipment on in the scant hopes that her score, along with that of Sofia Hotstevia, would be enough for the share of the lead, which would force them back out in the water to run off for the title. So a lot of activity going on among the officials right now to determine what is the next course of action with a double rejected boat path. So her protected score is 2, which is the full buoy count that was achieved when the boat path was correct up to that point. So she gets the protected score of 2, and we'll see if she gets the opportunity to go back into the course to increase upon that 2 buoy count. So Dora Varga from Hungary will attempt the 12-meter pass again. All right, moving into the course on 12 meters. This is Dora Varga. Re-ride due to rejected boat path. There's number 1. There's number 2. And loose off number 2 into number 3. And I don't think she'll make a play on number 4 somehow. So it looks like it is going to be a possible 3 buoy count there. So 3 buoys is going to be it there for Dora Varga. So the three that you see her score, it ends up being the final score. 3 buoys there on 12 meters, the final score for Dora Varga. And now we've got 5 skiers remaining. We're going to see Leona Berner, Julie Fay, Melody Morel, and Ina Solo take to the water very, very soon. But before those remaining 4, we have Vittoria Soracco from Italia. All right, returning back to the dock there, Dora Varga from Hungary, and moving on from Hungary to a country that is very close to that, the nation of Italy, which will be hosting the Open World Championships starting on Tuesday next week. It'll be Vittoria Soracco. Just trying to keep her a calm head upon her shoulders. This is Vittoria Soracco. So Vittoria Soracco, who's competed in a number of major tournaments in recent seasons. Junior Worlds, World U21s for a couple of tournaments, but she's also skied at the San Gervasio Pro-Am a few times and featured in the Junior Pro event. In particular, her personal best is 2 on 11, and she would love to be able to get that kind of score because that would definitely put her in the driving seat. This is 14.25 meters, and that is Vittoria Soracco. And that is a perfect illustration of the wind that we're currently dealing with right now. All right, so Vittoria Soracco getting 14.25 meters secured. And now we'll advance onto the 13-meter line with the wind still playing its part in this competition as we see our next competitor getting ready to go herself. It's Leona Berner. Rocking on her back foot. This is 13 meters. This is Vittoria Soracco. Getting in a little bit deep there off number 3 and managing to keep the flow going. Round number 4 and 5 and number 6. So through the exit gate, securing the second pass of hopefully many more. That is Vittoria Soracco. So staying aggressive here and needing to be on full send mode for her slalom in performance out there. That is Vittoria Sirocco. Vicious pre-turn into number 5 to keep the pass going. And she was early as you like into number 6 as a result. So there we go. That is Vittoria Sirocco. Now that Nautique towboat heading its way back in towards the slalom course right here at the IWWC Internationale Wiener Wasserski Club. The venue for the Euro Under 21s. A good start on 12 meters. Can she maintain this kind of effort here? She's round number 4. She's got the 5. She's got the 6. And she has the outright lead. Vittoria Sirocco. There is your breakthrough score. Getting through 12 meters. And she is absolutely beside herself right now with joy. Entrance number 1. And just looking at this pass once again. When I said that she's in full send mode, I wasn't kidding. Round number 2 and number 3, and taking a big hit there, and using her extremely light frame to make full impact on this run, and looking good round all 6 buoys and getting it done. She's happy with that. But now comes the even bigger challenge, 11.25 meters. Here we go, folks. Vittoria Sirocco. Sure, she's got her family watching her right now on this broadcast. There's number 1. And I don't know whether she kept hold of that handle long enough to make that a complete 1. From my perspective, it's half. But we'll soon see. And the score is going to be under review to determine whether she held the handle long enough through the wakes to score 1, or whether it's somewhat a smaller score of half on this run. Now, this is a decent view, but it will not be the conclusive one. Okay, that looked extremely close to being on the center line. Now, the next replay is going to be the one that will ultimately decide whether she gets half or 1. There is number 1. Very, very close there. I mean, what do you do in that situation? Half or 1? It's half. So half there on 11.25 meters, but it is enough for the lead, and half on 11.25 meters is in fact equal to her personal best. So well done there, Vittoria Sirocco. Next competitor up and representing Austria will be Leona Berger. Leona Berger is our next competitor out. And Leona Berger, who after the World Championships are done next week, she'll be heading over to Central Florida, specifically to Rollins College, to start her degree in international affairs. Here we go. Leona Berger, 14.25 meters. We'll know what it will take shortly to get a skier up on the podium. There are 3 more skiers to come after Leona. Yes, and slicing and dicing away through that course and looking good at the same time. Looking very composed. Leona Berger. Just coming off the handle and just doing it. Just making sure that she gets good cross-course angle and maintains her leverage from one side to the next. Leona Berner, who also competed at the U21 Worlds at the Lakes of Casting Stone and also was a part of the festivities last week in the European Open Championships. So she's been quite a busy skier this season, Leona Berner. Oh, and going down on 30 meters. That is unexpected there for Leona Berner. And I don't know what happened there into number one, but she just plain flat out dropped the handle there. And down she goes on pass number two. We'll have a look at the entrance gates here. Handle coming up high and just unable to get into a position that she could hold. So it's going to be half a buoy on 30 meters, dropping Leona Berner way down the order here. And that therefore means that that a medal in this slalom event can be achieved with a score in excess of half on 11.25 meters. More than half a buoy on 11.25 meters is the target in order to receive a medal by way of the women's slalom event here at the U21 European Championships. Next competitor up, third from last off the dock, will be Julie Fay. Okay, the second of our Swiss athletes in this competition in the women's slalom, it's Julie Fay. Okay, so here we go with Julie Fay out there on the water, and joining me here in the announcing point is Zane Nicholson once again. Good morning to you.
Good morning, Tony. Pretty good slalom skiing out here. We just saw half at 11, so that's the score to beat right now if you want a medal. And Julie out here looking good in this opening pass. So working our way through this little headwind here, and nice looking opening pass there.
And it would have to be a score very, very close to a personal best for Julie Fay to get her on that podium, because her personal best is 3. Wind starting to rustle through the trees, which isn't immediately reflected on the water. There doesn't appear to be too much in the wind ripples and stuff like that. But on the body, it's a different story.
Yeah, no, the wind is it's not really showing up on the water, but it is definitely a little bit windier than the lake would suggest. So that is something to keep in mind for these skiers, and could come into play. But Julie not seeming to let it bother her here on this opening pass. We'll have to see as we get into this, tailwind from the far end to see if she gets pushed down the lake, or if she's able to manage it and not let it bother her.
All right, so good skiing there from Julie Fay. On the opening pass, that's going to be 14.25 meters, and she has done well here in the Euro U21s in the past.
Oh, she was a little bit fast there, Tony. You see that wind kind of catch her out there at the gate, so going to have to work here at 1 and 2. But nice turn there off of 2. Let's see how she goes out of 3. There you go. So she's now back into it, managing her speed pretty well here through this 13-meter pass. And I'll be honest, other than having a little bit of speed there at the gate, being a little too fast, she looked really, really smooth there on that 13-meter pass, Tony.
So on a mission of redemption here, she placed 4th last season. in the European Championships in the U21s slalom, and she is looking to try and go higher in terms of final positioning, and looking determined enough to make that happen there, Zane.
Yeah, no, definitely. Coming out strong. If I'm not mistaken, yesterday she kind of took a little bit of a stack at 12 meters, so it's good to see her that she was, good enough and healthy, not injured from that, and able to get out here and ski, and not only that, but she's out here looking nice and strong here. So now she's made her way down, and now she's got the money pass on this 12-meter pass. We know she's got to run it if she wants to give herself a chance for a medal, and she was looking strong yesterday going through it until she was headed to 6-ball. So we'll see if she can replicate that then again today.
Not only that, but she was also able to trick yesterday as well, and trick well enough to provisionally put herself in a position where she's in the 12-skier final.
Yeah, no, that's awesome. So we'll see her a little bit later today in the trick event. But right now we're checking her out here. This is 12 meters. That was a nice-looking gate here. She rolled the ski in, so nice, good-looking one. Let's see what she can do off two.
There
big
we go.
2-ball. So she's on top of this pass. Can she stick with it here?
Julie Fay.
Oh, a little slow out of 4, Tony, so going to have to work at a 5. Oh, and you see her, she gets off the handle at 5, and the wind catches her out and causes her to go narrow.
Okay, and that means that our current leader right now on half a buoy on 11.25 meters, Victoria Sirocco, has earned herself a medal.
Yeah, no, congratulations to Victoria. And we'll have to see. We'll see on the replay here, but you see she'll pop off the handle going to 5-ball, and then you see that wind just kind of hit her body and you just see that wind kind of catch her and slow her down, and she she stops moving. So see right there, that was okay here as we're rolling. I believe this is 3-ball. So it sounds like the judges might be calling 4, so we'll have to see what she's got here as she goes to 5. So throws that ski out, and I can't tell, but you see she hopped off the handle there a little early and just lets the wind kind of catch her, and it calls her out right there.
Yep, you definitely have to be alert and be able to change at a split second's notice. And I mean, she on 12 meters skiing into the wind, which is blowing her right up against her on this run of 12 meters. She got round number 4. But then,
see there, she's off the handle. I don't know. She looks like she hit the buoy. We'll have to see what the judges give her here.
Yeah, I think she went inside it, as a matter of fact. But there you go. The judges will have the ultimate call, and believe the judges will be calling 4 on that one. Okay,
so yeah, so again, hops off that handle and gets pushed by the wind and just doesn't get the ski to go all the way outside of 5-ball. So that's an official score of 4 at 12 meters there for Julie. So probably not, she was looking good going through that pass, and just you kind of kept seeing, kept losing her swing a little bit as she got further down the lake.
All right then. So with another medal on the line for anyone that slaloms in excess of 4.5 on 12 meters. That is the two-way tie for second that exists now between Sofia Hotstevia and Lisa Gusenbauer. And Lisa Gusenbauer has been in this situation before with a possible second place finish if things go her way. She was the runner-up last season in the European Championships in the women's slalom event. But let's go on with our final 2 competitors. This is our penultimate skier, Melitine Morel.
And these last 2 skiers have been duking it out all season. They've just been back and forth at these slalom events, so it's definitely no surprise to see them duking it out here in the under-21 Europeans. But right now we got Melitine Morel coming in. This is 14 meters. Kind of a warm-up pass here, but again, we've got a little bit different conditions than we've had all weekend, so this wind could play a factor here for these ladies. And Melitine looking pretty smooth there, making her way through 14 meters on her opening pass.
All right, so Melitine Morel, 14.25 meters, probably has now has an initial sense of how intense that wind is blowing. It is gusting up and down a little bit, so she needs to be on her toes for that. But through 14.25 meters and making it look rather efficient out there.
Yeah, no, I mean, you pointed out, Tony, it's not super windy when it's not gusting, but when it gusts, we get big gusts coming down the lake. So, it's really hard after you pull, you sit down at the end and you kind of, you feel the wind blowing, and so you've kind of made adjustments at the gates and everything, and then next thing you know, you get a big gust that rolls down the lake and it hits you, and you get pushed a lot different than the way you were expected, and it can really call you out here in these passes. So, gotta be super strong. Gotta be ready for just about anything while you're on your ski out there.
All right. Many of our slalomers in the women's final have competed in this final last season. We see scores last season from Lisa Gusenbauer and Ina Soller and Julie Fay and the likes of Adora Varga and Vittoria Siracco. And, yep, they were in amongst it last year too. So a sense of familiarity exists here with the women's slalom final in the U21 Europeans, and that's Melitine Morel making her first appearance in the European final in the women's slalom.
Yeah, and you saw a little sigh of relief there. I think she's definitely feeling that wind out there, and it's tricky out here today, Tony.
Tricky it is, but by no means impossible out there, as you can plainly see. Tailwind on the second pass for Melitine Morel. And it's just as important to work hard and maintain angle across the back of the boat, because that's what's going to keep the line tight at the end of the day.
Yeah, no, especially in the tailwind, you just want to make sure that you're really working on getting that ski turned, and you don't want to let it roll too fast and start to run with the boat, because then when the wind starts pushing, you start carrying speed, and it's really hard to get it to shut down when you got that pushing behind you. So Melitine doing a good job there, and now she's got this headwind. As we see Vittoria there sitting there looking on, she is your leader, and she skied really well with that half at 11. So let's see here. This is 12 meters, must run if you want to get yourself a medal here. So let's see.
More than 4.5 is needed for a medal, and here she comes, Melitine Morel. Loose into number 3, even worse into number 4. And going down of 3.5 on 12 meters. 3.5 on 12 meters. And that means that Lisa Gusenbauer and Sofia Hotstevia have a share of a medal.
Yeah, so congratulations to those two girls. And then you see Vittoria over there kind of, I think she probably thought when she got that half at 11 that was gonna, that was definitely gonna be just leave the door open, and there you go. You see the wind catching out Melitine, and we can hear her in the back there. She is frustrated with herself, popping the handle around floor ball, and unfortunate there, going down a little early for her.
Yeah, we're having a look at this instant replay one more time for Melitine Morel, going through the entrance gates and into number 1. Now, she got really, really loose off that turn and ended up having to pull extremely long into number 2. And whenever you do that, you put yourself in a bit of a pickle here, especially off number 3 into number 4 there, Zane.
Yeah, you just saw her. She was kind of getting pushed from the wind at the gates. It wasn't super bad, but then when she came into 1, when you feel like you got too much speed, our natural instinct is to kind of let go of the handle, and that's the brakes. But the only problem is normally when the ski shuts down, the wind just keeps pushing you. So now you don't carry your speed out, and then the ski, just runs with the boat. And so you start losing the line. And once you lose it, you've really got to get that ski turned and really get everything to shoot out away from the boat. And she just never could quite get the ski to, go the direction she wanted after that at 1. So as we see Tanguy on the bank there, giving Vittoria a hug. So she knows she can get no worse than second place. And as we see Lisa Gusenbauer, she is one of our that was Lisa with her dad right here, and getting a hug. So she knows that she's guaranteed a medal, and she can end up no worse than third.
Yep, and the highest that she's ever scored in the European Championships in the U21 has been a second-place finish. But whatever finish she has will be shared with Sofia Hodsdevia, who last season competed in the final and got as high as ninth. So a huge, huge upgrade there. And as we see Melody Morel was swimming into the shore, visibly upset there, unfortunately, there. But, I mean, she will have more opportunities going forward. That much I can guarantee.
Yeah, so frustrations there. That is a bummer there for Melody. She's been skiing so well all season, and again, just that wind being tricky, and calling her out there at 12 meters. So unfortunate there for her, but congratulations to Lisa, Sophia, and Vittoria for guaranteeing themselves a medal. So now we're down to our last skier, and we'll see what color these medals will be.
All right, then, folks, continuing to rock and roll here. We've got one final competitor to go to determine the destiny of the championship in the U21 women's slalom competition. It is going to be Ines Sola. And I don't know what the delay's all about here, Zane.
Yeah, you see the judges there. They're radioing back and forth. So we'll have to wait and see what we've got going on.
All right, then.
Yeah, it might be looking like, I don't know, the way that the people on the dock were pointing out, it looks like they might be running a phantom pass here, Tony. We'll have to wait and see if we can get confirmation and hear from the judges on what is going on. But it does, I know we don't have a skier behind the boat right here, so it looks like we might be running a phantom pass here. And
yeah, I'm just curious as to what the delay was all about, really.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't seem like there was anything wrong. Not really sure what happened here.
All right, working our way down. This is the European Championship for the U21's women's slalom competition. I'm Tony Lightfoot, and he is Zane Nicholson, and we're just waiting for one more competitor to come to determine our next event title winner. Ines Sola, who is going to come into the course, I would imagine, on 14.25 meters. But then again, the wind and its direction could have a huge bearing upon her decision making going forward. In 2013. Yeah, 1987. Freaking Mike Shaylander and Nick Neville shared the bronze medal with Andy Batten in second and Bobby Point first.
Okay, so we're just being kind of told, Tony, that it looks like we're going to have a runoff, so we can't have a shared spot on second and third. So I believe there's a runoff there for Lisa and Sophia after this next skier is up, since we do have a tie. We'll have to see if they're running off for so we have a confirmation there will be a runoff after this skier. We're just going to have to wait until this final skier to see what that runoff, what position that will be for.
Yes, indeed. The runoff will be between Sophia Hotstevier and Lisa Gusenbauer to determine whether it's going to be to determine whether that runoff is going to be for either second or third. Is our last skier to take to the water. It's going to be Ina Sola.
All right, I believe, Tony, she's going to come out here at 14, looking for that 12-meter headwind. But we'll have to wait and get confirmation as we see Enos pull out here nice and strong on the boat. And that is, yes, 14 meters here. So that's kind of been what she's been starting at as of late at the last few tournaments. So sticking with the same same consistent start and looking pretty smooth here. I think this was her better. She looked a little shaky in the preliminary round on that first pass, but here she came out straight in attack mode. You have the wind, so you got to be a little bit more strong in the wind, and that looks like that was setting her up with a really good momentum. As we see Dad down there at the end of the lake, watching nervously, waiting to see if Enos can put it all together and take home this title.
All right, so we continue to roll on. Ines Sola, 14.25 meter start, and coming back on 13 meters, and waiting to see who prevails for the European Championship title. Vittoria Sirocco still very much in the lead, and she will be guaranteed no worse than second. And so Lisa Gusenbauer, who ended up in the second spot her last season, waiting to see what the fate of the title is going to be. There's one other score above her, and that is Vittoria Sirocco, who's currently in first place, can finish no worse than second. But Ines Sola out in the water here.
And Tony, I really like just to see how she's attacking the course. She starts off at the beginning and really attacks the gate, really attacks the start, and puts herself in a good position to where she gets to the back half of it, and she can kind of relax. You can't relax too much in this wind, but it gives yourself a little bit of wiggle room as we get to the back end of the pass, and we see her make her way through that 13-meter pass, and here we see on the replay, you see right there, just really attacks the gate, comes in here at 1, really attacks, get that ski around, and like I said, I think yesterday I was talking about how she waited on the boat to make the pull, and again she's doing the same thing here. One thing you don't want to do in this tailwind is really start to hammer the pull, and then you generate a lot of extra speed, because then you're going to get extra speed from the wind, and it can really call you out. So Enos looking really good. Now she's got herself set up really nice here for a 12-meter head. Really just kind of hoping that she doesn't get a big gust of wind down the lake and stop her momentum, but looking strong here on the first two passes.
All right then, so here we go. We've got Ines Sola from Belgium, and we got Vittoria Sirocco sitting on the shore side, waiting to see if her score of half on 11.25 meters, an equal of her own personal best, is enough.
Oh, she's slow off of 1, Tony. Now she's going to have to work pretty hard here. She's going to have
to really work hard here off number 2 and round number 3, but she's back in. Look at this, round number 4. Can't afford to be overconfident here. Oh no! And she just absolutely collapses into number 6. she's looking around and seeing, and she's raising her hand up, but that boat is on its way just to make sure.
Yeah, I mean, that was almost identical to the crash we saw yesterday from Julie Fay. So, put her hand up. Hopefully she is okay. You see her kind of laying in the water, so we'll have to wait and check on her. But you see right there, Tangi Bennett and Vittoria Soraka, giving her a hug. She's super happy. She is your winner. I mean, I think I saw her walking down the bank when I was coming down here towards you, Tony, and you could see a little bit of disappointment in her face. I think she thought she left the door open, and with this wind out here, it just, fell her way. And congratulations to her. She is your new under-21 European champion.
And there's her coach, Ricky Caselli, the head coach of the Italians. So that's what we know so far. The podiums. Vittoria Sirocco is your European U21 Women's Slalom champion ahead of Ina Sola of Belgium. But who is in third? Well, we're going to determine that via a runoff, and that runoff is going to be between Lisa Gusenbauer and Sofia Hodstevia, with both competitors going in on their last completed run, which is 13 meters.
Yeah, and we see the replay here, Tony. So she had a slow one. You kind of see she kind of lost her speed a little bit there at one, or at the gate, so that kind of caused her to not get the swing out to one that she wanted, then pulls a touch long to two. So that's why you see the loose line there, and now she's on her horse trying to get through this pass and just doesn't quite get the ski around there at three, and still now running down course. So I still thought she was going to get through this and gets over to five, but you see how she gets her over the front foot there, and she just lets the boat kind of pull her out. That that Nautique's real strong. If you don't get your feet up under you, it will pull back on you and yanks her out over the front of the ski. And we still got the boat there checking on her. She's in the boat. She's moving around. We see a smile. So I believe she's okay. That's one of those ones that can injure you, but it also, definitely will knock the wind out of you. But you see right there, just slow at the gate. So that's why you see this one ball turn just not come around quite like she wanted to. And now she could never quite get her angle back. And, just keep running down course. She kept going down course. There, she was a little slow. You see she resets her angle there at four. So now really down course here. And watch her off a five ball, Tony. She just has her head in front of her right there, kind of squats, and then off of the wakes, she gets pulled forward.
Oh, my word.
Man, that's tough.
I'm glad that ski cleared above her head, because that could have been nasty.
Yeah, I mean, when you get like that, you have a chance to hit yourself in the head with the ski, and that could be, that causes all sort of problems. So hopefully we just got a little winded, and congratulations to her. I know she probably wanted a little more, but she at least got second place, so she is got herself a medal, and now we're
here's the kicker here. Ina Sola last season finished third, and third place last year was achieved via 5.5 on 12 meters.
So she was right there, pretty consistent in the last 2 years.
But it's an upgrade now.
Yeah, so upgraded that medal. I mean, I wasn't here last year, but I would say we probably weren't dealing with the same wind conditions. I mean, it is tricky for these skiers just because you've got. You got a steady wind, but then we've got all these gusts that are just kind of coming, and you never know when they're going to come. And then the other thing, Tony, is a lot of times when you're at a lake and it's windy, you can see the gust rolling down the lake, but with the way that this lake is built and everything, the wind is a little bit more on your body. So when you get a gust, it'll hit you up all at once, and you'll have no clue. You can't see it moving down the lake, and that makes for tricky conditions as we see our skiers there getting ready for this runoff for third place. So, this is big. Somebody's going to get a medal, and then somebody's going to go home, disappointed and empty-handed here in this women's slalom event.
And for Lisa Gusenbauer, she's skiing for a medal that is one step on the run below the achievement that she made last season. She won the silver medal with half on 11.25. Sofia Hodstevia, on the other hand, a major upgrade from last season. She scored a 9th place in the Slalom Final with 2 on 12 meters. So a major uptick there for Sofia Hodstevia. And then now they're getting ready to run off for the last medal on the podium. Third place between Lisa Gusenbauer and Sofia Hotstevia.
Yeah, and we have had a runoff in all 3 of our slalom events so far this weekend. Maybe we can carry that into make it 4 for 4 here after we do this one and go into the guys. We'll have to wait and see. But
maybe.
I do love some free skiing in the slalom event, Tony.
Yep, and we see some of our crowd there enjoying the action, our Greek contingent, and also a couple of guys from Great Britain there.
And we saw Nina there talking to another one of the Austrian crew, and she was out in the slalom event a little earlier today. I know she had a runoff yesterday to get herself into this final, so.
And certainly, where it comes to the rules in regards to the runoffs for a medal position, there has been precedent for using both methods. I mean, I remember all the way back to like 1997 when the men's World Slalom Championship took place, and you had Bob Lapointe taking the win, Andy Mappel in second, and because there was a perfect tie between Mick Neville and Mike Shaylander, they shared the third place. However, the rule was changed not too long after that instance to have the rule in which we have now, which means that if there is a perfect tie for a podium, then that perfect tie must be run off to determine the destiny of that associated medal.
Yeah, and then we see our winner right there on the bank, Tony. Victoria, she was. We've been watching her kind of after she skied, and saw her sitting on the bank, nervously just sitting there watching the rest of the skiers. And now you see a little bit different body language from her after getting the win. She's super excited, and was the only lady to make it through that 12-meter pass. And congratulations to her for her gold medal.
And to the best of my recollection, the last time in which this medal rule was actually run off in a competition was at the World Championships in the men's slalom in 2013, where you had Nate Smith and you had another person in silver medal, but running off a third was Stephen Neveu and Freddie Winter. And Freddie Winter prevailing in that instance.
Yeah, I seem to kind of remember that. Tony, it impresses me how you pulled these out and you remember that, because I sometimes forget what I ate for dinner last night. So it's impressive that you can remember who ran off for third place in 2013. But right now, this is a runoff for third place. This is Lisa Gusenbauer coming out 13 meters. So the last pass that they skied on was 12, so they go back and run the pass before that, and this is 13 meters here for Lisa. Looking good as she's rounding 4 over to 5.
There you go.
Big turn out of 5, and
she's
there you
got
go.
This.
Now, Tony, this is something to kind of look at. I think that they're running that 13-meter pass in a different direction than they did in the preliminary round.
That's right, yeah, because in the preliminary round, both skiers went in on 14.25 meters.
Yeah, so there's a lot on the line here, Tony. So somebody's going to go home with a medal, and someone's going home empty-handed. And Lisa Bauer starting off her campaign for this third-place medal really strong, getting through that 13 meters. And, now she's going to get the 12-meter pass with the tailwind. So the big thing here that we're going to be looking for here at the gate is that she doesn't pull out too hard and end up with way too much speed when she turns in, and gives herself a chance to really get the ski to turn at a 1 and see if she can't get down this pass, like she did, in her run in the final round.
All right, so our only medal recipients that we have right now are currently come to us from Italy with the victory for the gold medal there belonging to Vittoria Siracco. Ina Sola in the silver medal spot right now for Belgium. And this is for a medal, possibly, for Austria. This is Lisa Gusenbauer. Now, the Austrians have had a pretty good tournament. They currently lead in the team classification, thanks in no small part to the effort there from Lisa Gusenbauer. And that was 12. And she's not short on expression, put it that way.
Yeah, and I mean, a bit frustrated there with that. I thought with she had a pretty good start, especially in this tailwind. We'll see here on the replay. You know, she's got her speed pretty controlled here at the gate. Rolls in really nice, and we'll take a look here at 1. See, I mean, gets off a 1 pretty good. Has a little bit of slack line due to the tailwind, but looking okay there off a 2, and then we'll see what happens to her here off a 3. You see, as she got over, she just really didn't quite get the ski fully turned behind the boat, and took a little bit of speed down course. So she got the 3 ball a touch late. You know, she didn't hit apex until right at the buoy, and you know, when you do that, you can't snap the turnaround all at one spot. You end up falling over. But I thought she did a good job there at 1. You see her squatting a little bit there at a 2, going to 2, but still right there she does fine. But look at the angle she takes there to 3. See, she's taking it straight to 3, so the ski never gets to the apex of the turn until after the buoy. And you know, she's sitting there telling herself, I gotta go, and you know, that's what our normal response to do as a skier is to drop that shoulder. And a lot of times, you know, if you got the rope nice and tight, you can get away with it, but with that tailwind, it just wasn't able to do it. So we see a little bit of frustration here, but she'll have to wait and see what Sophia does. You know, got this 13-meter headwind, and then, you know, that 12-meter in the tailwind is going to be tough. But let's see what Sophia has as we bring her in past 1.
Taking a dock start on to start off this this runoff situation. Looks like it's going to be 1 1/2 on the opening pass, 1 1/2 on the opening pass, which means that the bronze medal goes to Lisa Gusenbauer from Austria.
So from frustration to excitement just in a span of about 20 seconds there, Tony. You know, was really upset with popping the handle there off a 3, and then, you know, unfortunate there for Sophia, just going a little bit too hard there at 2 ball and falling over. So there you go. You see the Austrians all congratulating Lisa, and she is your bronze medalist here at the Under-21 Europeans.
And here's another kicker. The top 3 last season featured an Italian who won, Lisa Gusenbauer, who took the silver medal, and Ina Sola last season got bronze medal. We have the exact same nations involved on the podium this year.
That's pretty impressive and solid skiing.
So fantastic effort there from Lisa Gusenbauer. And there is your podium. Lisa Gusenbauer in 3rd, Ina Sola in 2nd, and your European U21 Women's Slalom Champion from Italia, Vittoria Soracco. Next event is going to be the Men's Slalom Final in the European U21 Championships, coming to you live from IWWC, that is Internationale Wiener Wasserski Club. And great to have all of you here, especially you, Zane, for helping me out here on the commentary desk. But we've had 2 finals. We had the jump last night, which saw Tim Wild eke out a victory ahead of Vincent Arhammer in 2nd spot, and Florian Parf ending up in 3rd. So there we go. Good example of sportsmanship all the way round from Lisa Gusenbauer and Sofia Hotstevia. And I see a bright future for each of those competitors going forward there, Zane.
Yeah, Tony, I mean, I really like to see the sportsmanship there, you know, getting out of the water, and, you know, Sophia congratulating Lisa, and, you know, that's really what we want to see out here at the lake. And, you know, I'm a big fan of sportsmanship, so great to see that there. And, again, congratulations to Lisa on her bronze medal, and congratulations to Ines and Vittoria for their medals as well. So this was a pretty good, fun women's slalom event, and I think if I know anything, Tony, this men's slalom event coming up here soon is going to be the exact same. So, you know, again, conditions are a little bit tougher than what we've seen all weekend. You know, yesterday we dealt with a little bit of rain, but there really wasn't any wind, and today, you know, we've got the sun kind of peeking out a little bit, but we've got that cold front kind of moving through, and it is bringing, you know, the wind with some gust, and you know, it's tricky out there, and these skiers are definitely got their hands full with this, you know, with these conditions.
All right, we've got the men's slalom final coming up very, very soon, and the Wind's starting to pick up a little bit, which may be a bit of a challenge going forward for our male skiers in the final. And we've got 12 skiers ready to go, and all that to come as we continue on with live coverage of the 2025 European U21 Championships, coming to you from IWWC. And when we return, we'll have men's slalom final next.
Morning, Brian.
Hey, morning. You have a good weekend?
Yeah, got out on the water a couple times. How about you?
Yeah, I got to set in. Just gonna make a quick phone call here. Oh, of course. Can you get that, Will?
Yeah, man, I got it. Thanks for calling Wake House. This is Will. Yeah, looks like we've got those in stock.
Get ready, set, go. It's that time. Everybody kick it and go. Go. On your mark. Get ready, set, go. Here we go.
For skiers and water enthusiasts, Florida lakes are what dreams are made of. Combined with world-class golf, remarkable weather, natural beauty, theme parks, and so much more, it's easy to see that Florida is paradise. For more than 30 years, I've enjoyed Florida's lakes and many offerings. If you are interested in Florida real estate, let me be your guide and trusted advisor as you search for your paradise. Together, we can make your dreams a reality.
Take a look at you and start to lose my balance. What am I falling into? This feels like something new. I've seen a lot of views, but they were nothing like this. The way you do what you do, I think you're something brand new.
What if I told you there was a place where the sounds of nature are only broken by the roar of a boat? A place where that summer feeling lasts all year long. A place where the Florida sun is only outshined by the smiles of the skiers. A place where first-time skiers can ski alongside world champions, and the world-class coaches work with all levels of skiers. What if I told you there was a place where life slows down and your only job is to make lifelong memories? That place is Swiss Water Ski Resort. Book your trip at SwissWaterSkiResort.com.
see you in Vienna.
At Houston Cadillac, at the moment you arrive, you will notice dedication to excellence. We deliver an unparalleled customer experience, and we're elevating our commitment with a new state-of-the-art facility. Explore our selection of new Cadillac cars, crossovers, and SUVs designed to meet your needs. We are redefining the luxury experience and investing in the future. Visit Houston Cadillac and begin your journey towards luxury.
At Dillinger Insurance, we have over 50 different carriers to shop your home, auto, and recreational vehicle insurance needs. We would love the opportunity to save you money. We insure $1 million mansions, condos, mobile homes, rental homes, and everything in between. We know all about wind inspections, 4-point inspections, and how to get you the right coverage for your particular home. You've got questions, we've got answers. Can you remember the last time you had a rate decrease with your auto insurance? Let's take a look and see what we can do. We know all the ins and outs of getting our customers the best rates, coverages, and discounts, so put us to the test.
Don't monkey around with your insurance. Call Dillinger Insurance today. We've got tons of companies to help find you the best prices and the best coverage for your particular needs on home and auto insurance. Go Knights!
All right, then, getting ready to go with the slalom finals for the men's competition, and we've already had a change to the schedule. Looks like we'll run tricks after the conclusion of the slalom final, and then we'll have the women's jump to cap off the event. There you see the change in the schedule. The wind conditions have precipitated the need for this change. And it's starting to gust up a little bit, and in time for the slalom final. And look at this list: Mikolau-Chenko, who prevailed in that multiple-way runoff to determine that 12th and final spot. Pierre-Louis Germain will be second off the dock. Benjamin Susi third, and Clarence Laveau fourth off the dock. Leo Cederquist, Sweden, in fifth off the dock. Matteo Georges, also another Frenchman in this final. He'll be number 6. Samuel Hintringer, Dominic Kuhn, and Nicky Antonsen, all of them from Austria, 7th, 8th, and 9th. Tim Wild, 10th off the dock. And then we've got 2 Italians, one after the other. Vincenzo Marino with 3.5 on 10.75 meters. And Florian Parf, who has the lead score out of the elimination round with 4. So, building up and shaping up to be a titanic battle, and the sole representative from Ukraine in this slalom final, Mikolau-Chenko, and he'll be going in, I believe, on 14.25 meters to open up actually 13 meters to open up his account.
All right, and I believe this is a 13-meter start, Tony, so looking to get that 11-meter in the headwind, and almost sticking the tip there.
Behind him.
Yeah, almost sticking the tip there going to 3, so they're going to have to calm down, and still looking good. Makes his way through that, so that could have shaken things up really quick, but Mikolau getting through that one as we see the Ukrainian team there, Stefan Spock and Maria and a lot of the other ones there sitting watching from the end of the lake. You know, that got a little shaky there going to 3, but so, you know, right here we're seeing Mikolau take a different approach to the course, not usually starting at 13 meters, and you know, he's trying to set himself up because he knows he's probably going to run 11 meters, and so he's trying to get 11 meters into the headwind. So almost didn't make it through that one, but, you know, at least he got through it, so he can go down here, you know, kind of needs to breathe a sigh of relief and kind of forget about that pass, and now he's got to move his head onto this 12-meter in the tailwind. And again, you know, not normally the way he would normally start, so definitely going to kind of play a factor here. We'll have to see if he can, you know, settle down and get through this next pass and then set himself up for a good chance to run that 11-meter pass.
All right, let's see our Ukrainian skier out on the water, our first competitor up in the men's slalom final in the U21 European Championships.
Had a little speed at the gate, Tony, so he's a little late going through the gates, but big turn there off a 2-ball. So let's see if he can get it here at a 4. Looking okay. Little down course out of 5. Can he get outside of 6?
Not bad with the tailwind, huh?
There he does, and I'll tell you, that's impressive to not normally start at 13 and then take that 12 meter with this gusty wind moving down the lake. That was super impressive for Mikolau, and now setting himself up pretty nice to get through this 11 meter pass here. He's got a nice little headwind. So the big thing we want to watch for is that we don't open up too soon and we let the ski carry all the way out. This wind's going to help slow you down. So you can you got to be really strong and not let the wind catch you and call you out.
All right, Mikolauchenko looking good on 12 meters right here and now, and 11.25 meters into the wind. Let's see if he can carry some momentum into this pass and really set the bar up high off the 12th seeded skier.
Yeah, and we saw Mikolau going in that runoff, and basically it had 2 hours off before he went in the runoff yesterday. So has his hands full, but he's setting himself up nice for a huge score. Let's see if he can get through it. I know he has a personal best of 1 at 10.7, Tony, so able to get through this, and it's going to be tough in this wind. See if he can get a good start here. Ooh, a little bit slow off of 1. He's down course, and there we go. Pops the handle, and you see the frustration there. He knows that that's not going to be enough in this final, and we're going to have a score under review. We'll have to see, what the judges call.
But we'll determine whether he got what we saw from him there on that performance. And the Ukrainians, they're tempering their reaction here to this effort, but no such thing here from Mikolauchenko, managing to get round number 2, and I would say that it's probably 1.5 right there.
Yep, and that is 1.5 confirmed, Tony. And you could see there on the replay, he when he opened up, he just didn't let the ski go all the way out, kind of guarded. That might be because he's, not used to going at 11 meters that soon. You see he kind of stays a little small there to the last second and let that wind catch him and didn't carry out. You've got to be strong in this wind. I mean, it is blowing down the lake, and it's something that these skiers have got to be ready for. It's tricky conditions here today.
Mikolauchenko, who jumped a little over 47 meters in the initial opening round and tricked 89.50. So he's very much in the mix so far as the overall is concerned. Probably not for a top 3 position, but certainly for a top 5. So Mikolauchenko set in the bar now, 1.5 on 11.25 meters. I suspect that effort is going to be superseded with any one of the remaining 11 skiers on this list, and that I'm pretty confident of.
Yeah, I mean, that's he definitely he was setting himself up. He knew he needed to get down this pass and have a big score, and that's not going to be enough, but that was tough skiing out of him coming out, not making his normal start and starting at 13 meters and at least taking the gamble to give himself a chance to run 11, and didn't work out for him, but I commend him for at least taking that try and trying to set himself up. I mean, it is going to be tricky. I think we'll be seeing that from basically all of our guys. We'll have to wait and see, but I would say we'll be seeing this 13 meter start here just to set themselves up for the 11 meter headwind.
All right there, so moving right along, we've got Pierre-Louis Jamin, one of 4 skiers in this 12-skier final, making up 1/3 of the list of skiers in the men's slalom final in the U21 Europeans. Pierre-Louis Jamin. .25 meters. Off to a pretty smooth start, I do have to say here. Doesn't look like he's struggling an awful lot to run this opening pass, but then again, it is only 14, and certainly looking to try and use the opposite win strategy here to put up a decent score. And with that opposite win strategy, it will place a premium on being able to run 12 meters into the wind and put out a score on to 11.25 meters with the tailwind to come afterwards. So that's kind of what he is hoping for right now. 30 meters comes up next for Pierre-Louis Jamin. So working down the list here. French here have a huge presence here in the Slalom Final in the men's competition. The first of those French skiers in that final is Pierre-Louis Jamin, 13 meters. There you go, just trying to stay patient here, trying not to do anything abrupt in the turn and or untoward. And Pierre-Louis Jamin looking good for the first couple of passes, looking calm and collected about his effort out there as we take a look at the instant replay here. Not doing anything fancy with his technique, just allowing that ski to rotate round and just matching up to the handle. Not leaning too much behind the boat or trying to put too much leverage in the wrong place or do anything significant in the turns. This is slaloming as it should be. All right then, folks, here we go. Rocking from one side of the course and next on 12 meters and setting himself up for a go on a... Oh no, and he collapses around buoy number 5 and he just gets sent completely reeling forward there from that turn. That pass was looking so impressive there, and unfortunately just coming off the handle just a little bit too early. It brought him in on narrow on number 5, and for him just unable to get the pass under his belt. So it looks like it is going to be 4.5 on 12 meters, the final score for our competitor on the water, Pierre-Louis Jamin. So looking at this once again, getting the start that he really needed, and I don't see much of anything to pick apart. Maybe a little bit down course off number 2, but that's no. But there you go. Looking at number 3, good for 4. Oh, and the ski just stopped, and it may look like that is a front binding released off that ski, which is obviously going to affect his posture and positioning from that point onwards. So as we continue right along, we've got 2 scores on the leaderboard already. We've got Mikhailchenko on 1.5 on 11 and 4.5 on 12 for Pierre-Louis Germain. Next skier to go, representing France, it is Benjamin Soucy. All right, motoring his way in towards the slalom course here. Looking good here on the opening pass of 13 meters, as a matter of fact. Decided not to go in on 14 here. And just trying to audition the wind strategy from the opposite end of the course. So Clarence Laveau along the shore side, just trying to keep himself warm. I mean, the wind and the chill here obviously are worlds away from what he typically experiences on the island of Guadeloupe in the middle of the Caribbean. So, Benjamin Soucy, correct here on pass number 1.
Okay, here we go.
All right there, so on the water right now, heading in towards the slalom course, Benjamin Soucy. Getting in a little bit deep off number 3 and into number 4 and working his way around number 5. Gets it to go around number 6 there. Aggressive posture. And an aggressive technique out there for Benjamin Soucy as he now sinks into the water and gets ready for pass number 3. He went in on 13. That was 12. So now comes the critical pass, the pass that contains the lead on 1.5 by Mikhailchenko. Currently in second place with 4.5 on 12 is Benjamin Soucy with a 6 buoy count on 12 meters and continuing to ski. Pierre-Louis Germain, for his part, his 4.5 on 12 has relegated him into 3rd spot so far in this men's slalom final. All right, here we go, Benjamin Soucy. If he can get more than 1.5 here, he will take the lead, and he will take the lead. There we go. That's number 2, that's 3, that's 4. He's still continuing to run here, staying upright, barely gets round number 6 through the exit gates. And our first run through 11.25 meters and rising to the challenge. It is Benjamin Soucy. Now, in the previous round, he scored 3.5 on 11.25 meters, so he's far and away exceeded that score. And this is some good stuff here for the French team, because Benjamin Soucy is a member of the French squad. And anything that he can slalom in excess to what he's already done will be a massive, massive boost going forwards for the French team. Some great, great determined athleticism there for Benjamin Soucy. We'll try and get an indication of where we are with the team classifications going forward. But Benjamin Soucy, yep, getting the thumbs up there from Becky Lathrop as she gets ready to mash the throttle down, which she's already done. 10.75 meters. This is your new leader, Benjamin Soucy. There's number one. Gets it to go. Round number two. He's still there, you know. He's there on number three. S turns to the way. Oh, and he's missed the boat guides. So that is going to be a 2.5 buoy count, 2 1/2 of a buoy. But it is on 10.75 meters, and that is a very, very high target and a very high bar going forwards. So that is Benjamin Soucy. So Benjamin Soucy probably a little bit infuriated with the fact that he wasn't able to get to the wakes in time to score the 4.3. But it is a score that's well in excess of our lead up to that point. That seems to be a huge gulf between 2.5 on 10.75 meters and 1.5 on 11, and that is the buoy count, buoy difference between the two. So Benjamin Soucy now has to wait to see if his score prevails as the top scorer in this competition in the U21 European Championships. Skier coming up next, also representing France. He's going to take a dock start here, trying to stay as warm as he possibly can, at least after pass until he gets through pass number one. This is Clarence Laveau, and this is going to be a start on 30 meters. By about now, he should feel the full effects of that wind and be able to make some adjustments here going forwards. A 6 buoy count on 30 meters, now getting ready for 12. This is Clarence Laveau coming to us from the French Caribbean island of Guadeloupe. And continues to ski in that part of the world. From what I understand, he is also an incoming freshman as a team member of Louisiana's Raging Cajuns. So he'll be skiing in a former French property of Louisiana. And the Americans bought that French property of Louisiana in 1803. And then it became a state not too long afterwards. All right there, so Clarence Laveau. Let's see what he has here. Got the French team management along the shore side and getting ready to go with Clarence Laveau. 12 meters, getting the start that he needs, and this is going to be critical to his chances in the overall competition as well. But look at him go. He's round number 4. He's still there. He's still continuing to ski. He's round number 5. Can he make a play on number 6? He can, but unfortunately not enough to get through the exit gates. So that is going to be A score on 12 meters, and unfortunately for Clarence Laveau, unlucky once again.
Yeah, and I mean, just letting that wind call him out there, Tony, and some of these young skiers haven't quite learned that that skill. When you get to 6-ball, you want to turn, you want to get that ski to turn, and then you want to flick that rope out of the water instead of just trying to turn on the tail and eat up the rope. You see right there, he got a little deep, gets pulled up from the boat, and just running down course, and this tailwind, it's gusting down the lake, and it's calling him out. And you'll see here, right here, what I was talking about. You'd like to see the skier turn the ski. See how he didn't really try to turn it. He just kind of stuck on the tail, pushing it around. He needed to turn it on the nose, kind of like he was going to 7-ball, and then flick the rope up and stop his momentum. But that is a bit of a bummer there for Clarence, and going down a bit early on the 12-meter pass.
Okay, so Clarence Laveau all over the show here, but still was determined enough to make it round number 5. And I'm not even too sure whether he made it round number 6. We'll try and get a verified score for him. But in the meantime, while we find out that information, we're going to see Leo Cederquist come into the course on 13 meters.
And Leo been helping with TWBC, and when he skied in the preliminary round, was looking like he might have a runoff, and then the way things came about, he ended up making it in, and wasn't having to do a runoff at all. So let's see what Leo's got. I know in Sweden it has a tendency to be a little bit more windy than normal places, and so he's kind of used to skiing in a little bit cooler conditions and in some tough conditions. So we'll see if maybe this pays off for the Swede.
So still continuing to blow hard out there on the water. There is a Leo Cederquist. The final score actually for Clarence Laveau is 5.5 on 12 meters. 5.5 on 12 meters as we see him walk towards base camp. 5.5 on 12 meters for Clarence Laveau. All right, so as Clarence laments his score, we got Leo Cederquist, who qualified into this slalom final with 411.25 meters. And 12 meters coming up right here and now. A little bit of a tailwind. The skiers having immense difficulty controlling the line, but managing to recover well off number 4 and get round number 5 and indeed number 6. There we go. That is Leo Cederquist out of Sweden.
Yeah, and this wind is building up, Tony. I mean, again, it's not showing up quite as well on the water, but there is a ton of body wind, and you kind of see Leo comes in. I thought he got a pretty good gate here. Gets a pretty decent one, but then when he gets to 2, he gets a big gust of wind. You can kind of see it right there moving down the lake right in front of him, and it catches him right here and pushes him. He has a little extra speed and turns on the tail, but manages it okay, gets through this pass, so now setting himself up for an 11-meter pass. So this is, you're going to use this headwind right here, and it is much harder on the gate here. The big thing on the gate is you want to pull out, you got to go out later, and you got to keep your speed up, and that's a tough thing to do because, most of these skiers use the same gate pull out every time, and so you're changing up your timing, so it can be tough here. So we'll have to see if Leo can get out, keep his speed up through the turn at the gate, and allow him to get a good swing out to 1 to run this pass. So let's see what Leo's got here as he comes in. See him losing a little bit of speed there as he turns in, but gets a pretty decent 1. Let's see what Leo can do off of 2. You see he opens up a little early out of 2, so the ski turns very slow out of 2, and we'll have to wait and see if he gets outside of 3. I'm not so sure based on that, but we'll have to look, and the score is under review, so we'll see what the judges give him here, Tony.
All right, then he certainly tried his hardest there on 11.25 meters, but unable to run it. Our Swedish support very, very visible and very, very vocal as we will take a quick look at that instant replay for Leo Cederqvist. And so the gate shot, mightily important here on 11.25 meters. What do you see here?
Yeah, I mean, I thought he did okay at the gate, was a little slow, but when you see him here at 2, he opens up too early there and doesn't get all the way out to 2. You know, that wind kind of slows him down, and now because he's narrow, he waited, and, you know, at 11, you've kind of got to turn at a certain spot or you get behind it. So that is going to be 2 at 11 meters confirmed there for Leo Cederqvist.
Didn't quite make the full play on buoy number 3. It would have been 2.5 at most had he have made that happen. But unfortunately, the ski not getting outside number 3. And then he tried to S-turn to try and sell it to our officials, and no one was buying, especially considering that he fell almost directly behind the boat, having missed the boat guides. So there we go, Leo Cederqvist swimming into shore. And we now bring on our 4th of 4 French participants in the men's slalom final. It is going to be Matteo Georgis.
All right, we see our boat driver there, Becky Lathrop, in the boat. You know, she's one of the best in the world, and you know they've imported her from the U.S. to come over here and pull. And there you go. You see, you know, we've been talking about that gusty wind. It's not showing up on the water quite as much, but look at these flags out here, Tony. They are absolutely blowing in the wind. It is howling out here off of the water. So conditions are tricky for our skiers right now.
And here's a little fun fact. You know that little windsock there? For every loop, I think it's about the equivalent of about 5 miles an hour in wind speed. So when that sock is fully inflated, it's a pretty...
Well, Tony, I learn something new every day, and you seem to always teach me something new when I'm sitting here. But right now, let's see what Matteo Georgis has as we bring him in. I believe this is 13-meter start, so we got a different start here. This is going to be 14 meters there, a little bit different than what we've been seeing.
And going down on the opening pass of 14.25 meters, and will no doubt be suitably frustrated with that effort. But I don't know, he just got caught out with the wind. He probably underestimated it.
Yeah, Tony, and I mean, I'm going to be honest, it's starting to look like these French skiers, other than Benjamin Soucy, it looks like these French skiers are used to just skiing in perfect conditions all the time, and you know, they get here in some tricky conditions, and it's calling them out. So that is unfortunate there for our French skier there going down on the opening pass, and you can see the team captain there visibly frustrated, and you know, conditions here are definitely really tough for our skiers.
And that score from Benjamin Soucy a little bit earlier on in the competition with 2.5 on 10.75 meters, that's starting to look real tasty right now.
Yeah, I mean that's an impressive score, especially just considering how the wind is blowing, and you know, I mean, good on him for bailing the French team out here in this men's slalom event. But yeah, we're rolling through it. We're flying through this slalom event here right now, Tony, and you see Matteo right here just kind of getting called out on this 14-meter pass. You know, if it were me, I think I would have started at the 13 here just to set myself up for 11. You would have been able to kind of, you see there, he kind of, because of the wind, it's blowing on you, you feel like you got to go a little bit harder there, and with the 14 meters, you kind of have a little bit too much rope, and I just think he kind of went a little too hard based on the amount of rope he had, and ends up in the water. So that is unfortunate. You see the French team captain just there. He's just not quite understanding what's going on, and there's some frustration there on the French team, and that is a bummer there for our French slalom skiers. But again, still huge score from Benjamin Soucy, 2.5 at 10.7. I mean, that's going to be a tough score to beat just with the conditions right now. All right, and we're moving along now with our trio of Austrians. Our first one on the water. This is Sammy. I know we saw him, Tony. He got a personal best in the preliminary round. I believe he got 5 at 11. So had a really good preliminary round. Now he's going to have his work cut out for him here as he comes in. This is 14-meter start.
All right, then. So chasing down the lead score and representing Austria at the same time, Samuel Hintringer getting the job done with pass number 1. And that score is still in the lead, 2.5 at 10.75 by Benjamin Soucy. And it's going to take an extraordinary performance going forward for anyone to get even close to Benjamin Soucy, considering that the conditions are here. They're not getting any better.
No, I mean, conditions, I've been checking the wind report just because we've got jump coming up. I've got a jumper in that event. It looks like, Tony, the wind is going to build, and then right at about, somewhere around 5 o'clock in the afternoon, the wind should die off. Now, you know how these wind reports are and the weathermen are, that's the only job you can have where 80% of the time you're wrong and you can keep your job. But, as of what it's saying on our phones right now, at 5 o'clock we're going to get this wind to die down, but it is here to stay currently as it stands, especially through this slalom event. So tough conditions out here for these men's slalom skiers. Okay, and
here
Tony,
we go, 12 meters.
This is he's got the juice right here, opting up to 12. Maybe not used to taking that 13-meter start, but still looking to get that 11-meter in the headwind, and a little slow off of 1. Big 2 ball.
He's there. He's put a lot of pressure on himself to run this pass, but now he's settled himself down. First half of the course wasn't all that great. Second half, yep, better.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just going to tell you, he's that. I like that. I think, instead of going out and starting at a pass that you're not used to, take your normal start and then opt up and take the harder pass after you've kind of established your rhythm. And you see Sammy there, kind of a little shaky off of 1, needed a big 2, almost lost the handle there. But once he got a hold of it, got over to 3, then he kind of established himself some room. We see here slow off of 1. Now watch this 2 ball here, Tony. He gets out here, almost falls into the water there, but now he's established himself a good spot because he hung on to it there, and then the back half of this pass was nice and smooth. So out there gambling a little bit, but it looks like it paid off there for him. So now setting himself up for an 11-meter into the headwind, and he's getting a little lucky there, Tony. I mean, right now the wind is kind of backed off just a sliver, so let's see if he can if it can hold off for just a second. Maybe we can get him through this, and that would be his first time to get through 11 meters, and what a time to be if he could do it right here in the finals at the open or at the under 21 Europeans.
All right, then here we go, coming in. This is Samuel Hintringer getting a little bit broadsided there off number 1, but managing to get round number 3 and to the wakes. Whether he got round that number 3 is a little bit open for debate.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see what the judges got. I mean, you just see at 11, you've got to really build angle, as you grab what a lot of times is when you're on the longer line lengths, you can turn and you can establish your angle right off the buoy and then, take that pull and get the ski to shoot. But at 11 meters, you've got to turn, and then as you're pulling, you've got to keep trying to turn those hips and get that ski to build more angle so, you get the ski to shoot out and you've established angle in front of the buoy. And, there you just saw him. He turned 1, kind of hung on and pulled to 2 and come up short at 2, and then we'll have to wait and see if he got the ski all the way outside of 3-ball. Thought the gate was pretty good here, Tony. Nice swing out, and here, not taking a super great angle into 2, so didn't quite get outside of it until right in front of the buoy. And then let's see, does he get outside of 3? Yes, he does. So that'll be a confirmed full 3 at 11 meters. So that'll sit him into second place right now. And just with how conditions are, that could be huge.
So 3 at 11.25 meters, that vaults him straight into second place, to the best of my knowledge. But still, that huge lead of 2.5 at 10.75 meters is starting to wreak some havoc among the skiers to come after him.
Yeah, and I mean, I'll tell you that it's impressive just considering how the conditions are and what we're seeing out of these skiers. I mean, Vin Susi kind of laying the hammer down and putting it all together, and that 2.5 at 10.7 could end up being a massive score here in this men's slalom final.
And there's such close parity with our competitors in the overall competition, starting off with Dominique Kuhn, who scored 5 at 11.25 meters yesterday and could make some major inroads in the overall competition, depending upon what he does right here and now. All right, then. So we've got the tricks final in the men's competition to come afterwards. It's going to be a quick turnaround for someone like Dominique Kuhn, who is currently in the lead in that tricks event with 98.50 and looking to try and slalom more than 5 and 11.25 meters to not only have maybe a shot of taking the lead in the men's slalom final, but also to increase his points differential in the overall battle against some of the other overall talent that we have on tap here.
Yeah, Tony, and just kind of looking at some scores he's had this season, he's going to need a season's best if he's going to try to take the lead or at least tie for the lead here in this slalom final. So going to have to dig deep here. Conditions are like I said, we've been talking about, they are tough, and he's got his work cut out for him here if he's gonna get it done here in the slalom final.
All right, then. So looking along the shore side, Dominique Kuhn, his mom is checking out the scenes around dockside right now, and also looking in and seeing what her son Dominique can do right here in the European Championship.
Ooh, he was really heavy at the gate, Tony, so gonna maybe kind of catch him out. He did a good job at 1 and 2. Let's see, a little heavy off of 3, but he's in it, looking good over to 5.
Big, strong, powerful, and using those attributes very, very well indeed. So he started in on 13, and that was 12 coming back. That was Dominique Kuhn.
Yeah, and he's definitely going to make sure on this 11-meter pass, he's definitely not going to want to hit the gate quite as hard as he did there at 12, So I think he's pretty consistently running this 12-meter pass so he can kind of get away with it there. But you get to 11 meters and you hammer the boat like that, you end up with way too much speed, and it makes it hard to turn that ski. So That pass was a touch heavy, and that was all kind of from the start. He rolled in at the gate and hit it kind of hard, and then, the rest of the pass kind of seemed a little bit heavy, but again, managed it fine. So we'll see if we can get him through this next pass, which will be 11 meters, and he set himself up for this 11-meter headwind, and could be huge here.
So Dominic Kuhn, who's already competed in one final so far, and that was the jump event. Yesterday it was kind of on the outside looking in. He jumped 51.1 meters in the elimination round, and currently lying in 5th place overall, and having to use his slalom and his tricking ability to get back into the frame here. And getting round number 2 and collapsing, so it looks like it's either going to be 1 or 1.5 there on 11.25 meters for Dominic Kuhn, and any kind of opportunity he had there to try and claw back at the deficit in the overall just vanished there.
Yeah, and Tony, I thought he had a pretty good gate there, a good one, but you see him right as he comes off the second wakes into 2-ball, he just opens up and kind of dumps his hands and dumps his ski and doesn't keep the ski moving out in the wind, and came up short at 2, and I believe he probably hit the buoy and kind of exploded there. So let's see. I thought 1 was pretty good here, but watch him right there. You see he's off the handle way too early, and just couldn't get the ski to go out, and he came up really narrow at 2, and that is going to be a bit of a struggle there, but you can see right here, goes through the gate. I thought did a good job here. See how he opened up nice and late at 1, so he carries his speed out. But right there, he's off the handle, and that's way too early at 2-ball, and didn't get the ski out there and came up short. So a bit of a bummer there, but that is going to be an official score of 1.5. So he ties Mikolajchenko here in this final, and that's not going to be enough in this slalom final. So Benjamin Susi, again, that 2.5 at 10.7 is turning out to be a massive score, Tony.
All right, then we're down to our final 4, and 3 out of those 4 competitors are overall contenders. We'll see that battle continue to resolve itself between Tim Wield, Vincenzo Marino, and Florian Paff. But before those competitors, a native Austrian and hometown skier, Nicky Antonsen.
Yeah, I'm excited to get this guy on the water. Like I said, he's skiing at his home site, and I think this is his last under 21 Europeans, and you see him skiing on the Pro Tour for the last couple years, and he's been skiing real strong. I know he broke the Austrian slalom record earlier this summer, and you just see Oliver there trying to keep him a little bit warm as the boat comes in. He's been kind of battling a little bit of a back injury, but I know he's been rehabbing it, and I spoke to him this morning and said he was feeling really good, and we'll see. So it sounds like maybe we're having a bit of a protest here, Tony. We'll have to see what for. Didn't look like I saw anything that was super wrong, but we'll have to wait and see, what the judges give him.
Yeah, and certainly the way that ski came off his foot there on number 2, you see there's the protester towards the boat.
Yeah, it looks like he's saying that there might have been some rollers or something. I mean, like to me, I didn't really see anything. It looked like the ski popped off because he hit the buoy, but we'll have to wait and see what the judges say.
Okay, so the judges have ruled on that protest, and they said carry on to the next skier, and that next skier is going to be Nicky Antonsen.
All right, well we'll get Nicky ski on, and we'll roll on. He's wearing that number 1 bib, and again, a lot of pressure on this guy. Hometown, he's used to skiing here, but conditions are probably different than what he normally skis in here, and he's one of our skiers that can, definitely run that 10.7, is very, very comfortable, runs 10.7 a lot of the time. So, fully capable of getting more than 2.5 that we saw from Benjamin Susi. But like you said, wind conditions are definitely playing a factor here in this men's slalom final.
And if anyone can, Antansem can.
Yes, you are indeed. And like you said, so
That's part of their logo.
is it? Okay,
It is.
Well, you know, there we go. Nice. So we'll see if Nikki can right here, and you know, I'm really excited to get him out here on the water. I think he can ski really well, and we'll see, you know, what he's got here as we put him in. I believe this will be a 13-meter start. We'll have to wait and see. You know, he might be. So there we go. We got a 13-meter start. He knows he needs more than 2.5, and I'd say he runs this a lot of the time. Didn't do it in the preliminary round, but you know, I expect Nicky to be able to run this 11-meter pass coming up, but he's got to get through these first two first, and we'll see as we bring him in 13 meters. Nice looking start here, super strong, and that's kind of what you expect to see out of Nicky when he comes and skis. He's, you know, nice and strong. I know in the preliminary round he was, again, kind of battling a back issue, and you know, told me this morning he was feeling nice and healthy, and yeah, looks healthy there on the first opening pass.
Right, you are, and getting everything squared off and in good shape there. That is Nicky Antansem. Obviously, looking on intently is his father, Oliver Antansem, whom we have to give a huge, big, large thanks to him for organising an absolutely fantastic European Championship.
Yeah, I mean, you know, Oliver's been working his butt off to get this tournament set up, and you know, they've done a really, really good job, and they've really taken care of all the participants and the people here watching, and you know, hats off to him and his team and everybody else that has helped make, you know, this championships possible here. So, you know, big thanks to Oliver, and you know, he's sitting on the bank right now watching Nicky, and I bet you the nerves are a little high right now, but we will see. We got Nicky coming in. This is 12 meters. See that wind kind of pushing him a little bit at the gate start, but nice one ball, pretty good off of two. So nice, good rhythm established here on his second pass, Tony, and making light, easy work here of his 12-meter pass. That was definitely better skiing than we saw in the preliminary round, and I'd say, you know, that might have been the best 12 we've seen running that tailwind.
And there you go, and like, if you want to be like Nicky Antansem and get a grip on your competition, then choose Pro Gear gloves, skiprogear.com. So looking at this there from Nicky Antansem.
Yeah, and just to point out something there, Tony, at the gate, he had a little bit of extra speed, but almost did like a jumper, kind of did an S-turn there, kind of threw the ski in, back out to eat the lineup. So when he turned in, he had a nice tight rope, and that's what helped establish his rhythm really nice at the beginning of the pass.
Is that something similar to like a split radius edge change?
Yeah, I mean, you know, he came out and he was kind of running with the boat, had some speed, but then, you know, as he pumped the ski back out to eat up that rope, and I mean, that's what's super important. When you turn at the gate, you want to have the rope controlled, so you have rope control out to one, you establish that rope control all the way through the pass, and, you know, Nicky did a good job there of making an adjustment. So this is 11 meters. This is 38 off for our Americans if you're watching it over across the pond, and didn't run this one in the preliminary round, but normally runs this one just about every time he skis. So let's see if he can put it together here. Big one, big two ball. Let's see what he's got off of three. Looking pretty good as he's making his way to four. Ooh, big turn out of four. Not looking so hot. And can he get outside of six? Oh, the body slide. And
oh, that's got to hurt.
Yeah, that's a bummer, Tony. I mean, he normally runs that pass, and just not able to put it together, and you can just see the frustration. I mean, these skiers are... He
certainly tried his hardest, put it that way. And
yeah, I mean, these skiers have got their work cut out for them just skiing in this wind. I mean, it is tricky, and the start looked really good. Let's see if we can kind of see what happened to him. I thought the gate was really nice and got a really good start here at one. Let's see what happens to him over here at a two ball.
Now, the first third of the course looked pretty good.
Yeah, but you see that handle there at two is why he checked up there. He brought it to the inside hip and didn't get the ski under the line. So now, you know, things are moving a little quick for him. Does the same thing there at four. You see, so, for people watching on the replay, the big thing is you want to bring that handle all the way across your body so the ski goes under the rope, and then you don't have to check it. It doesn't check up. You see that ski check up on him because he's got to move his hands from the inside of his body over across his body, so you see the ski make a check, and then it kind of calls him out the further he goes down the course. But again, the gate was good. Watch him here off of one. Watch his hands. See how they come right to that outside hip, outside leg, and then here he brings it all the way to the inside, snatches it, so you get a little bit of a check. It wasn't too bad there, but as he moves down the course, right here, watch, handle goes to the inside, and then the ski checks up so he can move, the handle, and then he just gets pulled up from the boat, and that caused him to get there late at 5-ball and had a turn on the tail. Looks like he got the ski outside of 6, but then having to do a body slide and not able to get through the gate. So, again, Benjamin Susi coming out. He was our third skier out in this final, and that 2.5 at 10.7 is looking like an absolute massive score. It looks like it's going to be hard to get to.
And it's the bubble score now.
Yeah, so you got to get more than that if you want to guarantee yourself a medal, and Benjamin Susi, hats off to him. That was great skiing from him as the third skier out in this final.
All right there. So as Nicky Antonsen swims into shore, he gets 5.5 there. 5 1/2 buoys there on 11.25 meters. Now we're going to resume the overall battle in concert with the men's slalom championship. Tim Veald, currently our leader in the men's overall competition. He has a fairly healthy lead of a little over 200 points against his next nearest rival, but he definitely wants to try and keep his nose as far ahead as possible with an enhanced slalom score right here. 14.25 meters start. Looking for the opposing strategy here.
Yeah, so going for the 39 headwind, and I'm going to tell you, Tony, it's going to be tough to run this 11-meter pass in this tailwind. But Tim's taking the gamble. He's thinking about the overall, thinking about the win, and looks nice and smooth here at 14 meters on his opening pass.
All right, there we go. That's Tim Veald. We'll try and give you some perspective in regards to the overall competition and give you the current status in the overall, where Tim Veald out in the lead with 28.77.95, and just about 200 or so points further back is Vasily Mazurkovic in second spot with 26.12.65, and less than 3 points above Florian Parf of Italy, who is on 26.09.14. So actually, it would only take a marginal improvement upon his previous round score for Florian Parf to go up from third into second overall. But the only problem is that Florian Parf already has the best slalom score in the competition with 4 and 10.75 meters. That's going to be an uphill task.
That is going to be tough in this wind. Now, maybe Tim can come out here and get a huge score and kind of uncap the, let the boys kind of know that it is possible, because I think a lot of them are sitting here thinking, man, this 11-meter pass is almost impossible. But right now, Tim looking really strong here in his second pass, 13 meters, and he skis a lot in Florida. I know there are some times in the winter where it gets a little windy, so maybe he's kind of used to skiing in some difficult conditions, and this wind's gusting around, swirling around. So
has been known to do trick training in the winter in Germany using the cable tow.
Yeah, and he's a strong overall skier, and he's kind of showing you why here as we see the replay here of this 13 meters. This was there was really no bobbles here. It looked nice and strong, and we'll just have to see if he can carry this through the entire set as we shorten the rope up to 12 meters.
And, showing one or two elements of what it is to be like a cable slalom skier, just being able to carry that handle and that rope well into the pre-turn, because one of the aspects with cable slalom that makes it different to normal traditional slalom is the rope always has you. You cannot get free of the rope, and if you can control that well enough on cable, then it should actually help you with traditional slalom.
Yeah, no, I mean, I've tried that cable slalom one time, and it definitely is much different than the boat, but Tim uses it to train a little bit in the winter, and we'll see what he's got here. This is 12 meters, Tony, so this is into the headwind, so still looking nice and smooth here. Big turn out of 2, almost dropped his shoulder a little too much there.
Getting blown. Look at this.
You just see that wind kind of catching him out there, and he's having to, he's losing his speed, so, that was why he was kind of falling over there and getting a little heavy at a few of those turns, but makes his way through it. So now got his work cut out for him. This is 11 meter in the tailwind, and again, kind of for the people watching, you can't see the wind on the water quite as much, but it is the wind on the body is really strong, and it's going to be super important to not let that wind push him too much at the gate, so he can get a good start and get a good hookup out of 1 and establish his rhythms, really quick through this pass to get down it.
All right, and just working his way through each pass, and that's the thing with skiing into the wind. I mean, you've got to really put some beef into that pull and that leverage behind the boat, because you can't regenerate or go any faster once you've thrown that ski onto its inside edge. No,
you're right, and in the headwind, you've just got to be really strong. You want to take your hands all the way out there with you, and your turn. When you reach, it wants to be real quick. You want off the handle and then back on it as kind of almost as quick as you possibly can. So here at 11, the big thing is to not pull long and control the rope. So let's see what he's got here. Nice looking 1 ball there, Tony. He kind of controlled the rope really good. A little heavy out of 2, but off the handle early into 3, so that's what caused him to do that there at 3. And unloads it and goes down.
Oh, my word.
And so that was just a product of 3 ball, Tony. I mean, he did such a good job, gate 1 and 2, and then you see him at 3. He's generating some speed, and instead of taking everything out with him, he hops off the handle to slow down, and in return, the ski kind of checks up and starts running with the boat, and then, he starts generating a little bit too much speed, and it calls him out there, and so that'll be 3.5 at 11 meters. So
yes, and German dismay turns into French delight.
Yeah, there you go, and Benjamin Susi, like I said, that 2.5 at 10.7 is looking more and more like a huge score. I mean, it's going to be tough to get through the 11 meters in this wind. It is really tricky out there. And we've got a score under review. Ooh, I'm not so sure he got outside that buoy there, Tony. We'll have to wait and see what the judges call, but it looks like he went inside it. We'll wait and see what the judges say. And it is 3 confirmed, so that could be big, because I believe we've got another skier that's sitting with 3.
All right, then. So guaranteed podium for Benjamin Susi. I'm sure that we're going to get a shot of him somewhere along the shore side starting to celebrate. And you never know. It could end up being the top score, and it could potentially give him the championship.
Yeah, I mean, with these conditions, Tony, I mean, like you said, it is going to be hard to get through this 11-meter pass and get him get into it to be able to challenge it. So we'll have to see what Vincenzo's got here. He's electing to go 13 meters, so we're seeing a little bit different strategies than what we just saw from Tim. I thought that was a bit of a gamble there from Tim. It almost worked out for him, and then struggled into 3 ball. So let's see what Vincenzo's got here. 13 meters.
Vincenzo Marino coming into this event currently in 6th place overall, and looking to try and claw that gap between himself and a number of competitors that are currently above him, such as Dominique Kuhn and Clarence Laveau, and even his teammate Florian Path.
All right, we see the replay here from Vincenzo. Vincenzo starts at 13 just about every time he skis, so this is kind of the normal starting pass. So Not nothing too crazy, but as we shorten this rope up, again, this wind is going to play play a factor to these skiers here in this event. And Vincenzo not letting it bother him here on this opening pass. We'll just see if he can carry that through, the next couple and get himself through 11 meters and challenge the lead from Ben Susi. But looking strong here on pass number 1.
Yep, and just trying to go down that order, down that list of those scores currently, and Nikki Antonsen in a runner-up spot there with a 5.5 and 11.25 meters. The one and only person to get through 11.25 meters is Benjamin Susi, who currently has the number 1 position going into this section of the competition. We've got Vincenzo Marino on 12 meters. He scored 3.5 on 10.75 meters. And he's definitely going to need something along those lines, if not a little bit better, to affect a significant change in the overall. Currently, Vincenzo Marino is in 6th or 7th place overall. If he can get half a buoy higher, then he'll move into 5th. If he can get a whole buoy higher, he'll move into 4th. And if he can get another half a buoy more, then he'll vault straight from 6th into 3rd, and maybe even higher, depending on if he can run 10.75 meters. A whole lot of scores and positions are dependent upon what happens to Vincenzo Marino right here and now.
And it's going to be tough to get through that 10.75 today, Tony. I mean, we saw Nicky Atkinson. He was our first skier that normally runs that 10.75, and we see that 11-meter pass kind of calling him out. So we'll see what Vincenzo's got as we bring him in here. This is going to be an 11-meter head, and I mean, again, we've only had one skier fully through the 11-meter pass. Nicky Atkinson was really close, getting 5.5, but just unable to get out the gates, and we'll see if Vincenzo can be our second skier of the day to get through 11 meters. Like I said, this wind's gusting up. He's got a big gust moving down the lake right this second, so he's going to have to work his butt off here on this pass. Let's see what he's got as he comes in through the gates. Gets a pretty good one there, Tony. Big gust here. Oh, and you see it, that gust right there.
Down on 1.5 on 11.25 meters, and he certainly had a chance there of maybe moving up significantly in the overall, but he is where he is right now. And he's requesting a re-ride.
All right, he's requesting a re-ride. I really didn't see anything. Like you said, there was a big gust of wind. We were talking about it, and you'll see it here. You can kind of see it right there moving down the lake, and really hits him right here, but I'm not really sure what he's asking for a re-ride here. It doesn't look like there's really anything for a re-ride to me.
So let's have a look and see if there's anything from the boat's angle.
Yeah, I mean, to me, Tony, it just looks like there's a big gust of wind, and that's kind of, you're getting a little bit of that wind chop, and they're not, these skiers kind of think it's a roller, but in my opinion, it's just that wind blowing down the lake. It's just a big gust of wind. So right now it's looking like Benjamin Susi and Nicky Atkinson are going to be sitting on the podium. We'll have to wait for our last skier to see, where that what color medal they'll get, but we'll have to wait and see what the judges say.
All right, so Vincenzo Marino currently in 6th place overall, and that's where he's going to stay for the time being, at least before we go into our trick finals. And the next positions above him are within 4 points, and then another 4 points puts him into 4th, and then another 5 points puts him into 3rd, and then another 3 points puts him into 2nd. The differential between 1st and 7th with each place is just staggeringly small.
The human calculator over here, Tony, you're really good at doing this. I have no clue how you are so good at it, but we'll have to wait and see. We'll see. The judges are talking to Vincenzo. There's a big, you can see the wind right here. It's blowing. That boat's getting blown down the lake, and the judges are talking to Vincenzo. We'll wait and see what the call is. Huge gust, Tony. It is gusting up really big right now.
But I don't think there's much in the rules that governs wind gusts.
No, not at all. I mean, that's kind of part of it. There's a lot of things that the judges and everything can control, but the wind is something that they cannot. They have no say in that.
All right, then. So we're down to our final skier. We've already confirmed the podium positions of 2 athletes, Nikki Antonsen and
Benjamin Susi. Tony,
Susi,
he was our 3rd skier out, and again, he's the only one that's made it through that 11-meter pass, and he skied so strong, and that 2.5 at 10.7 is a massive, massive, massive score. So. Florian's got his work cut out for him here if he wants to take home this title.
All right, then. And not only that, but also move up in the overall positions. He's currently in 3rd, and he's less than 5 points away from moving up into 2nd place that is currently held by Vasily Mazurkovic. But there is a huge gulf that exists in the overall competition between 1st and 2nd, and that point differential between the two is the equivalent of 265.3 points. It's going to take a humongous score, or a humongous combination of scores, because I believe Florian Path is also in the men's trick final, and that could end up potentially determining the path of the men's overall competition. So as we continue to move right along, just looking at the trick results that you can access by going to IWSF results, doing a Google search and following the links that will take you to this to the results for the European U21 Championships, and the point score in the previous round of men's tricks was 6,000 for Florian Path. So if Florian harbors any desire to move up in the overall positioning, where he is right now is in 3rd place, and he can move up provided that he scores more than 4 at 10.75 meters, which at the same time would take the European title in the men's slalom event. And here he comes. This is Florian Path, 13 meters. Not looking bad there with the opening pass, and I would say he's in 2 minds right now. What does he go for? Does he go for the overall, or does he go for the title?
I'd say right now, Tony, just because we're in the slalom event, he is thinking about winning this slalom title. And I mean the first thing is he's got to get through this 11 meters if he's going to do either of the two. So, and he's. Yeah, so we'll have to see if like I said, he's got his work cut out for him if he's going to get through the 11-meter pass, and And then once he gets to 10-7, then he can kind of think about winning this slalom title and maybe push his aspirations to this overall title. But right now we just saw him work his way through his first one. Again, the wind is absolutely howling today.
All right, here we go. The Italians looking on and seeing if their athlete, Florian Paff, can produce the goods here with the next pass coming back. This now is 12 meters. This is Florian. Skiing for the Raging Cajuns of Louisiana Lafayette on the collegiate scene. And certainly one of the top athletes in collegiate skiing in the United States. And when he's not doing that, he's doing this for Team Italy.
Yeah, and the wind is gusting up here. It's back and forth, just up and down. So, conditions are different from pass to pass, Tony, and you can see it kind of moving down the lake. You'll see some gust. I think the beginning of this pass was okay. So you'll see here, Tony, as he's working through 1 and 2, conditions were pretty nice here, but then right as he gets to about here at 4 ball, you see that wind kind of gusting up on him, moving down the lake, and now it's really getting a big gust coming down the lake here for this 11-meter pass. So he's got his work cut out for him. Going to need to be really strong here and work his way through this pass.
Okay, so the immediate target that he has coming up for 11.25 meters is that second place score. If he can get more than that, then he'll move into second spot. If he scores more than 5.5 on 11, he'll be in second. And Tim Wild, his score as well, currently lying in third, which is a 3 at 11.25 minutes.
Ooh, heavy at the gate, Tony, so this is going to be big here. So let's see what he can do here off of 2. See how the ski doesn't want to turn. That's a lefty. That's a textbook lefty thing there if you go too hard at the gate. But he's on the podium. Let's see if he can get through this pass.
Podium. Can he make the run? And yes, he can. Look at this.
There you go. He's your second skier of the day through the 11-meter pass. And that's what, he hammered that gate. And then you see it. The ski didn't quite want to turn at 2 ball, but he relaxed and, never really got too stressed through that pass and makes his way through it. So that's good skiing as we see Benjamin Susi there sitting on the bank, just kind of lying and waiting to see, if Florian's going to be able to get more than 2.5 here on this 10-7 pass. And, he's got the tailwind, got a big gust. So let's see what Florian can do. Big thing, Tony, is he's not going to want to hit the gate like he just did, or that ski will not turn at 2 ball here on this next pass.
All right, then. So Florian Paff, who is the number 1 seed coming into this slalom final, having scored 4 on 10.75 meters. But here's the interesting rub here. If he gets 5 on this run, then he will he'll move into second by 12 points from where he's currently lying in third right now.
Yeah, that's a tall task here, Tony, with this tailwind. You see that gust right there, kind of blowing down the lake. It's really gusty here. Let's see what he's got as he rolls in. That's a much better gate there for there. Oh, big 1 ball.
Oh, how did he survive that? On his inside buoy number 3, and ladies and gentlemen, that means that with 2.5 on 10.75 meters, your European U21 slalom champion from France, Benjamin Susi.
Yeah, and that was great skiing out of Ben. Coming in, he was one of our first skiers, and one of the only 2 guys to make it all the way through that 11-meter pass, and you can see the excitement from him. He is floored, and I know Vincent will be excited to see that he's been watching. Now we're going to go for a swim, and so congratulations to Ben, and he is your under 21 European slalom champion.
He wasn't all that happy when he came off the water initially, but he's a heck of a lot happier now. Benjamin Susi, your winner ahead of Florian Paff for second place for Italia, and Nikki Antonsen on the podium for third place. And there is your leaderboard. Benjamin Susi, 2.5 at 10.75. Marginally behind, Florian Paff with 2 at 10.75. Nikki Antonsen in third spot with 5.5 on 11.25 meters. Tim Field in fourth with 3 at 11.25 meters. Has a superior backup compared to Samuel Hintringer in fifth place with also that same score. And you can see the rest of the scores by going to the IWSF results service. And but there you go. Florian Paff taking a look at the instant replay one last time of his performance, and an extraordinary number one. Just look at that.
Yeah, I mean, Tony, the only thing was it was a little too hard. You know, when you go that hard on the onside turn, you then you can't hang on to it when you throw the ski out on the offside, and the ski just has a tendency to run with the boat, and that's kind of what you saw there. So we'll take a look one more time. I thought his gait was much better, but you see he just snaps the ski. He needed to be a little more patient on the backside of the turn. And you see here, because of that, you know, now the ski kind of unloads kind of fast, and it starts to run with the boat, and it doesn't want to turn. So unable to get outside a 3-ball, and, you know, congratulations to Ben. That is a huge accomplishment to be the, you know, to be the under 21 European champion. And, you know, great skiing out of him, really strong skiing. Same thing for Florian to get through that 11-meter pass. We just had 2 guys do that today, which, you know, that should kind of tell you how conditions were out there.
All right, then we'll start to make some calculations as what it's going to take for the necessary scores needed to prevail in the overall competition by way of the tricks event. But we are going to go into our next event, which I believe is going to be
Women's Tricks.
Women's Tricks. So stick with us, folks.
All right, you see Benjamin, he's on the phone. I bet you he might be talking to his coach back in France, and, you know, he's all excited. He's floored. Like I said, you kind of pointed out that he was a little bit disappointed with how he skied, you know, just knowing who was on the dock after him. And then there you go, taking a big jump into the water. He was super excited, and you know, like I said, hats off to him. Great skiing. You know, it's tough to ski out here in these conditions, and you just see the excitement right there on Ben, you know, realizing that he is the winner.
What would you say that his marks were out of 10 for that leap into the water?
You know, with the excitement and everything, I'd give him an 11 just because, you know, we were, you know, I think he was sitting over there, you know, not expecting. I think he thought 2.5 was nowhere near enough to be the winner, and then, you know, then he goes and gets it done. So congratulations to him.
All right, then, and that concludes the men's slalom final. We will go into the first of our tricking finals coming up soon. But this is the European U21 Championship, coming to you live from IWWC International Wiener Wasserski Club. And when we return, men's trick final in a little under 10 minutes. All that to come right after this.
My name is Thibaut Dalen, and I'm the broker of Dalen Real Estate. And today, I want to show you some of our special listings located in Florida's world-famous water ski hotspots.
I'm Martin Coleman. I would like to invite you to the 2026 World Junior Championships here at Ahumada Ski School in Villa Dolores, Argentina. Sí, llevo 15 días acá y 16 asados.
When I left the dock, there was no doubt in my mind I was going to win.
Number 4 needs a ball when he gets off. Inside and flips around 2. Wade moves into the lead, and Wade Cobb gets a monstrous turn at 4 and hangs on around 6. First time today.
Wade, you made it exciting once again.
Slingshotting himself around 1, and
That's large.
He's here, the foot's up in front.
Wow, this is like my dream come true. Which one of the men is going to end up in this exact spot?
All right then, and thanks a lot for rejoining us here at the U21 European Championships. There's the remaining schedule for this third and last day of competition. Women's trick final, followed by the men's, and then we'll go into the women's jump final to conclude these championships. So let's have a look at the leaderboard from our previously held event, which is the men's slalom leaderboard. And while we get that situated, let me tell you that Benjamin Susi with 2.5 at 10.75 meters, your winner in the men's slalom event, ahead of Florian Path with 2 at 10.75 meters, and Nikki Antansem, your winner of the bronze with 5.5 on 11.25 meters. So, as we continue to move forward in these events, not only are the event titles under contention, but also the overall titles. Currently in the lead in the men's overall competition is Tim Wild. Tim Wild currently in the lead by 265.30 overall points, and then only marginally ahead on 268.81 overall points. Not much there to choose between second place, which is Vasily Mazurkovic, and Florian Path in bronze medal. The only rub going into the tricks event, the tricking finals, is the fact that Florian Path will not be a part of that final. He tricked 6,000 points, so his effort to try and claw back the deficit between himself and Vasily Mazurkovic and Tim Wild is pretty much done. However, there are other contenders for top three positions in the overall. And I'm looking down this list and seeing that Clarence Laveau has potential to move up, providing that he can trick more than 94.70. And he is not that far away in fourth place overall at this time. And the same can be said also for Dominic Kuhn as well, who's currently in fifth place overall, a little further back, but less than 10 points between himself and Clarence Laveau. So those two positions, fourth and fifth, could easily improve upon their positions, Clarence Laveau and Dominic Kuhn, based upon any kind of improvement that they're able to muster from their trick performances in the final. So a lot of moving parts going forward, and we'll see how this competition shapes up as we continue on with the U21 European Championships, coming to you live from the IWWC, the International Wiener Wasser Ski Club, and we thank all of you for tuning in once again to this live broadcast. And anyone who's involved at even the minor level with a tournament water skiing are in for a treat, not only with this tournament, but also the World Championships, which will take place starting at 2 o'clock afternoon Central European time on Tuesday. It'll be men's Series 9 slalom that will get those championships underway. And here at TWBC, we'll be broadcasting those exclusively live, coming to you from Rocchetto in Italy. Once we get done with this wonderful tournament here in just outside of Vienna in Austria, in Niederösterreich, the crew will very, very quickly pack and head on down towards Italy as early as tomorrow morning. Sounds a bit like a circus, but trust me, it's certainly an effort that we're prepared to take on board and continue moving forwards. All right then, so men's trick final about to take place. Okay, looks like we're switching events here a little bit. There, it's going to be women's trick final. Okay, women's trick final coming up. Alexandria Vima will be our first contender out on the water. Then followed by Nelly Scholes, then Sofia Hodstevia, then Katerina Kozlova and Julie Fay and Katerina Hafner and Victoria Dyden and Sophia Schuster, Claudia Komentova, Melitine Morel, Marta Olsen, and Maria Popova. Currently in the lead in the women's overall competition, Sofia Hodstevia are looking to try and keep her nose in front there. She'll be our third skier off the dock in the women's trick final, and obviously would have to wait a little while before we see Maria Popova, who's currently lying in second place in the women's overall at this time. We'll try and get you a little bit of a close reckoning so far as the overall battle is concerned in the women's competition, considering that we have two women's finals taking place, the first of which is going to be the women's trick final. And then after we're done with the women's trick final, then we got to go to the men's to decide that championship and also the men's overall. And then on to the women's jump final to determine that championship and, naturally, the women's overall. And then ultimately the team crown will also be, the destiny of the team crown will also be revealed as well. All right, first skier to take to water, Alexandria Vima. Right, here she comes in, pass number one. Looks like it's going to be hand tricks there, setting the boat speed fairly slow at little under 27 kilometers an hour, A2 with the zero off. No ballast to speak of. Wake line O, and then into the four-step sequence here. There you go, foot in the back binding, then working away from the middle to the left-hand wake. There you go. Surface O's, surface 5 back, nicely combined there with the remaining tricks. Wake front and wake back there, and very well constructed looking pass. Obviously a lot of work went into that.
Yeah, no, that was good, and started off nice and strong here, and we see this step O there that looked really nice at the start, and those line tricks right there are a little bit of a dying breed. You're kind of seeing some skiers get away from that, but she's doing a really good job making her way through this hand pass, and that's what we want to see out of our first skier, standing up our first hand run.
And that was one of the points that I actually threw out yesterday with one of the Greek girls tricking, but. I noticed that she was stepping over the line going foot first, which is typically not the most efficient way of doing the steps. And, you could spend a lot of time actually trying to correct it, and it does take a while to actually try and convert from going foot first and knee first. But at the same time, whether do you put all your energies in trying to correct your steps or look to try and find a way to actually replace them with flips type deal?
I mean, with just how things are moving along, I think you see a lot of skiers go through doing that, the flip sequence. So that might be something. But right now we're in on this toe run here, and looking nice and smooth as we're working through this toe run.
Not bad, getting through one trick after the other, and certainly a priority to stand up all the way through. There we go, toe O in, toe O out. Yeah, there you go. Nicely done. Standing up both runs.
Yeah, there we go, and that's our first skier in this women's trick event, and that's 2 stand-up runs. So off to a good start here in this ladies' trick event.
So let's have a look at this trick pass once again for Alexandra Wiemer from Austria. We've had a number of lead-off skiers from Austria in this event, you know, so they've really worked hard on creating a good culture there and a good depth of squad. Toe 5 back there and nice and smooth. The judges are looking for fluidity and smoothness on a trick such as a toe 5 back without any kind of stop in the middle, a partition spin, I would call that. But here with Alexandra Wiemer going through with the initial toe tricks, the toe back and toe front in regular and reverse varieties. There we go, that's the toe side, and here is the reverse toe slide, making sure that ski rotates 90 degrees in the process. Toe wrapping. Look at that ski. That is such a beautiful shot of a trick skiing, because you can absolutely see without any shadow of a doubt that ski went 360 degrees before she span out there, Zane.
Yeah, no, exactly, and that's what, you know, you see some skiers that try to do that wrap in, and they just don't get the ski all the way around before they start wrapping out, and Alexandria did a really good job there, getting it all the way around, and you know, making sure she got credit for that trick, and you know, good 2 stand-up runs there for our first skier in that event. So we're moving along to our next skier, who I believe is out of Germany there, Tony.
Yeah, that's right, Nelly Schulz. Let's see what she has with the 2 20-second passes at her disposal. Now, she tricked 33.30 out of the first round, about 20 points more than Alexandra Wiemer. Skier, oh, look at that wake 5 back. Good, aggressive, purposeful start. Surface back-to-backs, wake 5 front. Positional wake 5 front reverse. She's already done the wake 5 back, and she's throwing everything in the kitchen sink into this one. A wake-o towards the end, a wake line front and wake line backs, and trying to get herself settled for the surface steps, but nothing doing there towards the end. That is Nelly Schulz, who competed for Germany in the World U21 Championships held this about less than 3 weeks ago at the Lakes of Castingstone.
Yeah, no, and that starting off nice and strong, that wake 5 back to open it right here was a really big trick here. You know, definitely gets credit for it. Nice job there, and then, you know, goes into her wake back-to-backs and the reverse. And then you get your back-to-backs reverse, and then here we go for the wake 5 back, or sorry, wake 5 front. Into the reverse wake 5 front. A little shaky there on that wake O, but you know, getting through it, and didn't rush. You know, had a little bobble, but stayed over the ski, and then we see her getting into this step sequence. And again, you know, like you said, that's kind of been a dying breed, but our first 2 skiers here are still sticking with those, you know, that step sequence.
Right, you are, as we continue to roll right along, and we're looking at a skier who has some potential here of really busting out a huge score, tricking 34.10 in the previous round, but is a skier that's capable of more than doubling that point score. That's Sofia Hosvedevia.
Yeah, I mean, she did that all with just with 1 run yesterday, Tony. I know she fell on her first trick in the second run of her ski line back. So, you know, she's going to kind of be going off a little early in this trick event, but I expect her to get those together. So here we go. We got our first score in there, Tony. That's 26.40 for your first skier, Alexandria Wiemer. So that'll be the target score that people are chasing right now. But right now we got Nelly Schulz coming in for her toe pass.
All right, here we go. Getting everything situated here. keeping the flow going here. Toho into wrap, Waco just trying to use all the time that she has at her disposal. You only get 20 seconds per pass, but falling there towards the end. But I suspect that maybe for Nelly Scholes, the points that she put together may be in excess of 26:40, the newly released score for the previous skier Alexandria Vima. Looking at this here, the toe 5 back. The rotation was certainly there. And I don't know. I have a feeling that once the officials get a look at some of these shots of trick skiing from this kind of view, they'll probably be in a better position to judge whether a skier has full rotation, especially on the surface there, Zane.
Yeah, I mean, this shot right here from behind the tricker when they're doing the toe run, I think is an awesome shot. You can really see, how they get that ski turned, if they get it turned all the way, and this is probably my favorite shot just in the trick event that TWBC brings you.
All right then, so let's bring on our next skier on the water. Currently the leader in the women's overall competition, in spite of the fact that she scored less than par on the tricks event yesterday.
And just something to point out, Tony, yesterday she started with her toe run, but with this wind and the heavy headwind, she's electing to go with her hand run here. She fell on her first trick, which is ski line back, so we'll see if she changes it up here or if she sticks with it, goes ski line back from the start, and then gets all of her hand run in.
So passing up on the green buoy now. Looks like she's going to do something along the lines of a ski line back. She tried to get that trick yesterday on her second pass, but that didn't quite work out for her. She actually fell first trick, second pass. Just to give you an idea of how powerful a tricker she is, she's made it through to the final on the score of just one single pass, and that pass was toe tricks. Look at that. Good skiing there for Sofia Hosvedevia. All right, so great skiing there, and you can't help but marvel at some of the tricks that she produced, starting off with the ski line back there.
Yeah, no, I mean, falling on that trick yesterday, I mean, it's impressive to make the final with just one run. That kind of shows you how strong these Eastern European skiers are in this trick event. And, Sophia looking good, and this will, if she can put her toe run together, it'll definitely add to her overall lead, and we'll see if she can get it in here, but looking good as we see her go through the flip. There's the back flip, and then comes in for the front to back flip here. So looking good here as she does the reverse there, and then hits a back to back there at the end. So good skiing there for the first run there for Sophia, and then we'll drop her in the water, make a little changes, switch the skis and the rope, and bring her in for her second pass, which will be her toe run.
All right, you are. So we're seeing the views of a few skiers getting ready to go. Sofia Hosvedevia on the water right now, and after her will be Katerina Kozlova and Julie Fay from Switzerland, among our major players going forward. And Sofia Hosvedevia, who got on the podium in the women's overall competition at the Open Europeans, and she's a rising star in tournament water skiing. I'm sure that there are more than a few of you in the United States that are watching this event and are wondering, who is Sofia Hosvedevia? Well, I can tell you, and you can see for yourself. She's an extremely powerful tricker. Toe wake lino, fantastic skiing, toe wake line back, and continuing on, and she figures that she's gone past 20 seconds, but there we go. So Nelly Schultz with a 36.40, but I can almost guarantee that new lead score will be superseded by whatever Sofia Hosvedevia has just thrown out there, considering that it only took half of a two-pass effort from yesterday to prevail in making it through to the finals today there, Zane.
Yeah, that's what I mean. That toe pass there yesterday was 34-10. So, you know, add that hand run in, and this one will be a much better score here as we see that toe 5 back and looking really strong here, working her way through her toe run.
Maybe, just maybe, we could be in a position of seeing not once but twice a skier that's third off the dock coming through with the win, possibly.
Yeah, I know. Wouldn't that be pretty spectacular to see 2 in a row just early off in the series, and then be able to bring home the title. I know she skied, like you touched on, skied really good at the Open Europeans, and just going down a little early yesterday, and you know, still squeaking her way into the final, but, you know, here putting up 2 stand-up runs, and you know, much better tricking here for the final, and that's really what you want to see out of these skiers.
All right, then, moving right along, Katerina Kozlova from Czechia.
All right, and Katerina tricked 34.40 yesterday with her in her preliminary round. So, again, starting off here with the hand run. I think we're going to open up here with a Waco.
All right, here we go, folks.
Wrapping up for a wake line O here, Tony.
Yes, indeed. Going into that little sequence there towards the end. Looking good, and yeah, just standing up, you know, on a first pass, looking like she'd done that before.
Yeah, I mean, and that was she made it through her stood up her run yesterday on the hand, so looks like she replicated that again today. Let's see if she can get credit for everything. Looked good there on the Waco. Now we go to the back-to-backs and the reverse. Now we're going to go for a wake back-to-back, and then we'll hit the reverse wake back-to-back here. Now we're going for the wake line back, and then we're going to do line front, line back, and then she does this wrap up here to do the wake line O. Looked good there. Now puts the foot back into the ski, does wake back. We'll hit wake front and then do the reverses here. So nice looking hand run there for Katerina. We'll see if, you know, like I said, we're hoping she gets credit for everything. I thought it looked pretty good, and then we'll drop her down and make the switch, and we'll bring her back in for this toe run.
All right then, and we've got. We should receive the score very, very soon for Sofia Hospodevia, but as you can probably appreciate, her improved performance, which we anticipate it being, is probably going to result in more points, so it will take a little bit longer for the score of Sofia to be released. But in the meantime, Katerina Kozlova from Czechia, looking in good shape there for the most part. And takes a huge edge there. Ouch.
Yeah, that was a little bit of a hard edge caught there, but she is all right.
And do you notice something? Yep, she's on that Katie trick ski right now, and I thought for a moment that she might have been tricking on an Avalon, which is a ski that's designed primarily for handle tricks, but had to take a second look there and check to see what kind of ski that she's on, and it's definitely one that's more suited for toes, the KD trick ski.
All right, as we see her there do that toe 5 back, then into the toe back-to-backs, hits the reverse here. Then we're going to go for toe wake back-to-back.
Yep, not looking bad at all. We're getting some good lift there on that toe wake front, and just going one at a time, not particularly pressed on the on time, and not exactly motoring through these tricks, but maybe about 4 or 5 seconds from there. Oh, and that's the thing though, you know, when you do a toe into wrapping, you're always like trying to trying to save yourself a little bit from the end, and she was getting stretched as she went out towards the front, and when she actually stretches over that ski, it goes onto the wrong edge. And the reason for that fall is evident.
Yeah, you saw that rope leg get away from her, so then when she pulls it, she pulls it kind of low, and that moves her upper body forward and catches that front edge. So, we'd like to see her keep that rope leg up, and so when she pulls it, pull that foot kind of more to her butt, so when she spins, stays more level over her feet. But that's about what she tricked yesterday. We'll have to see if she gets credit for everything. I know she fell in that toe yesterday in her toe run, so we'll have to wait and see what the judges give her. But pretty consistent tricking there out of Katarina from Czechia.
All right, here we go, folks. Skier on the water at this time is Julie Fay from Switzerland. So Julie Fay was a part of the Slalom Final. Wake line O, wake line back, line front, line back, wake line front. So Julie Fay, who for the second consecutive year was able to get into the top 5, although not on the podium. But there we go, Julie Fay with a surface O to cap things off at the end. So the Swiss are celebrating along the dock side, and a good opening trick there. Wake line O, steady as you like, and then goes into the step sequence. Very, very smooth and very, very efficient so far from Julie Fay as she goes into the tail end of the run there, Zane.
Yeah, no, looking strong, and again, making it all the way through this run, standing it up, and that's really what we like to see here. We'll have to see if she got everything in time. Would have been very close there when she gets to that O at the end, but good tricking as we see her wrap up here for the wake back, wake 5 front, and then there you go. You see that O right there.
I think she got tested enough.
All right, so we're still waiting on that score from Sofia Hosvedevia. And we anticipate it being a huge score. If it's taken this long to calculate, then it could be one that will definitely bust the women's overall title championship wide open between first and second. Julie Fay getting ready to go. Setting up the boat speed to be a little bit slower. She's at 28.6, toe 5 back, nice smooth rotation. Was very patient with that turn. Didn't want to force the ski round to the back any quicker than she was allowing it to do. Toe wake O, reverse toe back, toe wake back to back. And just surviving long enough to stand up all the way through. That's Julie Fay. Good skiing so far from a lot of our competitors here.
Yeah, we've seen everybody, stand up at least one of their runs and making it at least to the back half of it. And that was a solid dismount there from Julie Fay at the end. It was a little shaky there at the end of that toe run, but makes her way through it, and we'll wait and see as we take a look here at the replay. You see that toe 5 back into toe back to back. It's the reverse, and then we'll go toe front, toe wake back here. See, she lost credit on this one yesterday. Got that toe wake front, got credit there. Toe reverse toe back. Here we go with toe wrap in, toe wake O.
And just going from one trick to the next, just making sure that these tricks are smooth, they're performed precisely, and making sure that that she gets everything. Sofia's score is coming through. This is going to be 69.60, and that was better than the score that is currently the #1 seed from Maria Popova with 56.70, and that could all but seal the women's overall competition with one final to come. 69.60 there for Sofia Hosdevia. Katarina Hafner from Austria right now. Toe 5 back. Keeping the toe foot next to a standing leg.
Now this is our first tricker, Tony, that's come out and done the toe tricks from the dock. So, you know, a little bit different strategy here, doing the toe tricks into the headwind.
And there's a fine line between strategy and habit. So Katerina Kozlova, there's 3,070. We've got one outstanding score from Judy Fay to come in. But, yeah, a little bit to my point there when it comes to selecting passes. Now, a lot of skiers will go out there with hand tricks, you know, or maybe toe tricks, just because they're used to doing that in every single tournament, despite where the wind is blowing. When it's blowing this hard, though, you're going to have to kind of make some choices and do something that's not quite in your comfort zone.
Yeah, I mean, you know, when you get that head and tail wind, as you get pushed, you know, you kind of get pushed with a little more speed, and you can start to lose the line. You know, a lot of skiers, I think you'll see them do that toe run with the tailwind, but you know, you see Katerina coming out with her hand run, and then we got a new score here of Julie Fay. That was 34.90.
All right, let's have a look and see what Katerina Hafner has in store for us. 27.2 kilometers an hour. There we go, looking at this. First of our flips. Boom, nicely done. Wake 5 front. Wake line back, line front, and wake line front. There you go. Great skiing there, and fantastic effort there for Katerina Hafner. And the Austrians are happy because Katerina Hafner is a member of their team. So any point scorer from her that exceeds 38.30 from the previous round will just be more and more points for Austria as they try and increase their point differential in the team classification ahead of the two other nations that are currently chasing them, France and Ukraine, and also Italy as well. So just keeping the handle down and working from one trick to next. There we go. Boom. Good edge. Good solid landing there for Katerina Hafner.
Now you see right there, Tony, she kind of uses that second wake and kind of uses a little bit of time there to move over back across where she came from the flip. So we'll have to see if that comes into play at the end of her run and if she got everything in time. But still nice tricking there.
Looking good, though. So we'll see if that trick score is anything over 38.30, which would be a major shot in the arm for the Austrians as they continue to widen the gap between themselves and the other nations in the team classification. Next competitor to trick is Victoria Dyden.
That wind's kind of dying down just a little bit, Tony. It's still gusting up on us a bit, but we're seeing that the wind's not quite as strong as it was when we were pulling our men's slalom event. So we'll have to see if it sticks with it. I say that, and then here comes a big old gust coming down the lake. So conditions have been tricky today for our skiers, and we'll see if we can if it stays here, if it comes down a little bit, and as we've got the rest of this women's trick event, we got our men's trick, and then our final event of the day will be women's jump.
So yeah, it's just moving through this tricks event. I'm Tony Lightfoot, and he is Zane Nicholson. Say hi to the folks once again.
Hey guys, how's it going? You know, imported over here. It's great. We got 2 Americans over here for the Europeans. So
yes,
you know, congratulations to you, Tony, getting your citizenship over there in the U.S. But we know that you're here rooting on your British team.
Of course.
Do we got any Brits here in this women's trick final?
Unfortunately not. All right, there. So the skier about to take to the water is Victoria Dyden, who tricked 39.60 in the round previous to this one. We will see what she has in store for us coming up right now. Victoria Dyden from Belgium, selecting 29.6 kilometers, Bravo 1.
All right, here we go with the wake line O. Wake line back, line front, line back, wake line front, back.
Wake back to backs.
Reverse. Here we go with the wake O. The wake 5 front, wake 5 back, and there we go. That's another stand-up run for our next skier here.
All right, fantastic tricking, and you can go all the way back to someone like Sofia Hosvedavia, who tricked 34.10 in the initial round. But I mean, she's just on fire right now, and tricking 69.60 as we see Victoria Dyden looking for something of around about the same stroke there. At least so far as being able to make it through both 20-second passes to give her the best opportunity possible to maximize points out there in the women's trick final.
All right, and we got our next score in. Katrina Hafner coming in. That was 35.60. So that puts her currently in 3rd place.
So 35.60, but it isn't an improvement though. So Austria will have to wait for another score to come in to really see if they've opened up an impossible gap for the other nations to claw back. So here we go, folks, coming on in. This is Victoria Dyden.
All right, here we go. Toe 5 back, and then to toe back to back with the reverse. Toe wake back to back. Toe wake front. Toe back, toe front, reverse. And
to the front.
The toe O wrap in to the toe wake O.
Oh, nice. Toe wake back and toe front there. Positional. Couple of toe sides and walk in the park there.
Yeah, there we go. We got 2 stand-up runs there for her, so we'll have to see. That's probably pretty close to what she tricked in the preliminary round there of 39.60. We'll have to wait and see if she got credit for everything.
So a lot of moving parts going forward, especially in the women's overall competition as we continue to rock here. This is Victoria Dyden, who is actually a specialist tricker. These trick scores are coming through thick and fast. Got to stay on your toes with this. There you go, Toho into wrapping, and there you see, by contrast, against one other skier who actually fell on the toe on that particular trick. She just stays with the rotation, stays with the axis all the way through, and then reaches for the line.
Exactly, yeah, you know, and keeping that rope leg up a little bit higher, so when she turned, she stayed more level over her ski and didn't catch that edge.
All right, then moving right along from Victoria Dyden to Sofia Schuster of Slovakia, who tricked 43.50, I would say, from the previous round. There was actually a tie between herself and Claudia Komentova. Sophia Schuster.
Now, if I'm not mistaken here, Tony, she's going to be our first skier here that throws that toe 7 front here to start. So we'll have to see if she starts off here with it.
All right, and skiing a little bit into the wind with this one, but there you go, toe 5 back. Just trying to maintain her axis here, toe wake back to back, and here's the reverse. No, she bulks out on the reverse. Smart move there. Toe 5 front, toe 0 out, toe 0 straight back in, not losing much time as a result of that sequence there. Not even really waiting for the line to tighten up in the middle of that sequence before spinning out. That is Sophia Schuster from Slovakia. So great effort there on pass number 1, and it all started with the toe 7 front there, Zane.
Yeah, no, the toe 7 front looked really nice here, and you see her go into this toe 5 back, and into the toe back-to-backs, and then she does the reverse, and then here we go for the toe wake back, and then here we go for the toe wake front, toe back, toe 5 front, into a toe O. And then we're going to have toe wake O, and then we're going to get the toe wake line back here. And then toe front. So same run that she did yesterday. You know, she didn't throw that reverse toe back to back in yesterday there, Tony. So we'll see if she's if you know, I don't think she balked out of that trick. I think that's her her normal run there.
But obviously there's room for her to actually put in the toe wake back-to-back.
Exactly.
Reverse.
And you know, yesterday I know she did receive credit on her toe wake line back, so we'll have to see if she was able to get that one in time. And, you know, now we'll drop her in at the lake and we'll pick her back up, bring her in for her hand run.
All right, let's see what we've got here. We've got some contenders in the overall competition before we end off the women's trick final. More details on that to come at the appropriate time. Here we go, Sophia Schuster. Going through that step sequence very quickly, although not touching the water with the free leg in the middle of that step sequence, at least not from my perspective anyway. But look at that, wake 5 front, surface O, positional to the back, wake 5 front, and nicely done there. So good skiing there from Sophia Schuster. Certainly like her moves out there, and nice color coordination, I do have to say as well.
Yeah, no, she definitely matched the bottoms to the bibs, so you know what some of them say, look good, ski good.
Yep, absolutely. Well, I never look good to start off with, so you can just about tell what happened afterwards.
Tony, I've never seen you water ski, but I would love to come down and me and you at Bennett's get a ski ride together, and maybe you can show me a few things or two.
Well, they wouldn't be that impressive, put it that way, so you might be wasting some gas money with that little trip there, but here we go. Skier on the water, Sophia Schuster. Getting some good surface tricks here, and working her way towards the end. A wake 5 front there, a little shoulder heavy there with the right side, but managing to pull off some fantastic tricking, including this wake 5 front. And good skiing there from our skier from Slovakia. It is Sophia Schuster. Now, next competitor up is going to be Klaudia Komentova from the country that borders Slovakia, Czechia.
Yeah, beautiful country. We drove through it. The Danish team drove through it on the way down here, and I'd never been through there, so very nice part of the country, part of the world. We'll see what Klaudia has got for us, or what Claudia's got for us as we bring her in. So we're going to start off with this toe run here. Went down a little bit early on her toe run yesterday in the preliminary round, so we'll see if we can put it all together and get her through it here.
All right, here we go. Claudia Komentova, who tricked 43.50 in the opening round. There we go, good rotation, good reach on that rope, and getting ready to go. Toe wake back to back, toe wake front. All right, so there we go. That's toe side and toe side reverse to end off a splendid looking opening run. And that is Claudia Komentova. So working our way towards the end, we've got 3 more competitors to go. We've got Melitine Morel from France, who tricked 44.60 to get here. Then Marta Olsen, who tricked 44.80. And that big score from Maria Popova is the leader coming into this event with 56.70. So just waiting for our current skier to make her way back into the course, Claudia Komentova. This is a continuing coverage of the 2025 U21 Championships of Europe. Right here, coming to us live from the International Wiener Wasserski Club here in Niederösterreich, in Lower Austria. And we had the pleasure of sampling the area of Oberösterreich not too long ago, but a brilliant site here. A very compact site, I do have to say, but it's certainly one of the better venues that I've had the pleasure of traveling to announce and broadcast from. Claudia Komentova. Wake 5 front, positional wake 5 front reverse. There we go. There's the 180 to the back, off the wake. Going in for the remaining tricks in a run, kind of casing the top of the wake there, going from right to left. And there you go, fantastic skiing there. Yes, Claudia Komentova launching her assault upon the European Women's Trick Championship in the U21s. And a good solid effort there, standing up all the way through. That is Claudia Komentova.
Yeah, and solid effort there from Claudia. Getting 2 stand-up runs and looking good here as we see that awesome drone shot here for this hand run. Flying through these tricks. She's really only our second skier that's thrown more than 1 flip in her run, so sticking landing on those and looking good, making through it. And you could hear the rest of the team from Czechia super excited for that trick run, and solid skiing there out of Claudia. She's been skiing really well this season. We saw her earlier today in the women's slalom event. She's been super consistent in that event, and kind of doing the same here in tricks, and you see her throw the fist there. She's happy, and good skiing there from her, and you see her getting out of the water here. We get a good shot of her getting out of the water, and there's her pin person throwing the fist as well, and so good skiing out of her.
All right, so we're down to our final three competitors, and the fate of the overall competition could hinge very largely upon the performance of this competitor, Melitine Morel, who's currently in third place overall and needing an improvement upon yesterday's score of 44.60 to advance up in the overall competition possibly.
All right, we see Melitine doing the ski line back there, going for the back wake back to back. And then there we go, wake 5 front into a backflip here. Got that one there. Here's for the reverse. Sticks the landing on it. And then the back to front backflip there. Can she, and just
doesn't
going
quite
down
recover
on
it.
that back to front, or the half cab as the wakeboarders like to call it. It's, so there we go. And we've got a score here for Sofia from Slovakia. That is 48.60 there. So
still waiting on that score from Claudia Kamentova as well. But I mean, Melitine Morel putting in some useful tricks at the beginning and really wound it on towards the end with the flips that she had in that sequence. And as soon as she lands on the outside of the wake for the wake 5 front and achieves a position, then she goes into the backflip. Would have probably have instructed the observer, the pin person, to increase the boat speed as well at the same time, to beef up the wakes and to make them a little bit easier for the skiers to take off and land on. Flip twist back there. I'm not too sure whether she actually made it past that point yesterday, but we'll see if she can get settled down.
yeah, she landed that trick yesterday, Tony, but it was out of time. So not able to land it today, and we'll take her down here. We'll get her situated, get her switched out, and have her ready to go for a tow run.
So continuing on, and it sounds like from the microphone in the boat that the ballast is actually changing for her next run, because obviously you want a little bit of ballast in the boat to beef up the wakes a little bit along with the change in boat speed. But obviously you want to take all of that ballast out and slow the boat speed down.
Yeah, exactly. And then another thing with the ballast is it helps those wakes get pretty big. I know a lot of the skiers are saying that the wakes were already pretty big without the ballast, but that is a new touch to these new boats, is they've got a ballast to add a little extra weight to them and help our skiers out on their hand run. But you'll see them on their tow run, they'll kind of tend to lower that ballast to make the wakes not so big as they're doing these tow tricks.
All right, here we go, folks. This is Melitine Morel, currently in third place overall, and could rise high depending on how much she improves upon her initial opening round trick score of 44.60. Working slowly from one trick to the next. She's our third skier from last, so she has a sense of what it's going to take to be on the podium. And she started celebrating there, but then she remembered, I fell on my my opening pass as well.
Yeah, was a little bit upset with how she slalomed today, and kind of came to redeem herself here in tricks, and we'll have to see, what her score is. But I know yesterday she tricked, it was 44.60, so I'm not so sure that run's going to be enough to put her on the podium here, Tony. And as we see the replay here.
Yeah, and the wind's really starting to roar here, which could be a concern going forwards with the jump event being our last event to take to the water, and for the ladies.
Yeah, right now, I know if I was in that jump event right now, I would not be wanting to jump in this. This is a pretty gnarly tailwind, especially with the gusts just coming up the way they are. If it was just a consistent tailwind, it'd be one thing, but it's up and down. and you know it's kind of just all over the place. So that's just something to look out for. I know the judges were talking about, you know, the wind is supposed to die off later in the day. You know, hopefully we get that. I think we might even take a little bit of a break after tricks if you know, because it looks like we're going to have some time to be able to do that, just to see if conditions get a little bit better, and you know, we'll have to wait and see.
Okay, so we're down to our last two competitors, and coming in for Sweden is going to be Marta Olsson. So just waiting on the boat to pick Marta Olsson back up on top of the water. And she's got 2 20-second passes to see if she has any kind of run that could ultimately decide the fate of the women's trick final in the European U21 Championships. Here she comes. Looks like she's going to do something along the lines of a wake line O, which she does. Well held.
With the wake line, back line front, line back, wake line front, into the back-to-backs here. And we're going to go wake back-to-back with the reverse. There you go with a wake O, into the reverse.
There you go. Not a bad looking run here. A wake back and wake front, and just hopping along, and a great effort there for Marta Olsson. Okay, so looking at this pass once again, and she was steady as a rock with these tricks there, Zane.
Yeah, no, looking nice and smooth. You know, it looked like she got credit for everything. We'll have to see if the judges give it to her, but you know, looking nice and smooth, and like you said, you know, hopping right along and getting through this run, and so that was a nice stand-up hand run there for the Swedish skier.
All right, then, as we continue along, and just to let you know that the scores that you see up on the screen are provisional scores. They haven't been verified against the timing mechanism that we employ here for this tricks event. So we're putting points up to give you a guide, but by no means should you count these point scores at this time as being totally official. And we will work to try and get you the official scores in the fullness of time. But right now, the scores that we publish up on the screen are provisional. Toe 7 front there. Toe 5 front, toe O out, toe O straight back in. Toe wake O, not a bad effort here for our skier Marta Olsson from Sweden. Yes, now she's starting to feel happy and get through those 2 20-second runs. Fantastic skiing there from Marta Olsson from Sweden as she works her way back to the dock, having tricked 44.80 in the previous round yesterday. And now we're going to bring on our final skier, who's going to be Maria Popova. So going from one trick to the next, looking in very, very good shape there, Marta Olsen, and standing up on that pass as well as the first one. So now let's continue on to our final skier in the women's trick competition. She comes to us out of Ukraine. It is going to be Maria Popova, and looking like she's a little rushed her to get to the dock here. May have seen a little bit of an equipment check there and found that something was missing. So we'll get her out onto the water within about the next few moments. She's just trying to settle things down here. And this is Maria Popova. Looks like she's going to do hand tricks first there. Every indication suggests that she'll be tricking hands first.
So we see our Swedes over there on the dock. Looks like they threw somebody in their clothes. I'm not so sure. I'd be super stoked if I were her. It is. I'm kind of cold sitting here, Tony. So
I just hope she doesn't have a cell phone in one of those pockets.
Yeah, the good thing about the new cell phones is they are waterproof or water resistant up to a point. So hopefully she's got one of those new ones, and yeah, maybe
risk it.
Maybe a couple of the boys over there in that spectator spot can help her grab one of them Swedish guys and throw them in. I know if I was one of those skiers, I'd help. I'd grab and take him down to the end of the dock, throw him in. As we're sitting here waiting, I'm not sure what the holdup is, but we are waiting to get our last tricker in this women's trick event, Maria Popova, on the water.
All right, there we seem to be waiting here an awful long time before we send Maria Popova out on the water for some strange reason.
Yeah, as you sit here and wait, I'm again not sure what the holdup is, but we kind of told you we're having a little bit of difficulties with our timing mechanism. So, maybe the judges are working on getting things to work out there, and it looks like we have got the thumbs up to go. So they are going to put Maria Popova, get her ski all strapped up, tightened up, and the boat pushed away from the dock, and then we'll get her on the water here in just a second for her pass number 1, which looks like it's going to be her hand run. So I know she's got a front flip in her run here, Tony. So that'll definitely be the first one we've seen of those today. Seen a few back flips, seen a back to front, but definitely no one's thrown a front flip. And Maria, she's got those. I'm pretty sure she's got 2 in her run if she puts together her hard one. I know she's got front flip in reverse. Really good tricker out of Ukraine.
All right, here we go, folks. Let's see what Maria Popova can do here. Setting up on pass number 1, hand tricks. Just trying to get some blood flowing into her system, and just, there we go, with some surface back-to-backs. Wake 5 front. There we go. There's the first of the flips. Here's the second. Needs to stand up through this flip sequence. There's the front flip, flip number 4, and here she goes. Here's the reverse, flip number 5. Does she have one more flip to go? Well, not quite, but she gets the surface O within time, I would imagine. Some good skiing there from Maria Popova.
Yeah, I mean, I'll tell you, Tony, with how well she does those front flips, I'd say coming up pretty soon she'll be throwing maybe a half jack in there as well. Really does a really good job on those front flips. And we take a look here at the replay at the Wake 5 front here into the flip sequence. So here's the back flip right there. I'm going to go into the reverse. Then we throw it back here for the back to front, and then we set up for these front flips, which for everybody watching the replay, you can see she does a really good job on these front flips. It's a little different of a trick, but nice. Stomps the landing here, sets herself up for the reverse one here, and that's a really good looking reverse front flip, and great skiing there on the hand run for Maria Popova.
Okay, right you are. Some glorious tricking right there from Maria Popova, and our Ukrainian support is very vocal and very visible along the shore side, and we'll see what Maria can do with pass number 2. Now, I mean, with the range of tricks that Maria has at her disposal, she prioritizes doing the flip tricks more than anything else on pass number 1. So, I mean, there is the possibility of her going forwards of actually having two handle passes rather than going straight in for the toe tricks, But that's obviously something for her to think about in the future. As she goes toe 7 front, toe 5 back, toe back to back, toe back to back, toe 5 front. Toe wake O, toe wake back to back, couple of toe sides, toe wake line back. She recovers from that, and I think she may have done enough there. Who knows? We've still got that big score from Sofia Hosvidavia to consider, but I'm sure that is a weighing on the back of her mind of Maria Popova. But she's done all that she can do. Now it's up to the judges to score those runs. So looking at this effort here there, Zane, just powerful toe skiing right from the start to the finish.
Yeah, and I mean, the Ukrainian skiers have always been really good with their toe run, and, Maria's showing that here as she's making her way powering through this toe run, and, looking really good here as we see the toe wake O into the toe wake back to back here. Looking really strong. Toe slide, reverse, and then we get the toe wake line back here. Looks pretty good. Got a little bit of loose line there. You see that wind pushing her, and you're really, losing the rope there. But, that's a stand-up toe run there for Maria.
Nicely done there for Maria Popova, and she should be justifiably pleased with that effort there with that toe pass on that toe trick ski. But because of the nature of this tricks event and us making sure that the trick points are a best and accurate representation of the performances that have been produced, we're going to take our time and make sure that everything is scored against the 20-second clock. And Maria Popova back to the dock, and we're going to have We're going to take a little bit of a break, but do rejoin us for continuing action here at the 2025 European U21 Championships, coming to you live from the IWWC. We'll be back right after this.
Morning, Brian.
Hey, morning. You have a good weekend?
Yeah, got out on the water a couple times. How about you?
Yeah, I got to set in. Just gonna make a quick phone call here. Oh, of course. Can you get that, Will?
Yeah, man, I got it. Thanks for calling Wake House. This is Will. Yeah, looks like we've got those in stock.
Get ready, set, go! It's that time, everybody kicking it over. Go! On your mark, get ready, set,
For skiers and water enthusiasts, Florida lakes are what dreams are made of. Combined with world-class golf, remarkable weather, natural beauty, theme parks, and so much more, it's easy to see that Florida is paradise. For more than 30 years, I've enjoyed Florida's lakes and many offerings. If you are interested in Florida real estate, let me be your guide and trusted advisor as you search for your paradise. Together, we can make your dreams a reality.
take a look at you and start to lose my balance. What am I falling into? This feels like something new. I've seen a lot of views, but they were nothing like this. The way you do what you do, I think you're something brand new.
What if I told you there was a place where the sounds of nature are only broken by the roar of a boat? A place where that summer feeling lasts all year long. A place where the Florida sun is only outshined by the smiles of the skiers. A place where first-time skiers can ski alongside world champions, and the world-class coaches work with all levels of skiers. What if I told you there was a place where life slows down and your only job is to make lifelong memories? That place is Swiss Water Ski Resort. Book your trip at SwissWaterSkiResort.com.
Old logic says success is determined by wins. It says you can't be a mother and a professional athlete, that you can't take on giants. New logic says watch me. Watch me become the most decorated track and field athlete in the world. Watch me start a brand designed by women, for women. When old logic holds us back, it's up to us to defy it.
See you in Vienna.
At Houston Cadillac, at the moment you arrive, you will notice dedication to excellence. We deliver an unparalleled customer experience, and we're elevating our commitment with a new state-of-the-art facility. Explore our selection of new Cadillac cars, crossovers, and SUVs designed to meet your needs. We are redefining the luxury experience and investing in the future. Visit Houston Cadillac and begin your journey towards luxury.
At Dillinger Insurance, we have over 50 different carriers to shop your home, auto, and recreational vehicle insurance needs. We would love the opportunity to save you money. We insure $1 million mansions, condos, mobile homes, rental homes, and everything in between. We know all about wind inspections, 4-point inspections, and how to get you the right coverage for your particular home. You've got questions, we've got answers. Can you remember the last time you had a rate decrease with your auto insurance? Let's take a look and see what we can do. We know all the ins and outs of getting our customers the best rates, coverages, and discounts, so put us to the test.
Don't monkey around with your insurance. Call Dellinger Insurance today. We've got tons of companies to help find you the best prices and the best coverage for your particular needs on home and auto insurance. Go Knights!
All right, and we are back. We just saw the women's trick final, so we don't have scores yet. We were kind of having a little bit of a problem with the timing thing, so we are waiting to get those scores all timed up, and we'll get you results as soon as we get them solved. But we are moving right along here to our men's trick final. This was our first skier on the water, starting with the tow run, and this should be Giuseppe
Acquaviva.
There you go. You got it, Tony.
There you go. Toe wake back-to-back reverse, and just winding it on the toe 5 front, toe out, toe straight back in, and now toe wake-o. Well, there you go. Good line in there. Toe wake line-o, toe wake line back, and toe wake line back-to-back. And this is a final men's competition, a final event, as it were, and here is your running order. Giuseppe Acquaviva, our leadoff skier, which we're halfway through his performance right now. Tom Parkin, Vincent Ahama, Yanis Kosathanos, Vincenzo Marino, Ivan Zaletsov, Adrian Elias, Mikhailovchenko, Tim Vild, Clarence Laveau, Vasily Mazurkovic, and our final skier of these championships in the male competition is an Austrian, and it's Dominique Kuhn. Okay, so just getting a word in that the scores that we put out between now and the end of the competition are non-official. We're going to time our passes against the 20-second clock later on after the actual tricking action, and hopefully we'll get some more concrete scores and more concrete results in the interim. But I mean, just marvel at the performance and the toe trickery there, courtesy of Giuseppe Acquaviva. I like that name.
I was just sitting there thinking that I was going to say that to you, Tony. I said that name's pretty fun to say, and
it reminds me of a cologne that they used to have in the 1970s. Aquavelva. Okay, so so with our current schedulers, the way that it's rocking right now, we've got 12 skiers in this men's trick final. Then we'll have a 10-minute delay, and then we'll go into the women's jump final. And a lot of potential movement could go by way of the men's tricking final, so far as the overall is concerned, especially where it concerns one or two of our skiers from France and Ukraine and Italy. Here we go. This is Giuseppe Acquaviva, looking good, looking strong here, continuing to rock here. Flip twist to the back. Flip, Mo back, and taking a dive there, Giuseppe Acquaviva. Okay, so brilliant trick skiing up to a certain point here from Giuseppe Acquaviva. The ski line back-to-back really was the kickstart that enabled him to continue on from the transition from the ski lines all the way into the flips. And it takes about somewhere between the second and a half for the boat to change the speeds from where it is to where it ought to be in time for the flips. flip twist to the back, and which was the final flip that he actually landed, and then he goes for the mobe, and it just didn't quite have the height and the spin necessary in coordination to make that trick happen. So that is Giuseppe Acquaviva from Italia. Next competitor up, it's going to be Tom Parkin.
Now this is one that you'd be rooting for there, Tony. Just one of your British skiers on the water coming in.
Yes, indeed. And let's see what he can do wearing bib number 45. He tricked 7,010 points, one of his better results of the season. He has a personal best of about 8,500 or so points. So let's see if he can put something out there. Now, bear in mind that the scores that we'll publish on the screen, if we get to that point, are unofficial. They're just a guide. And when the results do become official, they'll be published on the IWSF results service. Oh, and going there. That is the mode back-to-back and taking a real heavy hit there, Tom Parkin from Great Britain.
Yeah, that was a bit of a stack there, Tony.
Yes, absolutely. Yes, I'm trying to press stop that. There we go. Yes, push them. Okay, so Giuseppe Acquaviva, an unofficial score of 76-40. 76-40 for Giuseppe Acquaviva. Oh, and tripping up towards the end there and riding that to good MK1 trick ski. But not looking too bad there. Getting ready to go is Vincent Ahama, who's not looking too bad so far as his overall is concerned. All right, seeing a few of our folks among the crowd here getting behind Tom Parkin from Great Britain. Some of our British supporters along the shore side. I see Lily Dess there. Let's see some of the parents and some of the management for the British team, and
even the team mascot there, Tony.
Yeah.
He's a 10 out of 10 good boy over there enjoying his day at the lake.
Living his best life.
Yeah, right. What dog doesn't love a day at the lake?
Yep.
Even you, huh?
Yeah, even in the dog days of summer. Here we go, coming on in. It looks like this is going to be something along the lines of either a toe 7 front or a toe wake 5 back. It was the latter. Toe side, toe back to back, toe 5 front. Losing a little bit of balance there, but managing to grab onto the line, which he wasn't able to do yesterday, but he manages to get it done today. Toe wake line back and running out of steam a little bit towards the end there, but he at least makes it through a pass number 2. Good skiing there from Tom Parkin, and we'll try and push a score out for him very, very soon. Reminder once again that the scores that we do push out are a guide only, and they're not official scores. They are pure. And the reason why the scores are unofficial is because we are not timing these passes right now. That will be retroactively done. So the point score will be a point score based upon the tricks that were done correctly and accurately, and then we will replay them against a clock of 20 seconds in duration, and from there we'll be in a better position to determine the point scores. So 76-40 for Giuseppe Acquaviva. We're waiting on the score for Tom Parkin, but in the meantime we have got Vincent Ahama. Now, the scores being posted as unofficial kind of puts a wrinkle in so far as the overall calculations are concerned. $75.50. The score has changed for Giuseppe Acquaviva. $75.50. So Giuseppe, 75.50. Tom Parkin, we're waiting on his score, and the skier on the water at this time is Vincent Ahama of Austria. In the last of our men's competition categories. Looking good, looking strong here. But managing to stand up and get ready for his second of 2 20-second passes. One pass is toes typically, and the other pass is hands. Although with so many flips to choose from, it's actually rather surprising to me that there aren't more skiers that opt to go with the 2 separate handle passes. One of them just loaded to the gills with ski line tricks and high revolution spins, while the other one is almost totally dedicated to flips. It's certainly in my mind, I haven't seen that too often. But then again, you do see tricks being performed at high level with toes as well, especially among the high echelon competitors that we invariably see at certain times during the season, and including those that will be part of the World Championship, which will take place starting Tuesday of next week at 2 p.m. Eastern Central European Daylight Time. So make sure that you subscribe to the TWBC YouTube channel, and then you'll be informed as to when that event will take place, and also be a part of the live chat. Yeah, this is Vincent Ahama.
All right, we got Vincent Ahama coming back in for, looks like his hand run here. So saw him get through his toe run and had a killer day yesterday in the jump event. So let's see how he goes here in the trick event.
Yes, jumped 59.8 meters yesterday to take the silver medal, and looking to use some of that confidence going forward to press out to a bigger trick score. And unfortunately, I don't think he'll quite do it there with the 4 on that front flip. But a decent weekend's work there for Vincent Ahama, and then for a team skier for Austria. And the Austrians right now looking decidedly good right now in terms of the team classification.
Yeah, and I mean, just going a little too big there on that front flip, and unable to ride it away. So we see the replay here, starting with that mobe into the back to front here. Regular back flip into this front to back. There we go.
There we go, the flip twist there, and let's see what he's got there. There's the front flip, which he fell on.
Just went a little too big there, Tony.
Yep, it's always a little bit of a balancing act between going hard enough to actually get the lift and get the spin going forwards, and sinking too far down into the water upon the landing. And 66-40 for Tom Parkin. a little less than yesterday, but the only skier that has actually improved upon their score from yesterday provisionally with 75.50 is Giuseppe Acquaviva. We're waiting on the score for Vincent Darhammer. These are unofficial scores that are coming through. And the skier on the water right now coming to us out of Greece is Yannis Kosophanos. All right, here we go, folks, coming in. Yannis Kosophanos.
Trick 72.50 yesterday in the preliminary round, Tony, so looking to add to that. Flying through this trick, this flip sequence.
Yeah, knocking it down there. Ski line back towards the end, tricking at a fairly high clip to make those wakes very conducive to doing tricks of that kind. And unfortunately, that attempt to wake 5 front, I believe, may have been out of time anyway. So some wonderfully executed tricks from start to finish there for Yannis Kosophanos of Greece. And the Greeks have really put a huge emphasis on producing some great trick skiers in recent times. Yannis Kosophanos doing an excellent job out there as we see him fall towards the end of pass number 1 as we look at our windsock that's almost fully inflated, with each loop denoting a certain miles an hour. If it flies on the first loop, it doesn't have enough to fully inflate the windsock, and thus isn't particularly quick. But I'm sure some of you av geeks out there will probably be quite familiar with this type of wind measurement, and can maybe tell us at which metric speed or even imperial speed it takes to inflate each loop of that windsock. All right, there. So Vincent Darhammer, it's 62. 62.40, so no change in the score there, at least so far as his highest score. His highest score was 71.30, so no real change in his overall circumstances. All right, then. So, getting a little bit of information on that windsock. Each loop is the equivalent of 3 knots of wind speed. So, fully inflated, we have about, how many knots of wind speed, I wonder? About 30 knots of wind. Toe wake line back to back, just stomping those and getting everything that he wants out of this run there. So there we go, Yannis Kosophanos, one and only Greek skier in this men's tricking final, and lands rather spectacularly coming into the dock. So good skiing there, and plenty to be impressed there about Zane.
Yeah, I mean, he's flying through his tricks, and he's been working with Tanguy Bennett and been skiing real well.
There we go. We're seeing one of our first views of Vienna. That's the Ernst Happel Stadium, which was the venue of the Euro 2008. way back in the day and is the current home venue of SK Rapid Wien. All right there, so some good-looking tricks out there for the most part, Zane.
Yeah, no, for sure. As we see him, we're seeing the replay through this this toe run here, and Giannis looking really good here, doing that toe line trick there, moving through it. Nice stand-up run here on the toe pass, and you see just kind of a little bit losing the line here towards the end of that run, but looking good and smooth, and we're moving right along to our next skier, which is Vincenzo Marino out of Italy.
So Vincenzo Marino at this time is currently in 6th place overall and can rise up higher if he produces a trick score that exceeds his score yesterday, which was a 74.60. Oh, look at this. Bam, knocking it down with toe tricks. The more complex out of his two 20-second passes that he has at his disposal. So great trick skiing there from Vincenzo Marino. Now, some good tricking here, and I'll make some calculations as to what Vincenzo Marino needs in order to better his fortune so far as the overall competition is concerned.
Well, I'll tell you, Tony, he's off to a good start. He went down halfway through his toe run yesterday, so gets a stand-up run there on the toe pass. So now if he can put together his hand pass like he did yesterday, that'll be good for his overall campaign.
Now, we're obviously trying to calculate totals based upon some hypothetical scores. Now, if Vincenzo Marino can trick to his potential, which is in excess of over 10,000 points, by the way, plugging in 10,000 points as a potential end score for him, just throwing out a number out there, could potentially mean that Vincenzo Marino would rise from 6th place overall to 2nd.
That would be huge. So that just shows you how tight this overall battle is.
And just to give you an idea of how strong our wind is, it's taken one of the umbrellas that's protected the dockside camera. I bet that's a bit of an eye opener for whoever was operating that camera at the time, which I think is Dima or Thompson. So a lot of activity on dockside, and I'm sure that Ivan Zaletsov would be curious to see what an improvement upon his trick score could result in so far as an increased overall position. He is currently in about 9th or 10th place overall right now, maybe a little higher, but we'll see what happens here. Here comes Vincenzo Marino. If he can trick over 10,000 points, then things will start to get interesting in the overall. There we go. There's the Mo back-to-back. Here's the Mo back-to-back reverse. There we go. There's regular backflips here, just trying to stay on top of the water here. There's the flip twist back, flip twist front. He's out of flips now. What does he have there? Ski line O, back. Wake 5 front, wake 5 back, 310 points apiece. Ski line back to back. Yes! Good skiing there for Vincenzo Marino, who qualified into this final having tricked 74.60. And I'm not too sure if that effort is going to be over 10,000, but if it is, then all bets are off.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely a better go than he had in the preliminary round. So we'll have to see if he gets credit for everything, but looking smooth here as you see him start with that mob into the reverse here, and both of those looked really good. So we're working through this flip sequence and looking nice and strong. We'll have to wait, until a little later to get the official score, but
we at least will have a provisional score based upon the tricks that were scored, rather than those same tricks being scored and under the scrutiny of the 20-second clock.
Yeah, and I mean, and like I said, I'm going to go ahead and call it that this is going to be a better run than he had in the preliminary round.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Just based on his toe run and getting through those. So, good skiing out of Vincenzo. When the pressure was on, you see him throw the fist. And
I think each trick skier at this level kind of has that internal chronometer in their mind. I mean, they've tricked enough times before. They know what 20 seconds is.
Exactly, yeah. So, I mean, I think he looked good, and it looked like those were credits. So we'll have to wait and see what the judges have. But there you go. You see our provisional leaderboard. They're not official, but still nice looking. You see there what we got going on as we move to our next skier out of Ukraine.
Okay, so Ivan Zaletsov from Ukraine. Let's see what he's got here with toe tricks and moving on from one to the next. Oh, and tries the toe wake line 5 back, and that could well spell a disaster for him in his aim of trying to get a little bit better in overall.
Yeah, just going a little too big there, Tony, and unable to land that that toe 5. That toe wake line 5, and that's going to be a bit of a bummer there for Ivan.
Yeah, and currently keeping in about 9th place overall there. That is Ivan Zaletsov. All right there, so continuing on with Ivan Zaletsov of Ukraine. So some decent tricking up to the point now. Ivan Zaletsov elects to put the toe wake line 5 back, almost dead in the middle of the run. But most of those skiers that prefer to. Okay, Vincenzo Marino, his point score, and this is provisional, by the way, 87.80. So 87.80. So any significant point difference higher than that has got to be found from. Beyond the 22nd point, at least so far as the skier's internal chronometer is concerned. Right, Ivan Zaletsov from Ukraine. Oh, nicely done there with the front flip. Actually, it was the half jack. Here he goes with the front flips halfway through his flip sequence. Flip twist to the back. Flip twist to the back after that positional. Then now he tries the mobe. Oh, he gets it in. Look at that. Good recovery there. Just throws in anything that he could think of there towards the end after doing the flips. And it's a remarkable talent out there on the water. Ivan Zaletsov, part of the Ukrainian team that's really chasing for a top 3 spot on the podium in the Euro U21 Championships. And the Ukrainian team have been on a tear recently, having gotten a top 3 position in the team classifications about 2 weeks ago at the European Open Championships in Samsee in Oberösterreich. We're here in Niederösterreich, Lower Austria, for this event here at the IWWC, the Internationale Wiener Wasserski Club. And looking in tremendous position. Oh, he went nostrils deep there on that mode back-to-back there. Nostrils deep.
Yeah, and big save there for Yvonne and getting through this run, and definitely going to be a bit bummed with his toe run there, but way to stand up that hand run, making it through it.
All right, then, moving right along from Ivan Zaletsov, we've got Adrian Elias.
All right, and we're seeing Adrian power through this toe run here. Getting towards the end of it. We got about 5 more seconds left of this run, and there we go.
Nicely done there. Now, here's the latest something for you. I managed to plug in the provisional score for Vincenzo Marino. That provisional score is 87.80. Now, plugging that into his overall capability, it ends up creating an overall score of a 27.25, and that currently puts him firmly in second spot right now behind Tim Wield. And that therefore means Vasily Mazurkovic is currently in third place overall, and Florian Paf. Now, Vasily Mazurkovic has yet to ski. He'll be our penultimate skier. But the one other major player in the overall competition, Florian Paf, would be relegated out of the top 3 as a result of that score from Vincenzo Marino if it holds up. And Florian Paf can do absolutely nothing. He's a sitting duck in terms of the men's overall because he tricked 6,000 points yesterday and couldn't qualify for this final there, Zane.
Yeah, no, just not quite able. I mean, that's Florian, his weakest link in the overall event is the trick event. So, unfortunate for him to get in here into this final, and so he's just going to have to sit on the bank and sit here and wait and see how it pans out for him.
All right, boat motoring in. Our skier on the water at this time is Adrian Elias from Slovakia, who tricked 81.10 yesterday. He's already on a charge here right now, looking to try and put himself on the podium, and he'll try to put in some tricks such as the mode back-to-back. Going in for the front flip. Now, not getting much height off the wake, I do have to say. I don't know what his ballast selection is, but he's not getting much out of this wake, I tell you, and it's really compromising some of the tricks that he had in his initially. However, he manages to get it done there towards the end after the transition from flips into ski lines and fives and what have you. But he certainly was challenged there at the beginning of the pass number 2, and Adrian Elias will be quite relieved to ski back to the dock, having performed wonders there on pass number 2, Zane.
Yeah, you saw it was a little shaky on that front flip landing, but still managed to.
And that's the thing, yeah. I mean, the ballast is important for that kind of stuff.
Yeah, and I mean these trickers are. The water is nice and deep here, so the wakes were big, and then you add to the ballast. I know during familiarization we heard a lot of people talking about how big the wakes were, and so some of them kind of electing to not use as much ballast as maybe they would like, and then here you see the ski lines right here, so it gets through them. And he was looking strong through this pass, and now you see him. He's throwing the fist. He was excited. I think he was pumped to be able to recover after that front flip, and 2 stand-up runs there for Adrian.
So another potential player in the overall competition is Mikolauchenko, and he is on the water right now. 67.10 for his fellow Ukrainians compatriot. 67.10 for Ivan Zletsov. 67.10.
All right, and electing to go with the hand run here, Tony. I know yesterday started off with his toe run, so a little bit of change in the...
Positional to the back, Mo back, good elevation there. Mo back, reverse, keeping the flow going there. There we go with back flips. Flip twist to the back, to the front, to the back. Look at this, flip twist to the front. There we go, ski line 5 back, ski line back to back. Positional to the front, ski line O to the back. Oh, and throwing in some tricks towards the end. But in complete contrast to his emotions after that pass in yesterday, the first run, he seems to be a lot calmer of a character right here after doing that first run, falling on only a basic surface back to back.
Yeah, and I mean, you see him here as he's doing his mob sequence right here. Looked good on the first 2 tricks, and the flip sequence was really nice here. So. Falling a little late at the run, but hopefully that's not going to take too much away from him, and we'll get him up, and then hopefully we can see another stand-up toe run like we saw yesterday out of Mikolauchenko.
So Mikolauchenko currently in 8th place in the overall competition. And could rise up as much as 7th place if he performs a score of over 10,000 points. Adrian Elias with 84.40. So Adrian Elias currently in 12th place overall in representing Slovakia. Much of his overall points value stems from the tricks event, and that's the reason why he's here in this final. Comparable scores in slalom and jump, but it's his tricks that stands out, and we'll see what he can do. Adrian Elias coming in very, very soon after, well, he just finished his performance just before Mikolauchenko. So Mikolauchenko, toe 5 back there, turning his head completely backwards whenever he gets that point there. Not too sure what the reason is behind that, but maybe he's able to square off his shoulders a lot easier by looking backwards and be able to fully pull there. There we go, toe wake line back to back, and yep, there we go. That is Mikolauchenko from Ukraine, and maybe any ambitions that he harbored of rising up beyond 9th overall at this time probably took a little bit of a setback, and so too his challenge for the men's trick in European title in the U21s.
Yeah, and I mean, just not quite having quite the day that I think he thought he was going to have when he woke up this morning. And I mean, we saw him in the slalom final earlier. He was our first off the dock. He qualified in the runoff, and then went down a touch early at 11. And now you're seeing him here in the trick run. I mean, he was looking smooth, but just not able to make it all the way through this toe run. And we see him there getting a little off balance. He started to get out of sorts there, and then that caught him on the next trick. So a little unfortunate there for Mikolau, but he is one of our youngest competitors here, and he is going to be a force to reckon with here in the years to come.
And now our next skier to go, the presumptive men's overall champion in the Euros U21, this is Tim Field about to take to the water as we see Mikhailovchenko disappearing beneath the surface. And let's see what Tim Field can do. The only skier in the history of the Junior Masters in the men's competition to win slalom trick and jumping events and naturally the overall at the same time in the Junior Masters this season. Toe 5 front, toe 0 out, toe 0 straight back in, toe wake 0, getting a good elevation there. That was early with the toe wake line back to back, and still had enough height and still had enough balance to make that trick happen. So good skiing there. And just there, Tim Field going out there to make a statement as to his intent in regards to the men's tricking competition, because, I mean, he won the jump yesterday. He was pretty close to getting the decent slalom score that would have put him on the podium in the slalom event earlier on today. But being as he's the presumptive men's overall champion, he's leading by a country mile. He just cannot be usurped at this point. And some great trick skiing out there, Zane.
Yeah, no, I mean, you see him, he just got a little off balance towards the end of that toe run and got a little shaky towards the end. I think it's right there. You see him, he just gets a little bit out of sorts and, able to stay on his feet, but probably not going to be as good as his preliminary trick round score. All right, and we've got a provisional score for 88.60 there for Mikhailovchenko, so that will put him into the lead.
But with no increase upon 89.50, his aspirations of rising in the overall competition will probably just end right there. And he's just gotten the point score, and he knows that point score, provisional as it may be, may not be enough to put him on the podium with the 4 competitors we have remaining, including Tim Field. Next skier to go after Tim Field is Clarence Laveau, who has a lot of potential in the men's overall competition, provided that he betters his score from yesterday of 94.70. Look at this, putting a lot of heat against the towboat. You can just listen to the boat engine and just having to work extremely hard to keep him at the same boat speed. Oh, look at that! Good, solid effort there, and he knows it's a good score. And could it be enough to win the European title, to add to his European jump title in the U21s and his overall exploits as well? What do you reckon here, Zane?
Yeah, we'll have to see. We'll wait to see what the score brings in. But this was a strong-looking hand run. So we see him getting through his flips here to the half twist to the back. There's the reverse right there, Tony, and big front flip here, and just looking nice and smooth through his trick sequences. And yeah, that's strong tricking out of Tim. Getting everything through right there, going down right at the end of the run. So, he was happy with it. I think that, he's trying to pad his overall lead, and, Tim he's been having an awesome season, and you see all smiles there from Tim Field as he makes his way into shore.
All right, there, continuing on and moving forward. All right, let's see what we've got here with our next skier out on the water. This is Clarence Laveau. Coming in past the green buoy. Clarence Laveau, who comes to us out of Guadeloupe, a French possessed island in the middle of the Caribbean. Toe wake line back, toe wake line O. Just trying to go slowly and deliberately so with each trick, and unfortunately for Clarence Laveau, not able to get all the way through on pass number 1. We'll see what he's got on pass number 2, but you kind of get the impression here that the main mission here for Clarence Laveau has got nothing to do with the overall. It's just all about being able to stand up through these initial toe tricks and then unleashing the beast that is his handle pass.
Yeah, no, I mean, he's kind of had a finals that he'd probably like to forget. Didn't have the best jump event yesterday, and then went down pretty early today in slalom. So, trying to redeem himself here in this trick event, and yeah, going down on this toe run. But yeah, as you said, we're really looking forward to his handle run. He's got a huge hand pass, and looking forward to seeing him get out there. We'll get the boat down to the end of the lake, get everything switched out, and bring him in for his hand run.
And based upon provisional scores right now, the big riser in the men's overall competition is Vincenzo Marino, even based upon a provisional score of 87.80. That score alone would put him currently in second spot overall, and about 151.72 points adrift from Tim Field. And Tim Field, oh, look at this, 10,060. 10,060, that puts it beyond doubt. 10,060 so far as the overall is concerned. And that basically does put it beyond doubt there for Tim Field, because instead of 140 points being the difference between himself and Vincenzo Marino, it's now 240 points.
Yeah, that's going to be it's basically going to be really tough to he put it out of doubt. He's had an awesome tournament, and like I said, again, touching on, he's had an awesome season, and he showed you why here. This weekend he's just in really strong form, and Tim looking great out there, not just in one event but all three. So here we go, we got Clarence Laveau coming in. This is his hand run.
Mo back. Here's the reverse. Got 4 more flips that he can do. There's the and he over rotates on the front flip, and my word, he goes down hard there, so no improvements upon his tricking performance. And Clarence Laveau had an opportunity to rise up in both the tricks and the overall, so Clarence Laveau would end up on the outside looking in for the podium positions, ending up in 5th overall.
Yeah, and this has been an unfortunate group of finals there for Clarence, just not quite having the finals that he would like in all 3 events. And you see here on this front flip, just not able to land it and going down early in his hand run, and he'll have to shake that off and move on to the next event. So a bit unfortunate there for Clarence.
All right then. So this is an interesting thing that we're about to see. We've got about to take to the water Vasily Mazurkovic, who tricked 95.80. But if Vasily Mazurkovic can trick something along the lines of about 9,700 points, maybe in that neighborhood, then he will be back on the podium. He's currently lying in 4th place overall, but a point scorer margin.
All right, Vasily cruising through these flip tricks. So I saw the front flip there. There's the reverse. Now into the ski line sequence. Oh, and going down there on his first ski line. So,
yeah, that could well end any aspirations that he has of placing on the podium in the overall at the same time.
Yeah, that's a bit of a bummer there for him. We see the Ukrainian skiers there. Looking on from the viewing area, and we take a look here at Vasily's replay. There into the mob, into the flip to the twist to the back. Here goes the reverse. Kind of slips out there a little bit. Now goes in for his front flip. Lands that. Looks pretty good. Now here on the reverse front flip, you see got a little bit twisted there, and now it goes into the ski line and just unable to land it. That's
and beyond that point, there's about 1,800, somewhere between 1,800 and 2,000 points or more that he could have gone through, and that's 39.40, 39.40 for Clarence Laveau.
All right, we take a look here. We got 2 more skiers left. I'm sorry, I think we're down to our last skier there, Tony. I stand corrected. That is, we're down to we've got Vasily here, and then we're moving along to our last skier, which will be Dominic Kuhn from Austria. We saw Vasily going down just a bit early there in his hand run, so we're going to get him down, get his toe ski and toe rope out, and we'll bring him back in, see if he can get a stand-up run here.
All right, then. Still a lot of overall implications in play here, especially where it concerns our last skier to take to the water. More details of that in just a moment. Here comes Vasily Mazurkovic. Toe wake back-to-backs and reverses. Look at her go. Toe wake O, toe wake lino. What does he have remaining? He's trying to get himself back into contention here. Toe wake line back to back. Does he have a reverse or even a toe wake line 5 back? He manages to stand up all the way through. But you just never know. It's in the lap of the judges right now to determine what kind of score that he gets and how much of that score is within 20 seconds when they time these passes accordingly. So looking at this second and final 20-second pass there with toe wake back-to-backs. He just was, from about this point, he looked in confident form here and just started to motor and just never stopped until he got to the final tricks that he has in his repertoire there, Zane.
Yeah, no, I mean, motoring through these and trying to get all the way through it. Got a stand-up run. We'll have to see what the judges say on all these tricks, but Vasily, been skiing really strong this season. We saw him ski really well at the Open Europeans, and he's had a pretty good tournament here as well. So Good skiing out of the skier from the IWWF.
So great skiing there from him. And now it comes down to our final competitor to provisionally determine the fate of the men's tricking competition here at the Euros U21 Championships, coming to you live from IWWC, the Internationaler Wiener Wasserski Club, just outside the historic city of Vienna. But not actually within the area of Vienna. We're actually in Niederösterreich, the region of Lower Austria, and here we are. Beautiful sunshine. The wind could do with being a little bit less, a whole lot less, as a matter of fact. But let's have a look and see our final skier representing Austria. The last action from our male competitors starts off with Dominik Kuhn with his toe pass. Keeping the flow going. Toe 5 front, toe out, all over the wake here. Just trying to stay relaxed and focused here. Toe wake line back to back, drifting across the back of the wake, and probably not is the tidiest run that he would have produced out there, but it does the job for now as he gets ready for pass number 2. Qualified into this final having tricked 98.50.
Yeah, and you can see from this drone shot, Tony, how windy it is out there. You see the water; it's just howling down the lake, and it has really picked up today, and it's pretty rough out there right now.
All right, moving right along. Dominik Kuhn. We see Lily Steiner back there supporting the Austrian effort, although she cannot compete herself due to an injury that she sustained over at the U21 Worlds in Canada.
Yeah, and that was a bit of a rough landing on jump, and you know, we know she had her leg fixed last week, and you know, it's good to see her out here and moving around, and hopefully we see her, you know, back on the water soon. You know, we never want to see anybody get injured in the events, and you know, glad she's you know, gotten everything fixed, and we hope and wish her a speedy recovery.
So Dominik Kuhn qualified in 2 out of the 3 event finals in these championships. The only outlier was the jump event, in which he performed 51.1 meters and was kind of on the outside looking in. So markers in 2 out of the 3 events, and this is the final male action of the U21 Europeans for 2025. Here we go, folks. Dominik Kuhn. If he can get over 10,000 points, it'll put him in the top 5 in the men's overall here. Getting some good height there on the front flips. Ski line O, ski line back to back, sliding in towards the front. Yeah, nicely done. Ski line 5 front, beautifully executed. And that will bring to a close the men's competition in the European U21 Championships right here at IWWC. And but we've yet to get the scores for Vasily Mazurkovic and Dominik Kuhn. And bear in mind, once again, I do emphasize that these are provisional. 87.50 for Vasily Mazurkovic. And Dominik I would imagine his point score is going to be somewhere around about that level, probably close to 9,000, but probably a little bit asking too much of him out of this performance to be anywhere close to 10. But just getting some great elevation on these front flips, which is remarkable considering how well built he is. I mean, he is built like the proverbial brick privy.
Yeah, a really strong. He's a really strong skier, and good. Been skiing really well, and it's going to be a tough ask to take the lead away from Tim, but we'll have to wait and see.
Okay, so at the moment, our provisional leaderboard shows that Tim Wild is in the lead with the only score over 10,000 points in the entirety of this competition. We're waiting on Dominic's provisional score, but do bear in mind that these are provisional scores. They haven't been timed against the 20-second clock, so any scores that you receive from us at this time should be regarded and taken with about a square millimeter of salt at this moment. But we're just waiting on the scores, remaining score to come through, and then we'll take a little bit of a breather before we go into the women's jump final, which will be the last of our finals here at the Euro U21 Championships. We will begin our potentially our jump final in the women's competition in a little under 20 minutes from now. We hope by that time the wind would subside enough to make this jump event at least somewhat safe for our female competitors in this event. But as much as we attempt to control most of the elements in a tournament, the one thing that you cannot control is the weather.
Yeah, no, I mean that's the one thing that's out of our control, and they were saying that the wind was going to die down a little bit later today. So here we go. We've got a new score, provisional score for Dominic Kuhn. That is going to be 9,900 points. So if that holds up after we time everything, that'll be enough to put him into second place. But we will have to wait and see. So that concludes our men's trick event, and we're going to wait and see what's going on with the women's jump. The wind's still gusting around, blowing around. It's a pretty gnarly tailwind, so we're going to have to wait and see kind of what the judges decide here. Again, the water is starting to look a little choppy, but off the water that wind's really swirling and blowing around. So the judges are going to try to make a safety call here for these ladies. We'll see what they end up deciding, and we want all of our athletes to be nice and safe. We'd love to run a final, but we definitely want to keep everybody in the safest possible conditions.
And as provisional as that leaderboard is so far as the tricks event is concerned, it can also be equally said, but we have pretty much a high certainty that the men's overall top three is going to provisionally end like this. So currently in third place overall would go to Vasily Mazurkovic.
All right, and we're just waiting to get some news coming in, and we'll see what we got going on here. But it's been a little bit rough with the weather this weekend, Tony, as we've kind of been pointing out. Yesterday we had a bunch of rain, and Okay, so it looks like we got a little update into the schedule. It looks like we're going to do some prize giving here, and then we're going to go to the women's jump final. So kind of the weather report is that the wind is supposed to die down here a little later today, so it looks like they're going to try to give out some prizes, kill some time, and get it so that we can we can have the women's jump in the safest possible conditions. Right now they're just kind of deeming that the wind and the gusts are a little bit unsafe for our ladies jumpers, and so we're gonna go ahead and give some prize giving for women's slalom, men's slalom, and then the trick event, and then we'll roll into the jump event after that.
All right, then. So we're going to do some prize givings in just a moment, and then once we get done with the prize giving, then we'll move right on to the women's jump final to conclude these championships. Prize giving will be coming up soon, but in the meantime, we're going to take a quick break, and once we get everything situated with the prize giving, then we'll bring that to you live right here at the European Championships U21s, coming to you live from the IWWC. And when we return, we'll have the first of those prize-giving ceremonies next.
My name is Thibaut Dalen, and I'm the broker of Dalen Real Estate. And today, I want to show you some of our special listings located in Florida's world-famous water ski hotspots.
Coleman. I would like to invite you to the 2026 World Junior Championships here at Ahumada Ski School in Villa Dolores, Argentina. Sí, llevo 15 días acá y 16 asados.
When I left the dock, there was no doubt in my mind I was going to win.
Number 4 needs a ball when he gets over. Inside, flips around 2, Wade moves into the lead, and Wade Cobb gets a monstrous turn at 4 and hangs on around 6. First time today.
Wade, you made it exciting once again.
Slingshotting himself around 1, and
That's large. He's here to push up in front.
Wow, this is like my dream come true. Which one of the men is going to end up in this exact spot?
Thanks for calling Wake House. This is Brian. How can I help you? Yeah, Will. Can I let him know who's calling? All right, just a second. Will, I got a fill for you.
Perfect. Give me just 1 second. All right, hit it. Thanks for holding. This is Will. Hey, how's it going? Good.
Get ready, set, go. It's that time. Everybody kick it and go. On your mark. Get ready, set,
For skiers and water enthusiasts, Florida lakes are what dreams are made of. Combined with world-class golf, remarkable weather, natural beauty, theme parks, and so much more, it's easy to see that Florida is paradise. For more than 30 years, I've enjoyed Florida's lakes and many offerings. If you are interested in Florida real estate, let me be your guide and trusted advisor as you search for your paradise. Together, we can make your dreams a reality.
start to lose my balance. What am I falling into?
What if I told you there was a place where the sounds of nature are only broken by the roar of a boat? A place where that summer feeling lasts all year long. A place where the Florida sun is only outshined by the smiles of the skiers. A place where first-time skiers can ski alongside world champions, and the world-class coaches work with all levels of skiers. What if I told you there was a place where life slows down and your only job is to make lifelong memories? That place is Swiss Water Ski Resort. Book your trip at SwissWaterSkiResort.com.
Old logic says success is determined by wins. It says you can't be a mother and a professional athlete, that you can't take on giants. New logic says watch me. Watch me become the most decorated track and field athlete in the world. Watch me start a brand designed by women, for women. When old logic holds us back, it's up to us to defy it.
Where do competition standards meet the highest culinary standards? Where do the old masters meet the new masters? Where do first-class conditions meet first-class hotels? Where does the purest joie de vivre meet the purest drinking water quality? Only 30 minutes from the airport and Vienna city center. See you in Vienna.
At Houston Cadillac, at the moment you arrive, you will notice dedication to excellence. We deliver an unparalleled customer experience, and we're elevating our commitment with a new state-of-the-art facility. Explore our selection of new Cadillac cars, crossovers, and SUVs designed to meet your needs. We are redefining the luxury experience and investing in the future. Visit Houston Cadillac and begin your journey towards luxury.
At Dillinger Insurance, we have over 50 different carriers to shop your home, auto, and recreational vehicle insurance needs. We would love the opportunity to save you money. We insure million-dollar mansions, condos, mobile homes, rental homes, and everything in between. We know all about wind inspections, 4-point inspections, and how to get you the right coverage for your particular home. You've got questions, we've got answers. Can you remember the last time you had a rate decrease with your auto insurance? Let's take a look and see what we can do. We know all the ins and outs of getting our customers the best rates, coverages, and discounts, so put us to the test.
Don't monkey around with your insurance. Call Dellinger Insurance today. We've got tons of companies to help find you the best prices and the best coverage for your particular needs on home and auto insurance. Go Knights!
As the broker of Dayland Real Estate and a professional water skier, I understand what clients are looking for in their dream water ski home. Our company is dedicated to helping you and your family invest in your future together in Florida. If it's time to move on to your next adventure, let us help you find the perfect match for your home. Our team offers service in English, French, Spanish, and German. Whenever you are ready, just give us a call. We will be suited up and ready to assist. Dayland Real Estate, where expertise meets passion.
Hello everybody, I'm Martin Coleman. I would like to invite you to the 2026 World Junior Championships here at Ahumada Ski School in Villa Dolores, Argentina. Sí, llevo 15 días acá y 16 asados.
When I left the dock, there was no doubt in my mind I was going to win.
Number 4 needs a ball when he gets off. Side next around 2, Wade moves into the lead, and Wade Cobb gets a monstrous turn at 4 and hangs on around 6. First time today.
Wade, you made it exciting once again.
Slingshotting himself around 1, and
that's large.
He's here, the foot's up in front. Wow, this is like my dream come true. Which one of the men is going to end up in this exact spot?
Morning, Brian.
Hey, morning. You have a good weekend?
Yeah, got out on the water a couple times. How about you?
Yeah, I got to set in. Just gonna make a quick phone call here. Oh, of course. Can you get that, Will?
Yeah, man, I got it. Thanks for calling Wake House. This is Will. Yeah, looks like we've got those in stock.
Get ready, set, go. It's that time. Everybody kicking in the overdrive. Go on your mark. Get ready, set,
For skiers and water enthusiasts, Florida lakes are what dreams are made of. Combined with world-class golf, remarkable weather, natural beauty, theme parks, and so much more, it's easy to see that Florida is paradise. For more than 30 years, I've enjoyed Florida's lakes and many offerings. If you are interested in Florida real estate, let me be your guide and trusted advisor as you search for your paradise. Together, we can make your dreams a reality.
take a look at you and start to lose my balance. What am I falling into? This feels like something new. I've seen a lot of views, but they were nothing like this. The way you do what you do, I think you're something brand new.
What if I told you there was a place where the sounds of nature are only broken by the roar of a boat? A place where that summer feeling lasts all year long. A place where the Florida sun is only outshined by the smiles of the skiers. A place where first-time skiers can ski alongside world champions, and the world-class coaches work with all levels of skiers. What if I told you there was a place where life slows down and your only job is to make lifelong memories? That place is Swiss Water Ski Resort. Book your trip at SwissWaterSkiResort.com.
See you in Vienna.
At Houston Cadillac, at the moment you arrive, you will notice dedication to excellence. We deliver an unparalleled customer experience, and we're elevating our commitment with a new state-of-the-art facility. Explore our selection of new Cadillac cars, crossovers, and SUVs designed to meet your needs. We are redefining the luxury experience and investing in the future. Visit Houston Cadillac and begin your journey towards luxury.
At Dillinger Insurance, we have over 50 different carriers to shop your home, auto, and recreational vehicle insurance needs. We would love the opportunity to save you money. We insure million-dollar mansions, condos, mobile homes, rental homes, and everything in between. We know all about wind inspections, 4-point inspections, and how to get you the right coverage for your particular home. You've got questions, we've got answers. Can you remember the last time you had a rate decrease with your auto insurance? Let's take a look and see what we can do. We know all the ins and outs of getting our customers the best rates, coverages, and discounts, so put us to the test.
Don't monkey around with your insurance. Call Dellinger Insurance today. We've got tons of companies to help find you the best prices and the best coverage for your particular needs on home and auto insurance. Go Knights!
My name is Thibaut Dalen and I'm the broker of Dalen Real Estate. And today I want to show you some of our special listings located in Florida's world famous water ski hotspots.
I'm Martin Coleman. I would like to invite you to the 2026 World Junior Championships here at Ahumada Ski School in Villa Dolores, Argentina. Sí, llevo 15 días acá y 16 asados.
When I left the dock, there was no doubt in my mind I was going to win.
Number 4 needs a ball when he gets over. Inside, next around 2, Wade losing the lead, and Wade Cobb gets a monstrous turn at 4 and hangs on around 6. First time today.
Wade, you made it exciting once again.
Slingshotting himself around 1, and
that's large. He's here to put you up in front.
Wow, this is like my dream come true. Which one of the men is going to end up in this exact spot?
Morning, Brian.
Hey, morning. You have a good weekend?
Yeah, got out on the water a couple times. How about you?
Yeah, I got to set in. Just gonna make a quick phone call here. Oh, of course. Can you get that, Will?
Yeah, man, I got it. Thanks for calling Wake House. This is Will. Yeah, looks like we've got those in stock.
Get ready, set, go! It's that time, everybody kick it and go, on your mark. Get ready, set,
For skiers and water enthusiasts, Florida lakes are what dreams are made of. Combined with world-class golf, remarkable weather, natural beauty, theme parks, and so much more, it's easy to see that Florida is paradise. For more than 30 years, I've enjoyed Florida's lakes and many offerings. If you are interested in Florida real estate, let me be your guide and trusted advisor as you search for your paradise. Together, we can make your dreams a reality.
start to lose my balance. What am I falling into?
What if I told you there was a place where the sounds of nature are only broken by the roar of a boat? A place where that summer feeling lasts all year long. A place where the Florida sun is only outshined by the smiles of the skiers. A place where first-time skiers can ski alongside world champions, and the world-class coaches work with all levels of skiers. What if I told you there was a place where life slows down and your only job is to make lifelong memories? That place is Swiss Water Ski Resort. Book your trip at SwissWaterSkiResort.com.
Old logic says success is determined by wins. It says you can't be a mother and a professional athlete, that you can't take on giants. New logic says watch me. Watch me become the most decorated track and field athlete in the world. Watch me start a brand designed by women, for women. When old logic holds us back, it's up to us to defy it.
See you in Vienna.
At Houston Cadillac, at the moment you arrive, you will notice dedication to excellence. We deliver an unparalleled customer experience, and we're elevating our commitment with a new state-of-the-art facility. Explore our selection of new Cadillac cars, crossovers, and SUVs designed to meet your needs. We are redefining the luxury experience and investing in the future. Visit Houston Cadillac and begin your journey towards luxury.
At Dillinger Insurance, we have over 50 different carriers to shop your home, auto, and recreational vehicle insurance needs. We would love the opportunity to save you money. We insure $1 million mansions, condos, mobile homes, rental homes, and everything in between. We know all about wind inspections, 4-point inspections, and how to get you the right coverage for your particular home. You've got questions, we've got answers. Can you remember the last time you had a rate decrease with your auto insurance? Let's take a look and see what we can do. We know all the ins and outs of getting our customers the best rates, coverages, and discounts, so put us to the test.
Don't monkey around with your insurance. Call Dillinger Insurance today. We've got tons of companies to help find you the best prices and the best coverage for your particular needs on home and auto insurance. Go Knights!
My name is Thibaut Dalen and I'm the broker of Dalen Real Estate. And today I want to show you some of our special listings located in Florida's world famous water ski hotspots.
I'm Martin Coleman. I would like to invite you to the 2026 World Junior Championships here at Ahumada Ski School in Villa Dolores, Argentina.
See,
llevo 15 días acá y 16 asados.
When I left the dock, there was no doubt in my mind I was going to win.
Number 4 needs a ball when he gets on. Inside, heads around 2, Wade losing the lead, and Wade Cobb gets a monstrous turn at 4 and hangs on around 6. First time today.
Wade, you made it exciting once again.
Slingshotting himself around 1, and
that's large. He's here to put up in front.
Wow, this is like my dream come true. Which one of the men is going to end up in this exact spot?
Thanks for calling Wake House. This is Brian. How can I help you? Yeah, Will. Can I let him know who's calling? All right, just a second. Will, I got a fill for you.
Perfect. Give me just 1 second. All right, hit it. Thanks for holding. This is Will. Hey, how's it going? Good.
Get ready, set, go. It's that time. Everybody kick it and go. Go. On your mark. Get ready, set,
For skiers and water enthusiasts, Florida lakes are what dreams are made of. Combined with world-class golf, remarkable weather, natural beauty, theme parks, and so much more, it's easy to see that Florida is paradise. For more than 30 years, I've enjoyed Florida's lakes and many offerings. If you are interested in Florida real estate, let me be your guide and trusted advisor as you search for your paradise. Together, we can make your dreams a reality.
take a look at you and start to lose my balance. What am I falling into? This feels like something new. I've seen a lot of views, but they were nothing like this. The way you do what you do, I think you're something brand new.
What if I told you there was a place where the sounds of nature are only broken by the roar of a boat? A place where that summer feeling lasts all year long. A place where the Florida sun is only outshined by the smiles of the skiers. A place where first-time skiers can ski alongside world champions, and the world-class coaches work with all levels of skiers. What if I told you there was a place where life slows down and your only job is to make lifelong memories? That place is Swiss Water Ski Resort. Book your trip at SwissWaterSkiResort.com.
Old logic says success is determined by wins. It says you can't be a mother and a professional athlete, that you can't take on giants. New logic says watch me. Watch me become the most decorated track and field athlete in the world. Watch me start a brand designed by women, for women. When old logic holds us back, it's up to us to defy it.
Where do competition standards meet the highest culinary standards? Where do the old masters meet the new masters? Where do first-class conditions meet first-class hotels? Where does the purest joie de vivre meet the purest drinking water quality? Only 30 minutes from the airport and Vienna city center. See you in Vienna.
At Houston Cadillac, at the moment you arrive, you will notice dedication to excellence. We deliver an unparalleled customer experience, and we're elevating our commitment with a new state-of-the-art facility. Explore our selection of new Cadillac cars, crossovers, and SUVs designed to meet your needs. We are redefining the luxury experience and investing in the future. Visit Houston Cadillac and begin your journey towards luxury.
At Dillinger Insurance, we have over 50 different carriers to shop your home, auto, and recreational vehicle insurance needs. We would love the opportunity to save you money. We insure million-dollar mansions, condos, mobile homes, rental homes, and everything in between. We know all about wind inspections, 4-point inspections, and how to get you the right coverage for your particular home. You've got questions, we've got answers. Can you remember the last time you had a rate decrease with your auto insurance? Let's take a look and see what we can do. We know all the ins and outs of getting our customers the best rates, coverages, and discounts, so put us to the test.
Don't monkey around with your insurance. Call Dellinger Insurance today. We've got tons of companies to help find you the best prices and the best coverage for your particular needs on home and auto insurance. Go Knights!
As the broker of Dayland Real Estate and a professional water skier, I understand what clients are looking for in their dream water ski home. Our company is dedicated to helping you and your family invest in your future together in Florida. If it's time to move on to your next adventure, let us help you find the perfect match for your home. Our team offers service in English, French, Spanish, and German. Whenever you are ready, just give us a call. We will be suited up and ready to assist. Dayland Real Estate, where expertise meets passion.
Hello everybody, I'm Martin Coleman. I would like to invite you to the 2026 World Junior Championships here at Ahumada Ski School in Villa Dolores, Argentina. Sí, llevo 15 días acá y 16 asados.
When I left the dock, there was no doubt in my mind I was going to win.
Number 4 needs a ball when he gets on. We saw, I think, that waiting, losing the lead, and Wade Cobb gets a monstrous turn at 4 and hangs on around 6. First time today.
Wade, you made it exciting once again.
Slingshotting himself around 1, and
That's large. He's here, the foot's up in front.
Wow, this is like my dream come true. Which one of the men is going to end up in this exact spot?
Brian?
Hey, morning. You have a good weekend?
Yeah, got out on the water a couple times. How about you?
Yeah, I got to set in. Just gonna make a quick phone call here. Oh, of course. Can you get that, Will?
Yeah, man, I got it. Thanks for calling Wake House. This is Will. Yeah, looks like we've got those in stock.
Get ready, set, go! It's that time, everybody kicking it overdrive. On your mark, get ready, set,
For skiers and water enthusiasts, Florida lakes are what dreams are made of. Combined with world-class golf, remarkable weather, natural beauty, theme parks, and so much more, it's easy to see that Florida is paradise. For more than 30 years, I've enjoyed Florida's lakes and many offerings. If you are interested in Florida real estate, let me be your guide and trusted advisor as you search for your paradise. Together, we can make your dreams a reality.
take a look at you and start to lose my balance. What am I falling into? This feels like something new. I've seen a lot of views, but they were nothing like this. The way you do what you do, I think you're something brand new.
What if I told you there was a place where the sounds of nature are only broken by the roar of a boat? A place where that summer feeling lasts all year long. A place where the Florida sun is only outshined by the smiles of the skiers. A place where first-time skiers can ski alongside world champions, and the world-class coaches work with all levels of skiers. What if I told you there was a place where life slows down and your only job is to make lifelong memories? That place is Swiss Water Ski Resort. Book your trip at SwissWaterSkiResort.com.
See you in Vienna.
At Houston Cadillac, at the moment you arrive, you will notice dedication to excellence. We deliver an unparalleled customer experience, and we're elevating our commitment with a new state-of-the-art facility. Explore our selection of new Cadillac cars, crossovers, and SUVs designed to meet your needs. We are redefining the luxury experience and investing in the future. Visit Houston Cadillac and begin your journey towards luxury.
At Dillinger Insurance, we have over 50 different carriers to shop your home, auto, and recreational vehicle insurance needs. We would love the opportunity to save you money. We insure $1 million mansions, condos, mobile homes, rental homes, and everything in between. We know all about wind inspections, 4-point inspections, and how to get you the right coverage for your particular home. You've got questions, we've got answers. Can you remember the last time you had a rate decrease with your auto insurance? Let's take a look and see what we can do. We know all the ins and outs of getting our customers the best rates, coverages, and discounts, so put us to the test.
Don't monkey around with your insurance. Call Dellinger Insurance today. We've got tons of companies to help find you the best prices and the best coverage for your particular needs on home and auto insurance. Go Knights!
Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to continuing coverage of this, the 2025 European U21 Water Ski Championships. How y'all enjoying yourselves so far? All right, in just a few moments we will get on with the award presentations for the events that we have been able to get situated in these championships. starting off with the slalom, then working down to the tricks event, and then the one jump event we were able to put on yesterday. But we still have one more individual event to take care of today, so let's not forget that. So, looks like they've arranged a little welcome for us here. We've got a little balloon parade here, how nice. Well, we're going to have to work with the arrangement of the balloons, but that appears to be okay. All right, let's get into the awards, shall we? U21 women's slalom results. In third place and winner of the bronze medal, Lisa Gussenbauer. Presenting the medals, the president of the Austrian Water Ski Federation, Mr. Mickey Rockenwald. Ladies and gentlemen, presented to you, second place silver medalist from Belgium, Ina Sala. And now, ladies and gentlemen, presenting to you winner and gold medalist and the European Under-21 Women's Slalom Champion from Italia, Vittoria Sirocco. Presenting the medals, Oliver Attenson and Mickey Rockenwald. And now, ladies and gentlemen, if you can, please rise as we play the national anthem of Italy. Ladies and gentlemen, presenting to you your medalists. Third place for Austria, Lisa Gussenbauer. your runner-up from Belgium, Ines Sola, and your champion for 2025, Vittoria Sirocco. And now we move on to the under-21 men's slalom event. In third place, representing Austria, Nikki Anderson. And now, presenting to you, runner-up, silver medalist, representing Italia, Florian Paff. And now, as the medals have been awarded by Oliver Antonsen, let me tell you that your winner, gold medalist, and European under-21 men's slalom champion for 2025 from France, Benjamin Susi. And now, ladies and gentlemen, if you can, please stand as we now play La Marseillaise. Ladies and gentlemen, presenting to you your medal winners. Nikki Antonsen, Austria. Second place, Florian Paff, Italia. And your gold medalist and European champion, Benjamin Susi, France. And now, moving right along to the Women's Trick Awards. Ladies and gentlemen, third place and winner of the bronze medal from Czechia, Klaudii Komentova. Ladies and gentlemen, now presenting to you silver medalist, second place from Ukraine, Maria Popova. And now, ladies and gentlemen, presenting to you winner, gold medalist and European under-21 women's trick champion, ladies and gentlemen, under the white flag, Sofia Hozdevia. And now, ladies and gentlemen, please stand if you can as we now play Ode to Joy. Ladies and gentlemen, presenting to you your medal recipients, Claudia Kamentova, Maria Popova, and Sofia Hozdevia. All right, ladies and gentlemen, our next award presentation is for the U21 men. Ladies and gentlemen, third place and winner of the bronze medal from Ukraine, Mikhailchenko. And now, presenting to you, runner-up and winner of the silver medal from Austria, Dominik Kuhn. And now, ladies and gentlemen, presenting to you, winner, gold medalist and European men's under-21 champion for 2025 from Germany, Tim Wild. From the Austrian Water Ski Federation, Bernhard Kosch, the Secretary General, and the President of the same federation, Dr. Mickey Rackenwald. And ladies and gentlemen, if you can, please rise for the national anthem of Germany. Ladies and gentlemen, your podium finishers. Dominic Kuhn, Mikhailichenko, and your winner, Tim Field. And now, our final event award before we go into the women's jump final.
Where'd you find the button?
Ladies and gentlemen, the under-21 men's jump results. In third place, representing Italia, Florian Paff. Ladies and gentlemen, presenting to you second place, runner-up and winner of the silver medal from Austria, Vincent Ahama. Ladies and gentlemen, presenting to you winner, gold medalist, and European men's jump champion in the U21s for 2025 from Germany, Tim Field. Once again, the awards presented by Oliver Antonsen and Dr. Mickey Ruckenwald. And now, ladies and gentlemen, please rise if you can as we now play the national anthem of Germany. Ladies and gentlemen, presenting your award winners once again, Florian Paff, Vincent Ahama, and your champion of Europe for 2025, Tim Field. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we've got one event to run. We've got the women's jump final. We'll have more news on that in just a moment, so sit tight, ladies and gentlemen. We have continuing coverage of the 2025 European Under-21 Championships coming to us from the IWWC, the International Wiener Wasserski Club. But before I let you go, Nikki, you've got a word or two to say to the good folks out there in webcast land.
Yeah, hi guys. First of all, thank you so much for TWBC for being here and giving us such an amazing broadcast. Thank you to the Austrian team for performing great this tournament. And yeah, thank you to Bernhard and Mirki and everybody who has helped endlessly to make this tournament possible. Without you guys, it would not be possible at all. And then the biggest thank you to my mom and dad, who's been working for this. Who's been working so hard to set up this tournament, organizing everything, and giving us the best possible tournament with all the changes that has been happening with the events, also to the judges. Thank you so much, and to all of you that you've been so spontaneous. But yeah, thank you so much to all of you. Thank you to my mom and dad, and thank you.
All right. I think every one of our competitors here should give a big cheer to their mums and dads, their parents, for having them here. Come on, let's get behind the parents. Come on. All right, we're going to have some news shortly in regards to the women's jump final. But in the meantime, this is Tony Lightfoot. And when we come back after this break, hopefully we'll have some jumping to conclude these championships. Stick around, more to come.
My name is Thibaut Dalen and I'm the broker of Dalen Real Estate. And today I want to show you some of our special listings located in Florida's world famous water ski hotspots.
I'm Martin Coleman. I would like to invite you to the 2026 World Junior Championships here at Ahumada Ski School in Villa Dolores, Argentina. Sí, llevo 15 días acá y 16 asados.
When I left the dock, there was no doubt in my mind I was going to win.
Number 4 needs a ball when he gets inside, heads around 2, Wade losing the lead, and Wade Cobb gets a monstrous turn at 4 and hangs on around 6. First time today.
Wade, you made it exciting once again.
Slingshotting himself around 1, and
That's large. Knees here, the foot's up in front.
Wow, this is like my dream come true. Which one of the men is going to end up in this exact spot?
Thanks for calling Wake House. This is Brian. How can I help you? Yeah, Will. Can I let him know who's calling? All right, just a second. Will, I got a fill for you.
Perfect. Give me just 1 second. All right, hit it. Thanks for holding. This is Will. Hey, how's it going? Good.
Get ready, set, go. It's that time. Everybody kicking it over. Go. On your mark. Get ready, set,
For skiers and water enthusiasts, Florida lakes are what dreams are made of. Combined with world-class golf, remarkable weather, natural beauty, theme parks, and so much more, it's easy to see that Florida is paradise. For more than 30 years, I've enjoyed Florida's lakes and many offerings. If you are interested in Florida real estate, let me be your guide and trusted advisor as you search for your paradise. Together, we can make your dreams a reality.
take a look at you and start to lose my balance. What am I falling into?
I told you there was a place where the sounds of nature are only broken by the roar of a boat, a place where that summer feeling lasts all year long, a place where the Florida sun is only outshined by the smiles of the skiers, a place where first-time skiers can ski alongside world champions and the world-class coaches work with all levels of skiers. What if I told you there was a place where life slows down and your only job is to make lifelong memories? That place is Swiss Water Ski Resort. Book your trip at SwissWaterSkiResort.com.
Old logic says success is determined by wins. It says you can't be a mother and a professional athlete, that you can't take on giants. New logic says watch me. Watch me become the most decorated track and field athlete in the world. Watch me start a brand designed by women, for women. When old logic holds us back, it's up to us to defy it.
Where do competition standards meet the highest culinary standards? Where do the old masters meet the new masters? Where do first-class conditions meet first-class hotels? Where does the purest joie de vivre meet the purest drinking water quality? Only 30 minutes from the airport and Vienna city center. See you in Vienna.
At Houston Cadillac, at the moment you arrive, you will notice dedication to excellence. We deliver an unparalleled customer experience, and we're elevating our commitment with a new state-of-the-art facility. Explore our selection of new Cadillac cars, crossovers, and SUVs designed to meet your needs. We are redefining the luxury experience and investing in the future. Visit Houston Cadillac and begin your journey towards luxury.
At Dillinger Insurance, we have over 50 different carriers to shop your home, auto, and recreational vehicle insurance needs. We would love the opportunity to save you money. We insure million-dollar mansions, condos, mobile homes, rental homes, and everything in between. We know all about wind inspections, 4-point inspections, and how to get you the right coverage for your particular home. You've got questions, we've got answers. Can you remember the last time you had a rate decrease with your auto insurance? Let's take a look and see what we can do. We know all the ins and outs of getting our customers the best rates, coverages, and discounts, so put us to the test.
Don't monkey around with your insurance. Call Dellinger Insurance today. We've got tons of companies to help find you the best prices and the best coverage for your particular needs on home and auto insurance. Go Knights!
As the broker of Dayland Real Estate and a professional water skier, I understand what clients are looking for in their dream water ski home. Our company is dedicated to helping you and your family invest in your future together in Florida. If it's time to move on to your next adventure, let us help you find the perfect match for your home. Our team offers service in English, French, Spanish, and German. Whenever you are ready, just give us a call. We will be suited up and ready to assist. Dayland Real Estate, where expertise meets passion.
Hello everybody, I'm Martin Coleman. I would like to invite you to the 2026 World Junior Championships here at Ahumada Ski School in Villa Dolores, Argentina. Tengo 15 días acá y 16 asados.
When I left the dock, there was no doubt in my mind I was going to win.
Number 4 needs a ball when he gets inside and flips around 2. Wade moves into the lead, and Wade Cobb gets a monstrous turn at 4 and hangs on around 6. First time today.
Wade, you made it exciting once again.
Slingshotting himself around 1, and
That's large. He's here to put you up in front.
Wow, this is like my dream come true. Which one of the men is going to end up in this exact spot?
Brian.
Hey, morning. You have a good weekend?
Yeah, got out on the water a couple times. How about you?
Yeah, I got to set in. Just gonna make a quick phone call here. Oh, of course. Can you get that, Will?
Yeah, man, I got it. Thanks for calling Wake House. This is Will. Yeah, looks like we've got those in stock.
Get ready, set, go. It's that time. Everybody kick it and go. Go. On your mark. Get ready, set,
For skiers and water enthusiasts, Florida lakes are what dreams are made of. Combined with world-class golf, remarkable weather, natural beauty, theme parks, and so much more, it's easy to see that Florida is paradise. For more than 30 years, I've enjoyed Florida's lakes and many offerings. If you are interested in Florida real estate, let me be your guide and trusted advisor as you search for your paradise. Together, we can make your dreams a reality.
take a look at you and start to lose my balance. What am I falling into? This feels like something new. I've seen a lot of views, but they were nothing like this. The way you do what you do, I think you're something brand new.
What if I told you there was a place where the sounds of nature are only broken by the roar of a boat? A place where that summer feeling lasts all year long. A place where the Florida sun is only outshined by the smiles of the skiers. A place where first-time skiers can ski alongside world champions, and the world-class coaches work with all levels of skiers. What if I told you there was a place where life slows down and your only job is to make lifelong memories? That place is Swiss Water Ski Resort. Book your trip at SwissWaterSkiResort.com.
See you in Vienna.
At Houston Cadillac, at the moment you arrive, you will notice dedication to excellence. We deliver an unparalleled customer experience, and we're elevating our commitment with a new state-of-the-art facility. Explore our selection of new Cadillac cars, crossovers, and SUVs designed to meet your needs. We are redefining the luxury experience and investing in the future. Visit Houston Cadillac and begin your journey towards luxury.
At Dillinger Insurance, we have over 50 different carriers to shop your home, auto, and recreational vehicle insurance needs. We would love the opportunity to save you money. We insure $1 million mansions, condos, mobile homes, rental homes, and everything in between. We know all about wind inspections, 4-point inspections, and how to get you the right coverage for your particular home. You've got questions, we've got answers. Can you remember the last time you had a rate decrease with your auto insurance? Let's take a look and see what we can do. We know all the ins and outs of getting our customers the best rates, coverages, and discounts, so put us to the test.
Don't monkey around with your insurance. Call Dellinger Insurance today. We've got tons of companies to help find you the best prices and the best coverage for your particular needs on home and auto insurance. Go Knights!
My name is Thibaut Dalen and I'm the broker of Dalen Real Estate. And today I want to show you some of our special listings located in Florida's world famous water ski hotspots.
I'm Martin Coleman. I would like to invite you to the 2026 World Junior Championships here at Ahumada Ski School in Villa Dolores, Argentina. Sí, llevo 15 días acá y 16 asados.
When I left the dock, there was no doubt in my mind I was going to win.
Number 4 needs a ball when he gets inside and flips around 2, Wade moves into the lead, and Wade Cobb gets a monstrous turn at 4 and hangs on around 6. First time today.
Wade, you made it exciting once again.
Slingshotting himself around 1, and
That's large. He's here to push up in front.
Wow, this is like my dream come true. Which one of the men is going to end up in this exact spot?
Morning, Brian.
Hey, morning. You have a good weekend?
Yeah, got out on the water a couple times. How about you?
Yeah, I got to set in. Just gonna make a quick phone call here. Oh, of course. Can you get that, Will?
Yeah, man, I got it. Thanks for calling Wake House. This is Will. Yeah, looks like we've got those in stock.
Get ready, set, go. It's that time. Everybody kick it and go. On your mark. Get ready, set,
For skiers and water enthusiasts, Florida lakes are what dreams are made of. Combined with world-class golf, remarkable weather, natural beauty, theme parks, and so much more, it's easy to see that Florida is paradise. For more than 30 years, I've enjoyed Florida's lakes and many offerings. If you are interested in Florida real estate, let me be your guide and trusted advisor as you search for your paradise. Together, we can make your dreams a reality.
Take a look at you and start to lose my balance. What am I falling into?
I told you there was a place where the sounds of nature are only broken by the roar of a boat, a place where that summer feeling lasts all year long, a place where the Florida sun is only outshined by the smiles of the skiers, a place where first-time skiers can ski alongside world champions and the world-class coaches work with all levels of skiers. What if I told you there was a place where life slows down and your only job is to make lifelong memories? That place is Swiss Water Ski Resort. Book your trip at SwissWaterSkiResort.com.
Old logic says success is determined by wins. It says you can't be a mother and a professional athlete, that you can't take on giants. New logic says watch me. Watch me become the most decorated track and field athlete in the world. Watch me start a brand designed by women, for women. When old logic holds us back, it's up to us to defy it.
See you in Vienna.
At Houston Cadillac, at the moment you arrive, you will notice dedication to excellence. We deliver an unparalleled customer experience, and we're elevating our commitment with a new state-of-the-art facility. Explore our selection of new Cadillac cars, crossovers, and SUVs designed to meet your needs. We are redefining the luxury experience and investing in the future. Visit Houston Cadillac and begin your journey towards luxury.
At Dillinger Insurance, we have over 50 different carriers to shop your home, auto, and recreational vehicle insurance needs. We would love the opportunity to save you money. We insure million-dollar mansions, condos, mobile homes, rental homes, and everything in between. We know all about wind inspections, 4-point inspections, and how to get you the right coverage for your particular home. You've got questions, we've got answers. Can you remember the last time you had a rate decrease with your auto insurance? Let's take a look and see what we can do. We know all the ins and outs of getting our customers the best rates, coverages, and discounts, so put us to the test.
Don't monkey around with your insurance. Call Dillinger Insurance today. We've got tons of companies to help find you the best prices and the best coverage for your particular needs on home and auto insurance. Go Knights!
My name is Thibaut Dalen and I'm the broker of Dalen Real Estate. And today I want to show you some of our special listings located in Florida's world famous water ski hotspots.
I'm Martin Coleman. I would like to invite you to the 2026 World Junior Championships here at Ahumada Ski School in Villa Dolores, Argentina.
See,
Sí, llevo 15 días acá y 16 asados.
When I left the dock, there was no doubt in my mind I was going to win.
Number 4 needs a ball when he gets inside, flips around 2. Wade moves into the lead, and Wade Cobb gets a monstrous turn at 4 and hangs on around 6. First time today.
Wade, you made it exciting once again.
Slingshotting himself around 1, and
That's large. He's here to put you up in front.
Wow, this is like my dream come true. Which one of the men is going to end up in this exact spot?
Thanks for calling Wake House. This is Brian. How can I help you? Yeah, Will. Can I let him know who's calling? All right, just a second. Will, I got a fill for you.
Perfect. Give me just 1 second. All right, hit it. Thanks for holding. This is Will. Hey, how's it going? Good.
Get ready, set, go. It's that time. Everybody kick it and go. Go. On your mark. Get ready, set, go.
For skiers and water enthusiasts, Florida lakes are what dreams are made of. Combined with world-class golf, remarkable weather, natural beauty, theme parks, and so much more, it's easy to see that Florida is paradise. For more than 30 years, I've enjoyed Florida's lakes and many offerings. If you are interested in Florida real estate, let me be your guide and trusted advisor as you search for your paradise. Together, we can make your dreams a reality.
Take a look at you and start to lose my balance. What am I falling into? This feels like something new. I've seen a lot of views, but they were nothing like this. The way you do what you do, I think you're something brand new.
What if I told you there was a place where the sounds of nature are only broken by the roar of a boat? A place where that summer feeling lasts all year long. A place where the Florida sun is only outshined by the smiles of the skiers. A place where first-time skiers can ski alongside world champions, and the world-class coaches work with all levels of skiers. What if I told you there was a place where life slows down and your only job is to make lifelong memories? That place is Swiss Water Ski Resort. Book your trip at SwissWaterSkiResort.com.
Old logic says success is determined by wins. It says you can't be a mother and a professional athlete, that you can't take on giants. New logic says watch me. Watch me become the most decorated track and field athlete in the world. Watch me start a brand designed by women, for women. When old logic holds us back, it's up to us to defy it.
Where do competition standards meet the highest culinary standards? Where do the old masters meet the new masters? Where do first-class conditions meet first-class hotels? Where does the purest joie de vivre meet the purest drinking water quality? Only 30 minutes from the airport and Vienna city center. See you in Vienna.
At Houston Cadillac, at the moment you arrive, you will notice dedication to excellence. We deliver an unparalleled customer experience, and we're elevating our commitment with a new state-of-the-art facility. Explore our selection of new Cadillac cars, crossovers, and SUVs designed to meet your needs. We are redefining the luxury experience and investing in the future. Visit Houston Cadillac and begin your journey towards luxury.
At Dillinger Insurance, we have over 50 different carriers to shop your home, auto, and recreational vehicle insurance needs. We would love the opportunity to save you money. We insure million-dollar mansions, condos, mobile homes, rental homes, and everything in between. We know all about wind inspections, 4-point inspections, and how to get you the right coverage for your particular home. You've got questions, we've got answers. Can you remember the last time you had a rate decrease with your auto insurance? Let's take a look and see what we can do. We know all the ins and outs of getting our customers the best rates, coverages, and discounts, so put us to the test.
Don't monkey around with your insurance. Call Dellinger Insurance today. We've got tons of companies to help find you the best prices and the best coverage for your particular needs on home and auto insurance. Go Knights!
As the broker of Dayland Real Estate and a professional water skier, I understand what clients are looking for in their dream water ski home. Our company is dedicated to helping you and your family invest in your future together in Florida. If it's time to move on to your next adventure, let us help you find the perfect match for your home. Our team offers service in English, French, Spanish, and German. Whenever you are ready, just give us a call. We will be suited up and ready to assist. Dayland Real Estate, where expertise meets passion.
Hello everybody, I'm Martin Coleman. I would like to invite you to the 2026 World Junior Championships here at Ahumada Ski School in Villa Dolores, Argentina. Sí, llevo 15 días acá y 16 asados.
When I left the dock, there was no doubt in my mind I was going to win.
Number 4 needs a ball when he gets off. Inside in the moves into the lead, and Wade Cobb gets a monstrous turn at 4 and hangs on around 6. First time today.
Wade, you made it exciting once again.
Slingshotting himself around 1, and
That's large. He's here to put you up in front.
Wow, this is like my dream come true. Which one of the men is going to end up in this exact spot?
Morning, Brian.
Hey, morning. You have a good weekend?
Yeah, got out on the water a couple times. How about you?
Yeah, I got to set in. Just gonna make a quick phone call here. Oh, of course. Can you get that, Will?
Yeah, man, I got it. Thanks for calling Wake House. This is Will. Yeah, looks like we've got those in stock.
Get ready, set, go. It's that time. Everybody kicking and overdrive. Go. On your mark. Get ready, set,
For skiers and water enthusiasts, Florida lakes are what dreams are made of. Combined with world-class golf, remarkable weather, natural beauty, theme parks, and so much more, it's easy to see that Florida is paradise. For more than 30 years, I've enjoyed Florida's lakes and many offerings. If you are interested in Florida real estate, let me be your guide and trusted advisor as you search for your paradise. Together, we can make your dreams a reality.
take a look at you and start to lose my balance. What am I falling into? This feels like something new. I've seen a lot of views, but they were nothing like this. The way you do what you do, I think you're something brand new.
What if I told you there was a place where the sounds of nature are only broken by the roar of a boat? A place where that summer feeling lasts all year long. A place where the Florida sun is only outshined by the smiles of the skiers. A place where first-time skiers can ski alongside world champions, and the world-class coaches work with all levels of skiers. What if I told you there was a place where life slows down and your only job is to make lifelong memories? That place is Swiss Water Ski Resort. Book your trip at SwissWaterSkiResort.com.
See you in Vienna.
At Houston Cadillac, at the moment you arrive, you will notice dedication to excellence. We deliver an unparalleled customer experience, and we're elevating our commitment with a new state-of-the-art facility. Explore our selection of new Cadillac cars, crossovers, and SUVs designed to meet your needs. We are redefining the luxury experience and investing in the future. Visit Houston Cadillac and begin your journey towards luxury.
At Dillinger Insurance, we have over 50 different carriers to shop your home, auto, and recreational vehicle insurance needs. We would love the opportunity to save you money. We insure million-dollar mansions, condos, mobile homes, rental homes, and everything in between. We know all about wind inspections, 4-point inspections, and how to get you the right coverage for your particular home. You've got questions, we've got answers. Can you remember the last time you had a rate decrease with your auto insurance? Let's take a look and see what we can do. We know all the ins and outs of getting our customers the best rates, coverages, and discounts, so put us to the test.
Don't monkey around with your insurance. Call Dellinger Insurance today. We've got tons of companies to help find you the best prices and the best coverage for your particular needs on home and auto insurance. Go Knights!
My name is Thibaut Dalen and I'm the broker of Dalen Real Estate. And today I want to show you some of our special listings located in Florida's world famous water ski hotspots.
Martin Coleman. I would like to invite you to the 2026 World Junior Championships here at Ahumada Ski School in Villa Dolores, Argentina. Sí, llevo 15 días acá y 16 asados.
When I left the dock, there was no doubt in my mind I was going to win.
Number 4 needs a ball when he gets off. Side flips around 2, Wade moves into the lead, and Wade Cobb gets a monstrous turn at 4 and hangs on around 6. First time today.
Wade, you made it exciting once again.
Slingshotting himself around 1, and
That's large.
He's here to push up in front. Wow, this is like my dream come true. Which one of the men is going to end up in this exact spot?
Morning, Brian.
Hey, morning. You have a good weekend?
Yeah, got out on the water a couple times. How about you?
Yeah, I got a set in. Just gonna make a quick phone call here. Oh, of course. Can you get that, Will?
Yeah, man, I got it. Thanks for calling Wake House. This is Will. Yeah, looks like we've got those in stock.
Get ready, set, go. It's that time. Everybody kick it and go. Go. On your mark. Get ready, set,
For skiers and water enthusiasts, Florida lakes are what dreams are made of. Combined with world-class golf, remarkable weather, natural beauty, theme parks, and so much more, it's easy to see that Florida is paradise. For more than 30 years, I've enjoyed Florida's lakes and many offerings. If you are interested in Florida real estate, let me be your guide and trusted advisor as you search for your paradise. Together, we can make your dreams a reality.
take a look at you and start to lose my balance. What am I falling into? This feels like something new. I've seen a lot of views, but they were nothing like this. The way you do what you do, I think you're something brand new.
What if I told you there was a place where the sounds of nature are only broken by the roar of a boat? A place where that summer feeling lasts all year long. A place where the Florida sun is only outshined by the smiles of the skiers. A place where first-time skiers can ski alongside world champions, and the world-class coaches work with all levels of skiers. What if I told you there was a place where life slows down and your only job is to make lifelong memories? That place is Swiss Water Ski Resort. Book your trip at SwissWaterSkiResort.com.
Old logic says success is determined by wins. It says you can't be a mother and a professional athlete, that you can't take on giants. New logic says watch me. Watch me become the most decorated track and field athlete in the world. Watch me start a brand designed by women, for women. When old logic holds us back, it's up to us to defy it.
See you in Vienna.
At Houston Cadillac, at the moment you arrive, you will notice dedication to excellence. We deliver an unparalleled customer experience, and we're elevating our commitment with a new state-of-the-art facility. Explore our selection of new Cadillac cars, crossovers, and SUVs designed to meet your needs. We are redefining the luxury experience and investing in the future. Visit Houston Cadillac and begin your journey towards luxury.
At Dillinger Insurance, we have over 50 different carriers to shop your home, auto, and recreational vehicle insurance needs. We would love the opportunity to save you money. We insure million-dollar mansions, condos, mobile homes, rental homes, and everything in between. We know all about wind inspections, 4-point inspections, and how to get you the right coverage for your particular home. You've got questions, we've got answers. Can you remember the last time you had a rate decrease with your auto insurance? Let's take a look and see what we can do. We know all the ins and outs of getting our customers the best rates, coverages, and discounts, so put us to the test.
Don't monkey around with your insurance. Call Dellinger Insurance today. We've got tons of companies to help find you the best prices and the best coverage for your particular needs on home and auto insurance. Go Knights!
My name is Thibaut Dalen and I'm the broker of Dalen Real Estate. And today I want to show you some of our special listings located in Florida's world famous water ski hotspots.
I'm Martin Coleman. I would like to invite you to the 2026 World Junior Championships here at Ahumada Ski School in Villa Dolores, Argentina. Sí, llevo 15 días acá y 16 asados.
When I left the dock, there was no doubt in my mind I was going to win.
Number 4 needs a ball when he gets off.
Side flips around 2, Wade moves into the lead, and Wade Cobb gets a monstrous turn at 4 and hangs on around 6. First first time today.
Wade, you made it exciting once again.
Slingshotting himself around one, and
That's large. Knees here, the foot's up in front.
Wow, this is like my dream come true. Which one of the men is going to end up in this exact spot?
Thanks for calling Wake House. This is Brian. How can I help you? Yeah, Will. Can I let him know who's calling? All right, just a second. Will, I got a fill for you.
Perfect. Give me just 1 second. All right, hit it. Thanks for holding. This is Will. Hey, how's it going? Good.
Get ready, set, go. It's that time. Everybody kick it and go. On your mark. Get ready, set, go. Here we go.
For skiers and water enthusiasts, Florida lakes are what dreams are made of. Combined with world-class golf, remarkable weather, natural beauty, theme parks, and so much more, it's easy to see that Florida is paradise. For more than 30 years, I've enjoyed Florida's lakes and many offerings. If you are interested in Florida real estate, let me be your guide and trusted advisor as you search for your paradise. Together, we can make your dreams a reality.
Take a look at you and start to lose my balance. What am I falling into? This feels like something new. I've seen a lot of views, but they were nothing like this. The way you do what you do, I think you're something brand new.
What if I told you there was a place where the sounds of nature are only broken by the roar of a boat? A place where that summer feeling lasts all year long. A place where the Florida sun is only outshined by the smiles of the skiers. A place where first-time skiers can ski alongside world champions, and the world-class coaches work with all levels of skiers. What if I told you there was a place where life slows down and your only job is to make lifelong memories? That place is Swiss Water Ski Resort. Book your trip at SwissWaterSkiResort.com.
Old logic says success is determined by wins. It says you can't be a mother and a professional athlete, that you can't take on giants. New logic says watch me. Watch me become the most decorated track and field athlete in the world. Watch me start a brand designed by women, for women. When old logic holds us back, it's up to us to defy it.
Where do competition standards meet the highest culinary standards? Where do the old masters meet the new masters? Where do first-class conditions meet first-class hotels? Where does the purest joie de vivre meet the purest drinking water quality? Only 30 minutes from the airport and Vienna city center. See you in Vienna.
At Houston Cadillac, at the moment you arrive, you will notice dedication to excellence. We deliver an unparalleled customer experience, and we're elevating our commitment with a new state-of-the-art facility. Explore our selection of new Cadillac cars, crossovers, and SUVs designed to meet your needs. We are redefining the luxury experience and investing in the future. Visit Houston Cadillac and begin your journey towards luxury.
At Dillinger Insurance, we have over 50 different carriers to shop your home, auto, and recreational vehicle insurance needs. We would love the opportunity to save you money. We insure $1 million mansions, condos, mobile homes, rental homes, and everything in between. We know all about wind inspections, 4-point inspections, and how to get you the right coverage for your particular home. You've got questions, we've got answers. Can you remember the last time you had a rate decrease with your auto insurance? Let's take a look and see what we can do. We know all the ins and outs of getting our customers the best rates, coverages, and discounts, so put us to the test.
Don't monkey around with your insurance. Call Dellinger Insurance today. We've got tons of companies to help find you the best prices and the best coverage for your particular needs on home and auto insurance. Go Knights!
As the broker of Dayland Real Estate and a professional water skier, I understand what clients are looking for in their dream water ski home. Our company is dedicated to helping you and your family invest in your future together in Florida. If it's time to move on to your next adventure, let us help you find the perfect match for your home. Our team offers service in English, French, Spanish, and German. Whenever you are ready, just give us a call. We will be suited up and ready to assist. Dayland Real Estate, where expertise meets passion.
Hello everybody, I'm Martin Coleman. I would like to invite you to the 2026 World Junior Championships here at Ahumada Ski School in Villa Dolores, Argentina. Sí, llevo 15 días acá y 16 asados.
When I left the dock, there was no doubt in my mind I was going to win.
Number 4 needs a ball when he gets inside and flips around 2. Wade moves into the lead, and Wade Cobb gets a monstrous turn at 4 and hangs on around 6. First time today.
Wade, you made it exciting once again.
Slingshotting himself around 1, and
That's large. He's here to put you up in front.
Wow, this is like my dream come true. Which one of the men is going to end up in this exact spot?
Come on, Brian.
Hey, morning. You have a good weekend?
Yeah, got out on the water a couple times. How about you?
Yeah, I got to set in. Just gonna make a quick phone call here. Oh, of course. Can you get that, Will?
Yeah, man, I got it. Thanks for calling Wake House. This is Will. Yeah, looks like we've got those in stock.
Get ready, set, go. It's that time. Everybody kick it and go. Go. On your mark. Get ready, set,
For skiers and water enthusiasts, Florida lakes are what dreams are made of. Combined with world-class golf, remarkable weather, natural beauty, theme parks, and so much more, it's easy to see that Florida is paradise. For more than 30 years, I've enjoyed Florida's lakes and many offerings. If you are interested in Florida real estate, let me be your guide and trusted advisor as you search for your paradise. Together, we can make your dreams a reality.
take a look at you and start to lose my balance. What am I falling into? This feels like something new. I've seen a lot of views, but they were nothing like this. The way you do what you do, I think you're something brand new.
What if I told you there was a place where the sounds of nature are only broken by the roar of a boat? A place where that summer feeling lasts all year long. A place where the Florida sun is only outshined by the smiles of the skiers. A place where first-time skiers can ski alongside world champions, and the world-class coaches work with all levels of skiers. What if I told you there was a place where life slows down and your only job is to make lifelong memories? That place is Swiss Water Ski Resort. Book your trip at SwissWaterSkiResort.com.
See you in Vienna.
At Houston Cadillac, at the moment you arrive, you will notice dedication to excellence. We deliver an unparalleled customer experience, and we're elevating our commitment with a new state-of-the-art facility. Explore our selection of new Cadillac cars, crossovers, and SUVs designed to meet your needs. We are redefining the luxury experience and investing in the future. Visit Houston Cadillac and begin your journey towards luxury.
At Dillinger Insurance, we have over 50 different carriers to shop your home, auto, and recreational vehicle insurance needs. We would love the opportunity to save you money. We insure million-dollar mansions, condos, mobile homes, rental homes, and everything in between. We know all about wind inspections, 4-point inspections, and how to get you the right coverage for your particular home. You've got questions, we've got answers. Can you remember the last time you had a rate decrease with your auto insurance? Let's take a look and see what we can do. We know all the ins and outs of getting our customers the best rates, coverages, and discounts, so put us to the test.
Don't monkey around with your insurance. Call Dellinger Insurance today. We've got tons of companies to help find you the best prices and the best coverage for your particular needs on home and auto insurance. Go Knights!
My name is Thibaut Dalen and I'm the broker of Dalen Real Estate. And today I want to show you some of our special listings located in Florida's world famous water ski hotspots.
I'm Martin Coleman. I would like to invite you to the 2026 World Junior Championships here at Ahumada Ski School in Villa Dolores, Argentina. Sí, llevo 15 días acá y 16 asados.
When I left the dock, there was no doubt in my mind I was going to win.
Number 4 needs a ball when he gets inside, flips around 2, Wade losing the lead, and Wade Cobb gets a monstrous turn at 4 and hangs on around 6. First time today.
Wade, you made it exciting once again.
Slingshotting himself around 1, and
That's large. He's here to put you up in front.
Wow, this is like my dream come true. Which one of the men is going to end up in this exact spot?
Morning, Brian.
Hey, morning. You have a good weekend?
Yeah, got out on the water a couple times. How about you?
Yeah, I got to set in. Just gonna make a quick phone call here. Oh, of course. Can you get that, Will?
Yeah, man, I got it. Thanks for calling Wake House. This is Will. Yeah, looks like we've got those in stock.
Get ready, set, go! It's that time! Everybody kicking and go! On your mark! Get ready, set,
For skiers and water enthusiasts, Florida lakes are what dreams are made of. Combined with world-class golf, remarkable weather, natural beauty, theme parks, and so much more, it's easy to see that Florida is paradise. For more than 30 years, I've enjoyed Florida's lakes and many offerings. If you are interested in Florida real estate, let me be your guide and trusted advisor as you search for your paradise. Together, we can make your dreams a reality.
Take a look at you and start to lose my balance. What am I falling into?
What if I told you there was a place where the sounds of nature are only broken by the roar of a boat? A place where that summer feeling lasts all year long. A place where the Florida sun is only outshined by the smiles of the skiers. A place where first-time skiers can ski alongside world champions, and the world-class coaches work with all levels of skiers. What if I told you there was a place where life slows down and your only job is to make lifelong memories? That place is Swiss Water Ski Resort. Book your trip at SwissWaterSkiResort.com.
Old logic says success is determined by wins. It says you can't be a mother and a professional athlete, that you can't take on giants. New logic says watch me. Watch me become the most decorated track and field athlete in the world. Watch me start a brand designed by women, for women. When old logic holds us back, it's up to us to defy it.
See you in Vienna.
At Houston Cadillac, at the moment you arrive, you will notice dedication to excellence. We deliver an unparalleled customer experience, and we're elevating our commitment with a new state-of-the-art facility. Explore our selection of new Cadillac cars, crossovers, and SUVs designed to meet your needs. We are redefining the luxury experience and investing in the future. Visit Houston Cadillac and begin your journey towards luxury.
At Dillinger Insurance, we have over 50 different carriers to shop your home, auto, and recreational vehicle insurance needs. We would love the opportunity to save you money. We insure $1 million mansions, condos, mobile homes, rental homes, and everything in between. We know all about wind inspections, 4-point inspections, and how to get you the right coverage for your particular home. You've got questions, we've got answers. Can you remember the last time you had a rate decrease with your auto insurance? Let's take a look and see what we can do. We know all the ins and outs of getting our customers the best rates, coverages, and discounts, so put us to the test.
Don't monkey around with your insurance. Call Dillinger Insurance today. We've got tons of companies to help find you the best prices and the best coverage for your particular needs on home and auto insurance. Go Knights!
My name is Thibaut Dalen and I'm the broker of Dalen Real Estate. And today I want to show you some of our special listings located in Florida's world famous water ski hotspots.
I'm Martin Coleman. I would like to invite you to the 2026 World Junior Championships here at Ahumada Ski School in Villa Dolores, Argentina.
See,
llevo 15 días acá y 16 asados.
When I left the dock, there was no doubt in my mind I was going to win.
Number 4 needs a ball when he gets inside, flips around 2, Wade moves into the lead, and Wade Cobb gets a monstrous turn at 4 and hangs on around 6. First time today.
Wade, you made it exciting once again.
Slingshotting himself around 1, and
that's large. He's here, the foot's up in front.
Wow, this is like my dream come true. Which one of the men is going to end up in this exact spot?
Thanks for calling Wake House. This is Brian. How can I help you? Yeah, Will. Can I let him know who's calling? All right, just a second. Will, I got a fill for you.
Perfect. Give me just 1 second. All right, hit it. Thanks for holding. This is Will. Hey, how's it going? Good.
Get ready, set, go. It's that time. Everybody kicking and overdrive. Go on your mark. Get ready, set,
For skiers and water enthusiasts, Florida lakes are what dreams are made of. Combined with world-class golf, remarkable weather, natural beauty, theme parks, and so much more, it's easy to see that Florida is paradise. For more than 30 years, I've enjoyed Florida's lakes and many offerings. If you are interested in Florida real estate, let me be your guide and trusted advisor as you search for your paradise. Together, we can make your dreams a reality.
What if I told you there was a place where the sounds of nature are only broken by the roar of a boat, a place where that summer feeling lasts all year long, a place where the Florida sun is only outshined by the smiles of the skiers, a place where first-time skiers can ski alongside world champions and the world-class coaches work with all levels of skiers. What if I told you there was a place where life slows down and your only job is to make lifelong memories? That place is Swiss Water Ski Resort. Book your trip at SwissWaterSkiResort.com.
Old logic says success is determined by wins. It says you can't be a mother and a professional athlete, that you can't take on giants. New logic says watch me. Watch me become the most decorated track and field athlete in the world. Watch me start a brand designed by women, for women. When old logic holds us back, it's up to us to defy it.
Where do competition standards meet the highest culinary standards? Where do the old masters meet the new masters? Where do first-class conditions meet first-class hotels? Where does the purest joie de vivre meet the purest drinking water quality? Only 30 minutes from the airport and Vienna city center. See you in Vienna.
At Houston Cadillac, at the moment you arrive, you will notice dedication to excellence. We deliver an unparalleled customer experience, and we're elevating our commitment with a new state-of-the-art facility. Explore our selection of new Cadillac cars, crossovers, and SUVs designed to meet your needs. We are redefining the luxury experience and investing in the future. Visit Houston Cadillac and begin your journey towards luxury.
At Dillinger Insurance, we have over 50 different carriers to shop your home, auto, and recreational vehicle insurance needs. We would love the opportunity to save you money. We insure million-dollar mansions, condos, mobile homes, rental homes, and everything in between. We know all about wind inspections, 4-point inspections, and how to get you the right coverage for your particular home. You've got questions, we've got answers. Can you remember the last time you had a rate decrease with your auto insurance? Let's take a look and see what we can do. We know all the ins and outs of getting our customers the best rates, coverages, and discounts, so put us to the test.
Don't monkey around with your insurance. Call Dillinger Insurance today. We've got tons of companies to help find you the best prices and the best coverage for your particular needs on home and auto insurance. Go Knights!
As the broker of Dayland Real Estate and a professional water skier, I understand what clients are looking for in their dream water ski home. Our company is dedicated to helping you and your family invest in your future together in Florida. If it's time to move on to your next adventure, let us help you find the perfect match for your home. Our team offers service in English, French, Spanish, and German. Whenever you are ready, just give us a call. We will be suited up and ready to assist. Dayland Real Estate, where expertise meets passion.
Hello everybody, I'm Martin Coleman. I would like to invite you to the 2026 World Junior Championships here at Ahumada Ski School in Villa Dolores, Argentina. Sí, llevo 15 días acá y 16 asados.
When I left the dock, there was no doubt in my mind I was going to win.
Number 4 needs a ball when he gets on. We saw it in the two, Wade losing the lead, and Wade Cobb gets a monstrous turn at 4 and hangs on around 6. First time today.
Wade, you made it exciting once again.
Slingshotting himself around 1, and
That's large. He's here, the foot's up in front.
Wow, this is like my dream come true. Which one of the men is going to end up in this exact spot?
All right then, ladies and gentlemen, here's the news you've been waiting to hear for quite a while now. We will proceed on to the women's jump final very, very soon. We were waiting for an opportunity, a little opportunity for our skiers to get out there and do their stuff out there on the water, and looks like the opportunity has presented itself a little bit less in the form of weather, and so we've got our final event about to take place out on the water. It is going to be the women's jump final, and joining me here shortly is going to be Tim Field, who is the European U21 men's jump champion, so no finer person to have on board to guide us through the final 12 competitors, the actual final 10 competitors in this women's final. So once again, we welcome Tim Field. How you doing?
Good, thank you.
Helps if you switch it on.
Oh, perfect. Thank you. No, all good. Just got done with the tournament, so looking forward to some good girls jumping now.
And so, congratulations to you. You got through tricks. You won that.
Yeah, thank you so much. It was definitely a close call.
Jump as well, and overall.
Yeah, definitely a good tournament for me. I won't complain about that one.
Okay, so do I understand rightly that you'll be in the Worlds next week, or?
Exactly, I'll be there. I'm driving there tomorrow morning, and then I'll be training there until the tournament.
Okay, that's cool. That's cool. We'll be heading out there tomorrow morning ourselves. You know, once we get done packing and everything. You know, so it's going to be a fair few hours before we're able to catch and shut eye, but it should all be worth it, as the Open World Championships begins on Tuesday at 2:00 in the afternoon with a men's Series 9 slalom. So yeah, it should be a good tournament from there on in.
Yeah, definitely exciting. Some big scores are gonna wait for us, I think. Richard is a really good lake, so I really can't wait to be there.
All right, so we've got our Nautique towboat making its way down towards the central dock for the moment, and we're looking to get things restarted. It's going to take a few minutes before everything is lined up, but the long wait should be worth it in the next few minutes. We've got a list of 10 competitors in the jump. Half of those competitors will jump at 1.50 m, and the latter half will be jumping at 1.65 meters high. And you know, for a competitor like Maisa Jakobsen, who is the #1 seed going into this final, and she'll be the last person out at 1.50 m, and then there are 5 more competitors to go. But she consistently, you know, proves that you don't need to have all of that height to jump all of that kind of distance there, Tim.
Yeah, of course. I mean, oftentimes it's also better to jump at a lower ramp height because it's just a little more forgiving. It's easier to get a good kick and a good lift, which apparently she seems to do pretty much every time she goes out and jumps. So it's working good for her, and I'm sure that throughout the next years, maybe even next year, we'll see her go up to 5.5 feet.
And I mean that performance a few days ago by Daniel Dobringer on the same ramp height with maximum boat speed, still able to fly over 190 feet. I mean that was just bonkers.
That was really impressive. I remember watching that, and I just thought, like, wow, that's some really impressive stuff that he did there.
All right then, and speaking of the ramp height, we're making sure that ramp is set at 1.50 m. We've got Oliver Attensam, one of our organizers for this tournament, and actually one of our major sponsors. So good to have him on board here at the IWWC. And let's have a look at some of your performances there, Tim. Starting off with slalom.
Mm-hmm. So that was I don't know which line length that is. Probably the 11-meter pass from today.
Yep.
Yeah. I don't know if you can see it, but I kind of slipped out of my rear kicker there, which was unfortunate. But I mean, it felt good on that set, and I was a little mad that happened. But still, I mean, a really good tournament, and I won't complain about that. It's not that slalom score that's gonna make the tournament worse. So.
Yeah, but you did most of your work with the other two in it, and it looked like there was a big old change in body position off #1 into #2. That's probably where your foot started to slip out, and then it got really, really complicated round #3.
Yeah, exactly. And also it was a bit of a bold move and strategy to take that 38 tailwind. I think I was the only one, or maybe there was 1 or 2 others to try that. And it didn't really work out, but it was still worth a shot, I think. So, yeah.
All right. All right, so we'll have a look at some more performances, including the winning one in slalom. What do you see here from Benjamin Susi?
Actually, a really, really good one ball, and almost seemed like he just got a little disconnected out of 2 and then tries to S-turn, but with that tailwind, it was probably just a little too much slack, a little too much speed, to where he couldn't really handle it.
And he obviously didn't know it at the time, but eventually he found out that score was the best one in the tournament in this particular round. So yeah, Benjamin Susi having to wait patiently to find out his fate, and ended up being 2 buoys at 10.75 meters, and ended up being the winning score.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes if you go out early and go out to a big score, it puts the pressure on others, and it can mess with their head, with their mental game a little bit. And I guess that's kind of what happened there. Everybody was going out and thinking, okay, they're going to have to post a big score for the last few skiers remaining, which made them fall. And then he ended up being on top. It just played it smart today.
And speak a little bit about the overall, because it's a competition that gets easily neglected out of the shuffle, whenever you focus upon the single and events. But what I noticed today is the points differential between the top for each of the top 6. I mean, from between you and second place, there was about 241 points, and then but then from second to third to fourth, fifth to sixth, and all the way down to seventh, there was about 5 or 6 points separating each one. And for someone like Vincenzo Marino, who had a big improvement in tricks today, he shot up from sixth place to second, just like that.
Yeah, see, that's what I think is really cool about overall, especially like if the gap is rather small between the skiers, because it's just never over until really the last event is over. And with my coach Christoph, he also tells me it's more like a marathon, that tournament, if you're an overall skier, because it just starts right from the first day, from the first series, and it ends like on the last jump. And you're never certain that you're gonna win until the tournament is actually over. And that's also one thing. It's like a longer process that you're working to in that overall competition.
All right then. So, but I mean, when you go out and you obviously focus upon whatever's in front of you with slalom, but do the implications in the overall competition kind of factor into what you do? Like, I mean, if you need two for the win in slalom, but then you've got a bigger target to aim for. I mean, do you know that kind of thing off the dock, or are the coaches eager to kind of shield you from information that might compromise you earlier in the effort?
It kind of changes from tournament to tournament. This tournament, I had a bit of a bigger lead after the preliminary round, so I didn't really have to focus that much on the overall score in the finals anymore. But for example, at the World Championships in Calgary, where it was just really tight until the end, I was really going for that overall score in every final. And it really depends on how big the gap is. And then you ask the judges, okay, what do I need to do to stay ahead, or what do others need to do, and what can I do against that? So yes, it does play a big factor.
I know this question coming up may be a little bit self-serving, but I mean, I have a spreadsheet here, and I keep a good tabs on the overall.
Yeah.
But I would assume that the coaches probably know more about the overall so far as the gaps are concerned, and what it would take to get to a certain place. Or are you kind of waiting a little bit with me to make the calculations a little bit?
Honestly, most of the times I don't even really know what I need or what others need, because at the end, like, my goal is to just go out and ski my best, and that's what I try to do every set, and mainly not really ski like an overall skier. I'd kind of try to ski like a trick skier, a slallomer, and a jumper.
So you like the whole compartmentalization aspect of it?
Yeah, exactly.
All right then. So as we continue on, we got Julia Fritz from Austria, and it seems to be par for the course that an Austrian opens up many of the last few events, and here in the U21 women's jump final, that continues to be the case with Julia Fritz.
Yeah, we can see a bit of tailwind building here at the ramp. So it's going to be interesting to see how those girls deal with it. I'm sure they practice in those conditions quite a bit as well, because they know that in case of a tight event like this one, like a jump round isn't going to get canceled that easily. So it's important to also get some experience in conditions like this when it's a bigger tailwind and sometimes can be a little gusty.
All right, 10 skiers in the jump final. And I'll try and have the spreadsheet ready and whirring away with the likes of Maria Popova, who's coming up fairly shortly, and Maisa Jakobsen still in the mix in the overall, trying to get into the top three. Katarina Hafner in that mix as well, and but way out in the lead in the overall in the women's competition is Sofia Hozdevia.
Yeah, she's had a really good tournament this weekend. Really good tricking from today, some good jumping, great slaloming. So she's definitely the favorite for the overall, I would say, coming into this jump event.
All right, then let's have a look and see. We got Julia Fritz. Let's see what she's got on jump number 1. Maximum speed for our jumpers is 54k, and going with letter V.
Good looking opening jump.
Yeah, absolutely. Very, very tidy, and not going completely crazy on jump number 1.
Yeah, nothing much to say against that jump. Maybe taking a bit of an earlier approach with that tailwind. She doesn't want to push it too much because it is pretty easy to lose one of the skis in the air. So you kind of want to test it out in the first jump, feel out the conditions, and then I'm sure she's going to try to bring it down at the 6 and push a little harder on the next 2.
All right, we're going to get the jump distance very, very soon, and hopefully it will be a distance that... Oh, there we go, 34.7, not too far behind what she jumped yesterday. Only 0.7 of a meter less with the jump that she needed to qualify with.
Yeah, considering the conditions, that's a really good opening jump, and I'm curious to see what she can do in the next 2.
Yep. Curiosity extends to yours truly. Let's have a look and see. Julia Fritz coming in on jump number 2 and looking for the full double cut this time around. Letter V. V for Vendetta.
Almost stumbling a little bit on that counter cut.
Yeah, and that's bringing her further behind the boat here and not getting as much speed because she was drifting in on that turn.
Yeah, you can see that off the second wake in the counter. She drops the right ski. I wouldn't say almost falls, but definitely not ideal, which makes her lose a lot of speed in the turn and makes her end up early on the ramp. So she kind of got a little crushed there, which you don't want to really see. So it costs you a lot of distance, but she still has 1 jump remaining.
All right, just waiting on the distance to come through. There we go. It's 33 meters. So because she turned from not such a wide position on jump number 2, she loses some distance in that respect as we have Elena Kunert presiding over the event, the last event of these European U21 Championships, and this is the first jumper in our 10 skier women's jump final. Here she comes, Julia Fritz.
Definitely bringing it down a bit at the 6. Much more speed in the turn. That looks like a much better jump, and I think she's going to be happy with that one.
Yes, and not looking bad at all. And what I did notice a little bit, if you heard the sound from the boat, it looked like it engaged the switch and then came off and then went back on again.
Yeah, sometimes if you have skiers that are a little bit lighter and maybe they don't pull as much as others, sometimes it's a little harder for the switch to detect when the skier really starts pulling. So sometimes, especially at the start of the cut. Wow, 35.8. So. All
right, that improves upon her elimination round distance to the tune of 0.4 of a meter. So this is good times here for Julia Fritz. 35.4 meters.
Yeah, she's definitely gonna be happy with that, especially with this big tailwind we have here today. Here you can see her coming into the ramp definitely later than the first 2 attempts, and then getting a good kick and having a good jump. Yeah.
All right, so coming up next is Ladina Wolfersberg from Switzerland.
Yeah, she's a skier that actually had an injury last season. She couldn't jump at the Europeans under 17 last year, and just having her come back here right now. So it's pretty cool to see her at the under 21 European Championships as well. I know she competed at the U17 European Championships a couple weeks back at Boteski in Cesena in Spain. So see what she can do out here today.
All right then, so moving right along. Wind's still very much a presence here.
But getting up to speed, and it seems like she's gonna go for a 3/4 cut on that first attempt.
Okay, just really working hard and also trying to keep a good tight line because the wind is behind her. She doesn't want that delay in the turn to mess with her. But while all of that is happening, she loses a bit of her ramp work, so the distance isn't going to be all that great on jump number 1.
Yeah, and also I could just see a bit of a tailwind gust at the ramp, which is definitely going to affect her distance, and maybe also a bit her approach into the ramp. You know, you see a bit of a tailwind gust. You're not as confident, so she might have just been a bit on the conservative side, got on her heels a little bit, and that just cost a bit of distance. 33.4 on an opening jump. Definitely gives her the opportunity to push for more and go big on the last two.
All right, we'll see if she can make the most off that opportunity.
You see Nele Scholz from Team Germany getting ready on the dock.
Yeah, Nelly Scholz getting ready, but before her is going to be Maria Popova.
Oh, that's right. My bad. Now Ladina Wolfsberg going for that 3/4 cut again, pulling out as wide as she possibly can.
All right, here she comes, turning in. Oh, a little bit better, a little bit more speed there to work with. Maybe she'll get a bit of jump distance, a little bit more distance from there, but still trying to play this a little bit cautiously, turning in, cutting across the wakes and just waiting for the ramp to hit her rather than her hitting the ramp.
Yeah, it almost looks like she kind of got off balance through the wakes there. I don't know if we'll be able to see it with the boat here. Yeah, just jumping over the wakes a little bit. And 33.4, so that's 10 centimeters less on her second jump. I'm sure she won't be 100% satisfied with this one.
Yeah, considering that she jumped 35.8 to make it through to the final, so she's in danger of losing at least one place in the jump rankings unless she can improve upon her original best distance out of the elimination round, which was 35.8. And guess what? 35.8 is the lead distance, courtesy of Julia Fritz.
So here we go, Ladina Wolfsberg, last jump of the 3. Nice and smooth turn here.
Here we go. She's going to hold on to this one, but still not getting her legs up underneath her with that one.
Just getting a little bit crushed on the ramp there. Yeah, that tailwind really affects the mental side of jumping. You can really see from jumper to jumper it affects them in a different way. Some might not be as confident in the turn, and then some might not want to kick it as much because they're kind of scared of, losing one of the skis. That's a big factor. More than what actually affects the skiing is the mental side. So, yeah. But her best jump is still the first one with 33.4. Not getting a full extension on the last one, which fortunately for her isn't gonna make for a better jump distance than in the prelims. I'm sure she wanted a little bit more out of her final round, but
all right. So what was that last jump again?
I believe it was 32.9, around that distance.
32.9, and yeah, so a best jump of 33.4 keeps her in second place right now after two competitors. Now Maria Popova, who's supposed to be on the water, but this is Nelly Scholes. I'm not too sure why Maria Popova isn't on the water. Maybe she left sight and realized that.
I don't know. Maybe she. I don't really know. Maybe she doesn't think that it's safe for her to jump and decided not to go out there today for the finals.
Okay, so decline in the opportunity to jump, which means that Maria Popova can't increase more upon her second place overall at this time. Not that there was much opportunity for her to do that anyway, considering that there was about a 476 point differential between first and second.
Really nice drone shot here. Nice and smooth turn. Coming into the ramp and passing on that first jump for Nele. I'm not quite sure what went wrong on this one. It's kind of hard to tell from that angle.
Well, the position looked good off the turn, but as she came across the wakes, a wake kind of transitioned a little bit towards the back, and timing was a little ways off on that jump anyway. So, so Nele Scholz from Germany, first jump refusal and getting ready for the next two.
I believe that she was actually the first skier in the prelims to jump over 40 meters. So now all the remaining competitors went actually over the 40 meters. So we should see some big jumps coming up soon.
Hopefully we will. Hopefully we will.
Here we see team coach Christophe Duverger telling her to back it up a little bit at the 6. Pull out a little bit later.
So the next person that we're really going to see light it up within the next few minutes is Maisa Jakobsen, and she's on the starting dock right now, and she's currently in 5th place overall, but she can get as high as 3rd if she jumps the right kind of distance.
Tony, do you know what distance you would need to jump to get up to 3rd?
I am glad you asked.
All right. Here we go, Nele Scholz. Second jump. Good looking second jump. Nice and safe over the ramp. I'm sure she's going to want to bring it down at the 6 even a little bit more. Looked like she just couldn't really push quite as much as she wanted to up the turn because she was a little bit early. Yeah. But still getting a good elevation of the jump. So 35.2, so 2 feet off the lead distance of Julia Fritz.
So 35.2 on this jump there, a nice rise there, and gets her legs under her, but she's trying to press hard and try and get to within the same distance as Julia Fritz.
Yeah. It almost seems like the wind has kind of died down at the ramp, so It's going to be interesting to see if she can bring it down enough to get a good kick and lift of the jump.
All right, let's see what she's got here.
Good looking countercut. Definitely looking a little bit later than the first jumps. Wow, that's much better.
A lot of good. Oh, and getting a little bit tied up with the landing.
Just not quite able to ride it away.
Nope. So fall on the last jump, and that represents the final effort there.
And she's clearly not satisfied with that effort. That last jump looked much better, rather on the later side. But Tony, that's also the thing that we might see a lot today is struggles on the landing with that tailwind. The skiers are gonna be landing much higher up on the boat, which means that they're not gonna have a lot of rope and a lot of tension in the rope right at the moment that they land, which is definitely going to make the landings much harder today than usual.
All right, you gave me the question a little bit earlier on, and you want the answer so far as Maisa Jakobsen, the distance she needs to go to vault from fifth to third.
Yeah.
50 meters exactly.
50 meters.
Yeah. Now, the thing that complicates that is the fact that Maisa Jakobsen already has the 1,000 points in the jump. So at the same time that she's trying to close in on the score necessary for third, she's also diluting the points because that 1,000 point is across 50 meters instead of 47.2. So each little bit of overall points represents less distance as she jumps further.
Yeah, that makes sense.
But I would imagine that given the hilariously high target that she has set for her, with the wind being blowing the way that it is right now, you know, she's probably priorities are way beyond what she could possibly achieve in the overall, and she's probably just concentrated on just getting 3 safe jumps, and one of them being the distance to take the title.
Yeah, I believe that she's definitely more focused on the jump event than the overall. I know Maisa, I talked to her yesterday. She really wants to go 50 meters. I just don't know if the conditions will allow it today, but I'm sure that she'll do everything in her power to make that happen.
All right, let's see what occurs here with Maisa Jakobsen.
Going for the double cut right away.
All right, here she comes, and the wind keeping her out wide, which is the one and only benefit that exists with that kind of condition. And with a boat speed of 54 kilometers an hour. Struggling a little bit with jump number 1, but she might have taken the lead on just pure speed alone.
Yeah, I believe so. Maisa is an exceptional jumper. Just the under 17 jump world record. Set at Ski Fluid this year. I believe she went over 49 meters. So very, very close to the 50-meter mark. That's definitely our target for this year, for the end of the year.
All right, so we're looking at Maisa Jakobsen. Distance on jump number 1 should be coming through.
38 meters.
38 meters.
Definitely not what she wants, but enough to take the lead at this time.
All right, and we'll see what happens here for Maja Jakobsen from Denmark.
Pulling out nice and wide on the 600.
Jumped 47.2 meters yesterday on letter S. That's better.
Much better looking jump.
But still coming off the handle rather early with the left arm.
Yes, for sure. Almost looks like she got kind of pulled up by the boat into the ramp, which is why she gets kind of twisted in the air and has to let go the handle pretty early. But I still think that was the first jump over 40 meters we've seen today.
Yep, I think we're confident enough to make that speculation as being very close to reality, and indeed it is. It's 43.6.
Exactly. So now that gives her a bit of a more comfortable feeling coming into the last jump. She knows that she can be a little more aggressive. She has a pretty good jump distance on the board already, so now she's going to try everything she can to get close to that 50-meter mark.
All right, so let's see how things shape up for Maja Jakobsen. Currently 5th place overall, needing about 6.5 meters more to affect a change in overall that would put her onto the podium. I don't think it's inside her capability to do that here at this moment and with this kind of wind condition, but she certainly gives it a best shot anyway, and she will ski into the dock, and I think that jump might actually be the furthest out of the 3.
Yes, definitely. I don't think it will be by much, but it looks like it was a tiny bit further than the second jump.
All right, and it's 44.3 meters, 44.3 meters. She won't be terribly happy with that, but maybe if given time to reflect upon her competition and the conditions and everything that happened in concert with this, she might just not be so hard on herself.
Yeah, definitely not what she wanted. She left the door open for the last 5 competitors that are going to go at 5.5-foot ramp. But considering that we have a pretty strong blowing tailwind today, I think that she would still be happy with this jump distance. And most importantly, 3 safe jumps, no falls. So that's always good to see.
Yep, no dramas, nothing detrimental to any future efforts going forwards. I believe that she'll be competing in the Worlds unless I'm mistaken.
Yeah, she will be in Richeto for the Open World Championships next week. I believe she's even starting in Series 1 as of now.
She's going to be lonely in Series 1, so far as that 1.50 meter ramp height. She'll be first out in that series, and then every other jumper in that series, whether it be 12 or 13 competitors, would just be trying to take pot shots, and some of them will come up short.
Yeah. It's definitely going to be interesting to see her fight for a final spot.
Homologators must absolutely love her being, like pointing the ramp up and pointing it down, and up and down and up and down,
Yeah, I mean, I'm not a homologator, but I feel like that's the worst when you have to do a lot of ramp switches.
Especially when the water's still running.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I think they actually turned it off here to change the ramp height, but with the tailwind here that's blowing, the water would be blowing right into your face, putting the ramp up or down. So you see Zane Nicholson congratulating Maja on her effort.
Okay, so now the long wait begins to see if that 44.3 meter distance will be good enough for victory here. She got into this jump final having jumped 47.2, which is at least 3 meters more than most of the field.
Yeah, definitely an impressive jump, especially considering that she's going on a 5-foot ramp height. That's definitely a big jump. So yeah, it's definitely going to be hard for our next couple competitors to beat that distance, but not completely impossible. She definitely left the door open, especially for our last 2 or 3 skiers that are going to be jumping here today.
All right, so continuing on, we still have some potential for movement in the overall. Maybe not so much for position, but for potential for higher point scores being inputted in to the overall scores for each competitor. And we've got skiers like Katarina Hafner and Sofia Hotstevia among the top 5 right now. And it would appear, at least from my perspective, that Sofia Hotstevia has a pretty healthy lead in the overall towards the top, ahead of Maria Popova. And Maria Popova not here to try and claw back that gap. They're declining to jump here, but now she's kind of like a sitting duck to a potential score coming from Katarina Hafner, who's way back in 4th, but could still potentially claw enough off that gap back and maybe supersede her.
Yeah, I believe though that she would need a major PV to do that.
Yeah.
I'm not quite sure what the distance is that she would need.
I will try and work it out.
Perfect. So here you go, Alexandra. Our first jump, bit of a slowish turn, and passing out on the first jump. She was just a little too early, maybe overestimated that wind a little bit there. So we can see it's not as strong as it was before. So it definitely died a little bit.
All right, so skier on the water of the first of a trio of Austrians on this particular ramp height. Alexandra Wiemer, Katarina Hafner, and Leona Berner. Passing on jump number 1. And I don't know whether it was because she was late by any stretch of the imagination. Maybe she just didn't feel all that comfortable taking it. And you know, most jumpers that I know of don't go out of their way to practice with the tailwind. You know, but I mean,
Yeah.
at some stage, you're gonna be on a site. You're in championship contention, and
Yeah.
yet you're in conditions that you don't go out of your way to prepare for.
That's one thing that I'm always trying to do in practice. Is if there's a day where it's really blown out at the lake, it's cold, rainy, I tell myself that, you know, if it's a big tournament, like, they're not gonna cancel the finals because of that. So might as well go out and try to do my best in those conditions, because I'm gonna be faced with that at some point, you know, in my career. So it's always good to practice that a little bit. And I know the Austrians, especially Franzi Oberleitner, they're really tough. They want to jump whenever they can in every conditions. So I'm sure she definitely has done some decent tailwind jumping.
Nicely done there with jump number 2, lands and skis it away. And as we find out our distance, more to your point, you know, I've personally been involved in skied in competitions in some really atrocious conditions, and have actually seen competitions held in some waves and so rough that in the tricks competition they had to run 2 boats, one to clear enough of the water ahead of the towboat.
Yeah.
You know, and this was all the way back in like 1982.
Luckily, we don't have to deal with those conditions anymore. Most of the events today are held on man-made lakes, which is definitely a nice comfort for the skiers.
But this was a man-made lake, though.
Oh, was it?
Yes.
Wow.
You can
That's
imagine
impressive.
if you can imagine one of the worst lakes to ski on being designed by man. That
Wow.
would be Home Pier Pond.
Where is that?
Nottingham, and it was a tournament site.
Wow. Okay, that is really impressive. I've never actually seen a lake that windy, to where it gets really hard to ski even on a man-made lake. But
here we go. Alexandria Vima with 38.6 on jump number 2. What does she have on jump number 3? Again, a good press off the top of the jump. Now this is some determined jumping there from Alexandria Vima.
Definitely good-looking jumps here, especially on the last 2 attempts. I think she's going to be happy with that, honestly. It's really not that hard to jump out there, that easy to jump out there.
Oh, she's
she
happy
looks
with
really
that.
happy. Wow.
We're going to get the distance coming through in just a moment, you know, and it's 41
Wow.
meters.
That's impressive stuff. I'm not sure, but that might even be a personal best.
Yeah, not bad in these conditions, I can tell you.
Yeah, for sure. I mean,
well, she got a personal best in the previous round with 40.6, so 41 meters, definitely a new PB for her.
yeah, just getting a lot of speed, a lot of drive through that ramp, and very impressive stuff from Alexandra Vima here, especially with this big tailwind. I didn't expect to see a lot of PBs, but here we have one, so congratulations to her for sure. Getting a good kick and lift of that jump.
Yep, she's pleased with that one. Happy as Gilligan on that one.
Yeah, and honestly, I think that she definitely has a shot at the podium with this one. Putting a lot of pressure on the last 3 or 4 skiers that we have left. Might put a bit of pressure on them and mess with their head a little bit. So I'm curious to see how their last few competitors are going to be dealing with that. But definitely some big jumping from Alexandra here.
Okay, excellent stuff there. And a skier on the water, also representing Austria, is Katharina Hafner, who jumped 41 meters to make it through to this jump final. And I'm sure that you're curious to find out what kind of distance she needs to move from 4th to 3rd overall.
Yeah, exactly.
Let me punch in, say, maybe a 44-meter jump. That would be enough, 44 meters. So
44 meters, wow.
Maybe a 43-meter jump would do the trick, and it does. And a 42-meter jump would still keep her in 4th. So somewhere in the somewhere between 42 and 42.5 meters would be necessary.
Yeah, almost stumbling on that counter cut a little bit. Nice turn.
Oh yeah, nice jump in there. So Katharina Hafner.
Good looking opening jump. I don't know if she quite went over the 40-meter mark, but she definitely got a good timing and got to feel out the conditions. So we're going to see her go a little bit later on the 6 and try to kick a big jump. .39.3 on that opener. So if she wants that 3rd place in overall, she's going to have to improve by at least
the jump distance that she needs is a 42.2.
42.2?
Yep, it's doable.
It is. So that would be a 2.9 meter improvement, which I definitely think she's capable of that. That jump didn't look perfect. So here we go, pulling out for the 600-foot buoy.
So Katharina Hafner not only a lead score in this competition is up for grabs, but also a potential podium position could well be in the offering here. Here she comes, a very, very quick turn, good aggressiveness there. There you go. That is a huge, huge leap there.
Wow. Even turning the 6, that is impressive stuff at 54K. In that big of a win, I did not expect to see any of those skiers do that today. But it looks like Team Austria is really happy with her effort. And there we go, 42.4. 42.4 meters. So as of now,
she's third overall.
She's in the third spot for overall.
Yep, indeed, and overhauls the skier that was in third, Melitine Morel, and Melitine Morel were not a factor in this jump final. So it would appear that with however many competitors that we have left, Leona Berner and Linda Polidarova and Sofia Hotstevia, that provisionally in the overall, your top 3 are set. Sofia Hotstevia, your winner, ahead of Maria Popova, and now Katarina Hafner has taken third spot provisionally.
I wonder if by jumping further, Sofia, if she would be going over that, if she would make 1,000 points in the jump event, if that could bring the other score downs to where Katarina could still get kicked off of that third spot. But
well, we won't never know, but at least on that last jump. But there you go, some great jump in there from Katarina Hafner. 42.4 meters should be good enough provisionally to put her in third place overall. Fall on jump number 3. 42.4 on the second, and opened up with 39.3. So some good jump in there, and that currently puts her in second spot behind Maisa Jakobsen, who's holding the lead. And if our next few competitors can jump more than 44.3 meters, then they will rightly earn a spot on the podium right from the very first instant. And taking a big old shunt up on the landing and almost putting herself in a rather dangerous position with that rope there.
Yeah, almost wrapping the rope around her head there. Definitely don't want to do that.
No.
But she managed it well. So we go the last skier of our Austrian trio, Leona Berner.
All right there, so Leona Berner.
As we see her coach, Carlo, giving her last bit of instruction before going out for her first jump.
So looking to try and establish her credentials early with the first jump of a 3, as we see Linda Polidarova from Czechia getting ready to go next, and Sofia Hotstevia will be last off the dock if she's present on site.
Wow, also turning the 600-foot buoy on that first cut. Definitely not wasting any time here.
Ah, there you go. Fantastic effort there and a smooth landing there.
Good looking opening jump here.
Very light on our skis, you know.
Yeah.
And certainly one of the most slender skiers that I've seen.
Yeah, of course. I mean, she's...
I would kill for her metabolism.
yeah, I bet. But she told me a couple days ago that she actually preferred jumping at tailwind because now she's really able to get up on that boat.
Okay, 0.6 of a meter short of the lead. It's 43.7, 43.7.
So as we can see, she's definitely capable of at least jumping as far as Maise Jakobsen. I'm sure she's going to want to bring it down a little bit more on that 600-foot buoy and just try to push it a little extra on the next two.
All right, here she comes.
Yeah, definitely going a bit later here.
And Leona Berner, who will be studying over at Rollins College come the fall season.
Passing on that second jump.
Yep. And she'll be going to Rollins College, as I just mentioned, studying international relations major right there in Central Florida. And yeah, but it's certainly a good place to be.
Yeah, for sure. There are a bunch of good ski schools and ski lakes in Orlando. So, I mean, if you're a water skier, Orlando really is the place to be. There's no question about that. And yeah, she really wants to combine the sports with her studying. So, for her, it's probably a good idea to go to Rollins.
Mm-hmm. All right, but she's trying to keep that in the back of her mind right now. Passing up on jump number 2, and Carlo Bashik, a former collegiate athlete himself, skied for Louisiana's Raging Cajuns a generation or two ago.
Yeah, I believe he also went over 190 feet on the collegiate setting. So
yeah, he
51 kilometers, 5-foot ramp height. It's definitely a very impressive effort.
Mm-hmm. And here she comes, needing to jump better to the tune of 0.8 of a meter to put her in the driving seat with 2 competitors to go. This now is Leona Berner coming in for one final attempt. Good extension there, coming in for a good landing. And she really sticks the landings.
Good looking, nice jump. It's very impressive to me how she's always able to lean far over her skis, even in that big of a tailwind.
We await the distance coming through. And it's 44.6, 44.6.
So here we go. Leona Berner, our new leader, jumping 30 centimeters further than Maise Jakobsen. And I'm sure she's going to be super stoked with that last jump, securing her provisional first place in the jump event.
So Leona Berner qualified for the jump final with originally a jump of a 43.1. And then coming through in the finals with 44.6. But Maise Jakobsen still holds the 1,000 points for having the best distance from the previous round. But so it doesn't really affect the overall points too much, even though Leona Berner has taken the lead outright in the women's jump final. Oh, almost took him out there.
Yeah. You're seeing her with her dad. Both look really happy, and here we have her coach, Carlo Basic, also congratulating her. Big effort, and now she's securing herself a podium.
Yes, indeed, and an opportunity to listen to that Austrian national anthem.
Yep.
But two more competitors to go. One from Czechia and one representing the white flag to round off this wonderful competition here at the IWWC, the Internationale Wiener Wasserski Club. Doesn't get much better than that, does it, Tim?
No, it doesn't. I know how important this tournament is to her. She is Austrian. She's the home favorite, kind of. So she's super stoked with that last jump set.
And that is enough to get her on the podium. So no matter what happens, she leaves this venue with a medal.
Yep. And it almost seems like she was selecting a slower boat speed here for that first jump, signaling the boat to go up in speeds.
We await the jump distance for Linda Polidarova, and 41.3. So a little less than the distance of 43.4 meters, the distance that she needed to make it through to this section of the competition. And this competition, which has attracted in excess of over 120 or so competitors, and a couple of days ago we pulled over 134 total pulls, which could well be a record.
Was that on the first day of the tournament?
Yes, that's the one.
That is very, very impressive.
And they were all live on TWBC as well. So here we go. Linda Polidarova.
Second jump. Good looking second jump.
Yeah, the landings are pretty good, but I wonder about the amount of speed that she drove into the jump with.
Yeah, not getting a full lift and extension of that ramp. So she's going to want to improve that for her last and final attempt.
.42.2, 42.2.
And here, all the top girls very close to each other, so minor improvement might be enough to provisionally at least get her on the podium.
Okay, so continuing on, just to let you know that the difference between third and fourth overall now is about 8 points, and that newly minted third place overall competitor Katarina Hafner was able to surpass the points differential, as we see Linda Polidarova come through and land her last jump, but I doubt whether it's going to be anything more than 42.2.
Definitely looked like a good attempt. I doubt that it's going to be enough for the lead. Might be an improvement on the last one. Oh, yes, it was. 43.9.
43.9. That is 0.7 of a meter shy from the lead, which is currently held by Leona Berner. Let's not forget that jump from Maisa Jakobsen of 44.3. So now, currently on the podium is Leona Berner and Linda Polidarova. And now we've got one more jumper to come to round off these championships, and needing a jump distance of more than 44.3 to get on the podium is Sofia Hosdevia.
Yeah, our last year today. I'm sure Leona is waiting to see what the score is going to be. There's the best and worst moment of those big tournaments is is waiting for others and seeing how they're gonna do, because you can't really affect how they're gonna ski. So it's just a game of waiting.
So Sofia Hotstavia, who was the furthest jumper to jump off the 1 meter 65 ramp height. Her best distance was 44 meters.
So getting pretty close to that leading distance from Leona Berner with her premium jumps.
Good.
So here we go. First attempt here.
Here she comes.
Also turning the 600-foot buoy. Really nice counter cut here. Getting high up on the boat.
Good speed and good height. Let's see what that distance is and see what she has to do to improve upon that distance on the opening attempt. Now she is first place in overall, and she cannot be superseded at all. And she is your European women's overall champion in the U21s.
It's always a nice feeling to be able to go into a finals without having to think about an overall score, in case you're an overall skier, of course, which is definitely the case for her. So she can fully go out, go as hard as she wants, and fully focus on taking that jump win.
All right, and needing a jump of more than 44.6 to do that, as Leona Berner just watching and waiting to see if her jump distance of 44.6 is enough. We should see it's 42.1, 42.1, needing to jump over 44.3 just to make it onto the podium.
Yeah, but she didn't get the full kick and lift of the top of the ramp, so I definitely think that she has a lot more in the tank here, Sofia Hotstavia.
Here we go. Yeah, taking in a lot more height there, and with a lot more speed, and carrying all the way way outside of the left-hand side of the boat. So that might end up being a bigger jump distance. The question is by how much.
Definitely looked like a better turn cut to the ramp. You can see getting a nice spot on the ramp. Good kick. Definitely looked like a much better jump. Much smoother than the one before.
So 42.1 on the first jump and 44.2.
Just 10 centimeters behind Maise Jakobsen, who's currently in second, and 40 centimeters behind our leader, Leona Berner. So she's up there. She's gonna want to push for the win on that last jump for sure.
Okay, so it comes down to the final jump. Let's see who prevails here. It could come down to some last moment heroics here, courtesy of Sofia Hotstavia.
Good counter cut. Looks like the wind has died down a little bit as well. Nice turn.
Standing up just before the jump there. Oh, no,
Oh, no.
And oh, my word, and will fall on that one. That means that your European women's jump champion in the U21, you see her right there, representing Austria, it's Leona Berner.
And she's going to be really happy with this one. You know, Europeans in your home country, that's always a bit of an extra pressure. And I know she's been working really hard towards this tournament, and she really deserves that win.
All right, and at the same time, Maisa Jakobsen gains herself a medal. She ends up in third with a 44.3 meters. Obviously not the So there we go. We've got. I like that. If she doesn't have a future career in skiing, she should go high diving.
Yeah.
So there, Sofia Hotstevia being transported back into the dock, and we're looking at her third and last attempt, which resulted in a fall.
I'm curious if we could get a jump distance on the last jump. Would that
what it would have been?
Yeah, I would be curious to know that. Doesn't look quite as good as the second one though. So.
Yeah, and just let her right ski get out from underneath her, and just unable to get the jump distance for that attempt. Sofia Hotstevia with the boat 2 foot wide. Or +2 as they call it these days.
Yeah, kind of slipping on that ramp a little bit. Not much, but just enough to, I think, yeah, to make.
So it would have ended up a little bit less, according to the voice in my ear. So Leona Berner, her best jump of 44.6. It's enough for the championship. She is your jump winner, ahead of Maisa Jakobsen with 44.3. And Sofia Hotstevia with her jump of 44.2, marginally behind. And that represents your top 3 in this 10-skier jump competition. Unfortunately, Maria Popova not present in this jump final, so you see 9 skiers with scores in the jumping competition. All right there, so Bernard, Jakobsen, and Hotstevia in that order with the podium for the U21 Women's Jump Championship for 2025. It's only appropriate that the legend of the sport there is at the helm of that towboat there, Mr. Franz Oberleitner. He's been an inspiration to many skiers over the years in various countries that he is a coach for, especially Austria. So we look forward to seeing more of him behind the wheel. But that represents the end of these championships. Live from IWWC, the International Wiener Wasser Ski Club. And thank you for watching. We're going to see you in Italy in a few days. This whole setup here is going to be packed up and driven across the Alps to go towards Recetto in Italy, where the World Championships will start on Tuesday afternoon at 2 p.m. Central European Daylight Time. Our first event is going to be Men's Slalom Series 9. And we will be there. First turn to final jump coverage of the IWWF World Water Ski Championships. But for this tournament, the 2025 IWWF European U21 competition, and thanking every single one involved who had a stake in making this tournament a success all the way through. There you go, folks. The next competition, the Open World Championship, starting on August the 26th. So, on the behalf of everyone here, the competitors, the officials, the organizers, and indeed the entire crew on TWBC, my name is Tony Lightfoot. Big thanks here to Tim Vild for holding it down there with the analyst microphone.
Of course, thank you, Tony.
All right then, and with that, I'm Tony Lightfoot. He's Tim. And it is ciao for now.